Chapter 25, Section 4 of Capital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Capital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Friedrich Engels. Part 7. The Accumulation of Capital. Chapter 25. The General Law of Capitalist Accumulation. Section 4. Different Forms of the Relative Surplus Population. The General Law of Capitalistic Accumulation. The relative surplus population exists in every possible form. Every laborer belongs to it during the time when he is only partially employed or wholly unemployed. Not taking into account the great periodically recurring forms that the changing phases of the industrial cycle impress on it, now an acute form during the crisis, then again a chronic form during dull times, it has always three forms: the floating, the latent, the stagnant. In the centers of modern industry, factories, manufactures, ironworks, mines, etc., the laborers are sometimes repelled, sometimes attracted again in greater masses, the number of those employed increasing on the whole, although in a constantly decreasing proportion to the scale of production. Here the surplus population exists in the floating form. In the automatic factories, as in all the great workshops where machinery enters as a factor, or where only the modern division of labor is carried out, large numbers of boys are employed up to the age of maturity. When this term is once reached, only a very small number continue to find employment in the same branches of industry, whilst the majority are regularly discharged. This majority forms an element of the floating surplus population, growing with the extension of those branches of industry. Part of them emigrates, following in fact capital that has emigrated. One consequence is that the female population grows more rapidly than the male. Teste, England. That the natural increase of the number of laborers does not satisfy the requirements of the accumulation of capital, and yet all the time is in excess of them, is a contradiction inherent to the movement of capital itself. It wants larger numbers of youthful laborers, a smaller number of adults. The contradiction is not more glaring than that other one, that there is a complaint of the want of hands, while at the same time many thousands are out of work, because the division of labor chains them to a particular branch of industry. Footnote: whilst during the last 6 months of 1866 80 to 90,000 working people in London were thrown out of work, the factory report for that same half year says, "It does not appear absolutely true to say that demand will always produce supply just at the moment when it is needed. It has not done so with labor, for much machinery has been idle last year for want of hands." Report of the Inspector of Factories, 31st October, 1866, page 81. Endnote. The consumption of labor power by capital is, besides, so rapid that the laborer, halfway through his life, has already more or less completely lived himself out. He falls into the ranks of the supernumeraries, or is thrust down from a higher to a lower step in the scale. It is precisely among the work-people of modern industry that we meet with the shortest duration of life. Dr. Lee, Medical Officer of Health for Manchester, stated that the average age at death of the Manchester upper middle class was 38 years, while the average age at death of the labouring class was 17, while at Liverpool those figures were represented as 35 against 15. It thus appeared that the well-to-do classes had a lease of life which was more than double the value of that which fell to the lot of the less favoured citizens. Footnote: Opening Address to the Sanitary Conference, Birmingham, January 15, 1875, by J. Chamberlain, Mayor of the town, now 1833, President of the Board of Trade. Endnote. In order to conform to these circumstances, the absolute increase of this section of the proletariat must take place under conditions that shall swell their numbers, although the individual elements are used up rapidly. Hence rapid renewal of the generations of laborers. This law does not hold for the other classes of the population. The social need is met by early marriages, a necessary consequence of the conditions in which the laborers of modern industry live, and by the premium that the exploitation of children sets on their production. As soon as capitalist production takes possession of agriculture, and in proportion to the extent to which it does so, the demand for an agricultural laboring population falls absolutely, while the accumulation of capital employed in agriculture advances, without this repulsion being, as in non-agricultural industries, compensated by a greater attraction. Part of the agricultural population is therefore constantly on the point of passing over into an urban or manufacturing proletariat, and on the outlook for circumstances favorable to this transformation. Manufacture is used here in the sense of all non-agricultural industries. This source of relative surplus population is thus constantly flowing. But the constant flow towards the towns presupposes, in the country itself, a constant latent surplus population, the extent of which becomes evident only when its channels of outlet open to exceptional width. The agricultural laborer is therefore reduced to the minimum of wages, and always stands with one foot already in the swamp of pauperism. Footnote: 781 towns given in the census for 1861 for England and Wales contained 10,960,998 inhabitants, while the villages and country parishes contained 9,105,226. In 1851, 580 towns were distinguished, and the population in them and the surrounding country was nearly equal. But while in the subsequent 10 years the population in the villages and the country increased 500,000, the population in the 580 towns increased by 1.5 million. The increase of the population of the country parishes is 6.5%, and of the towns 17.3%. The difference in the rates of increase is due to the migration from country to town. 3/4 of the total increase in population has taken place in the towns. Census, page 11 and 12. End note. The third category of the relative surplus population, the stagnant, forms a part of the active labor army, but with extremely irregular employment. Hence it furnishes to capital an inexhaustible reservoir of disposable labor power. Its conditions of life sink below the average normal level of the working class. This makes it at once the broad basis of special branches of capitalist exploitation. It is characterized by maximum of working time and minimum of wages. We have learnt to know its chief form under the rubric of domestic industry. It recruits itself constantly from the supernumerary forces of modern industry and agriculture, and specially from those decaying branches of industry where handicraft is yielding to manufacture, manufacture to machinery. Its extent grows, as with the extent and energy of accumulation, the creation of a surplus population advances. But it forms at the same time a self-reproducing and self-perpetuating element of the working class, taking a proportionally greater part in the general increase of that class than the other elements. In fact, not only the number of births and deaths, but the absolute size of the families stand in inverse proportion to the height of wages, and therefore to the amount of means of subsistence of which the different categories of laborers dispose. This law of capitalistic society would sound absurd to savages or even civilized colonists. It calls to mind the boundless reproduction of animals, individually weak and constantly hunted down. Footnote: Poverty seems favorable to generation. A. Smith. This is even a specially wise arrangement of God, according to the gallant and witty Abbe Galliani, page 78. God ordains that men who carry on trades of primary utility are born in abundance. Misery up to the extreme point of famine and pestilence, instead of checking, tends to increase population. S. Lang, National Distress, 1844, page 69. After Lang has illustrated this by statistics, he continues, "If the people were all in easy circumstances, the world would soon be depopulated." End note. The lowest sediment of the relative surplus population finally dwells in the sphere of pauperism. Exclusive of vagabonds, criminals, prostitutes, in a word, the dangerous classes, this layer of society consists of three categories. First, those able to work. One need only glance superficially at the statistics of English pauperism to find that the quantity of paupers increases with every crisis, and diminishes with every revival of trade. Second, orphans and pauper children. These are candidates for the Industrial Reserve Army, and are, in times of great prosperity, as 1860 especially, speedily and in large numbers enrolled in the active army of laborers. Third, the demoralized and ragged, and those unable to work, chiefly people who succumb to their incapacity for adaptation due to the division of labor, people who have passed the normal age of the laborer, the victims of industry, whose number increases with the increase of dangerous machinery, of mines, chemical works, etc., the mutilated, the sickly, the widows, etc. Pauperism is the hospital of the active labor army and the dead weight of the Industrial Reserve Army. Its production is included in that of the relative surplus population, its necessity in theirs, along with the surplus population. Pauperism forms a condition of capitalist production, and of the capitalist development of wealth. It enters into the faux frais of capitalist production, but capital knows how to throw these, for the most part, from its own shoulders onto those of the working class and the lower middle class. The greater the social wealth, the functioning capital, the extent and energy of its growth, and therefore also the absolute mass of the proletariat and the productiveness of its labor, the greater is the Industrial Reserve Army. The same causes which develop the expansive power of capital develop also the labor power at its disposal. The relative mass of the Industrial Reserve Army increases, therefore, with the potential energy of wealth. But the greater this reserve army in proportion to the active labor army, the greater is the mass of a consolidated surplus population, whose misery is in inverse ratio to its torment of labor. The more extensive, finally, the Lazarus layers of the working class, and the Industrial Reserve Army, the greater is official pauperism. This is the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation. Like all other laws, it is modified in its working by many circumstances, the analysis of which does not concern us here. The folly is now patent of the economic wisdom that preaches to the laborers the accommodation of their number to the requirements of capital. The mechanism of capitalist production and accumulation constantly effects this adjustment. The first word of this adaptation is the creation of a relative surplus population, or Industrial Reserve Army. Its last word is the misery of constantly extending strata of the active army of labor, and the dead weight of pauperism. The law by which a constantly increasing quantity of means of production, thanks to the advance in the productiveness of social labor, may be set in movement by a progressively diminishing expenditure of human power, this law in a capitalist society, where the laborer does not employ the means of production, but the means of production employ the laborer, undergoes a complete inversion, and is expressed thus: the higher the productiveness of labor, the greater is the pressure of the laborers on the means of employment, the more precarious, therefore, becomes their condition of existence, viz., the sale of their own labor power for the increasing of another's wealth, or for the self-expansion of capital. The fact that the means of production and the productiveness of labor increase more rapidly than the productive population expresses itself, therefore, capitalistically in the inverse form that the laboring population always increases more rapidly than the conditions under which capital can employ this increase for its own self-expansion. We saw in Part 4, when analyzing the production of relative surplus value, within the capitalist system all methods for raising the social productiveness of labor are brought about at the cost of the individual laborer. All means for the development of production transform themselves into means of domination over, and exploitation of, the producers. They mutilate the laborer into a fragment of a man, degrade him to the level of an appendage of a machine, destroy every remnant of charm in his work, and turn it into a hated toil. They estrange from him the intellectual potentialities of the labor process, in the same proportion as science is incorporated in it as an independent power. They distort the conditions under which he works, subject him during the labor process to a despotism the more hateful for its meanness. They transform his lifetime into working time, and drag his wife and child beneath the wheels of the juggernaut of capital. But all methods for the production of surplus value are at the same time methods of accumulation, and every extension of accumulation becomes again a means for the development of those methods. It follows, therefore, that in proportion as capital accumulates, the lot of the laborer, be his payment high or low, must grow worse. The law, finally, that always equilibrates the relative surplus population, or industrial reserve army, to the extent and energy of accumulation, this law rivets the laborer to capital more firmly than the wedges of Vulcan did Prometheus to the rock. It establishes an accumulation of misery, corresponding with accumulation of capital. Accumulation of wealth at one pole is, therefore, at the same time accumulation of misery, agony of toil, slavery, ignorance, brutality, mental degradation; at the opposite pole, i.e., on the side of the class that produces its own product in the form of capital. This antagonistic character of capitalist accumulation is enunciated in various forms by political economists, although by them it is confounded with phenomena, certainly to some extent analogous, but nevertheless essentially distinct, and belonging to pre-capitalistic modes of production. Footnote: From day to day it thus becomes clearer that the production and relations in which the bourgeoisie moves have not a simple uniform character, but a dual character, that the self-same relations in which wealth is produced, poverty is produced also, that in the self-same relations in which there is a development of productive forces, there is also a force-producing repression, that there relations produce bourgeois wealth, i.e., the wealth of the bourgeois class, only by continually annihilating the wealth of the individual members of this class, and by producing an ever-growing proletariat. Karl Marx, Misère de la Philosophie, page 116. End note. The Venetian monk Ortiz, one of the great economic writers of the 18th century, regards the antagonism of capitalist production as a general natural law of social wealth. Quote, "In the economy of a nation, advantages and evils always balance one another. The abundance of wealth with some people is always equal to the want of it with others. The great riches of a small number are always accompanied by the absolute privation of the first necessaries of life for many others. The wealth of a nation corresponds with its population, and its misery corresponds with its wealth. Diligence in some compels idleness in others. The poor and idle are a necessary consequence of the rich and active." Footnote: G. Ortiz, Della Economia Nazionale Libre Se, 1777, in Custode, Parte Moderna, pages 6, 9, 22, 25, etc. Ortiz says, page 32, "Instead of projecting useless systems for achieving the happiness of people, I shall limit myself to investigating the reasons for their unhappiness." End note. In a thoroughly brutal way, about 10 years after Ortiz, the Church of England parson, Townsend, glorified misery as a necessary condition of wealth. Legal constraint to labor is attended with too much trouble, violence, and noise, whereas hunger is not only a peaceable, silent, unremitted pleasure, but as the most natural motive to industry and labor, it calls forth the most powerful exertions. Everything, therefore, depends upon making hunger permanent among the working class, and for this, according to Townsend, the principle of population, especially active among the poor, provides. It seems to be a law of nature that the poor should be to a certain degree improvident, i.e., so improvident as to be born without a silver spoon in the mouth, that there may always be some to fulfill the most servile, the most sordid, and the most ignoble offices in the community. The stock of human happiness is thereby much increased, whilst the more delicate are not only relieved from drudgery, but are left at liberty without interruption to pursue those callings which are suited to their various dispositions. It, the poor law, tends to destroy the harmony and beauty, the symmetry and order of that system which God and nature have established in the world. If the Venetian monk found in the fatal destiny that makes misery eternal the raison d'etre of a Christian charity, celibacy, monasteries and holy houses, the Protestant prebendary finds in it a pretext for condemning the laws in virtue of which the poor possessed a right to a miserable public relief. [Footnote: A dissertation on the Poor Laws, by a well-wisher of mankind, the Rev. J. Thomson, 1786, republished London, 1817, pages 15, 39, 41. This delicate parson, from whose work just quoted, as well as from his Journey through Spain, Malthus often copies whole pages, himself borrowed the greater part of his doctrine from Sir James Stewart, whom he however alters in the borrowing. For example, when Stewart says here in slavery was a forcible method of making mankind diligent for the non-workers, men were then forced to work, i.e. to work gratis for others, because they were slaves of others. Men are now forced to work, i.e. to work gratis for non-workers, because they are the slaves of their necessities. He does not thence conclude, like the fat holder of benefices, that the wage labourer must always go fasting. He wishes, on the contrary, to increase their wants, and to make the increasing number of their wants a stimulus to their labour for the more delicate. The process of social wealth, says Storch, begets this useful class of society, which performs the most wearisome, the vilest, the most disgusting functions, which takes, in a word, on its shoulders all that is disagreeable and servile in life, and procures thus for other classes leisure, serenity of mind, and conventional c'est bon dignity of character. [Footnote: Storch, page 223.] Storch asks himself in what then really consists the progress of this capitalistic civilization with its misery and its degradation of the masses, as compared with barbarism. He finds but one answer: security. Thanks to the advance of every industry and science, says Sismondi, every labourer can produce every day much more than his consumption requires. But at the same time, whilst his labour produces wealth, that wealth would, were he called on to consume it himself, make him less fit for labour. According to him, men, i.e. non-workers, would probably prefer to do without all artistic perfection and all the enjoyments that manufacturers procure from us, if it were necessary that all should buy them by constant toil like that of the labourer. Exertion today is separated from its recompense. It is not the same man that first works and then reposes, but it is because the one works that the other rests. The indefinite multiplication of the productive powers of labour can then only have for result the increase of luxury and enjoyment of the idle rich. [Footnote: Sismondi, pages 79, 80, 85.] Finally, Destutt de Tracy, the fish-blooded bourgeois doctrinaire, blurts out brutally, "In poor nations the people are comfortable, in rich nations they are generally poor." [Footnote: Destutt de Tracy, page 231.] The poor nations are those where the people are comfortably off, and the rich nations those where the people are generally poor. End of chapter 25, section 4.
Chapter 25, Section 5, Parts A through C of Capital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Capital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production. Volume 1 by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 7, The Accumulation of Capital. Chapter 25, The General Law of Capitalist Accumulation. Section 5, Illustrations of the General Law of Capitalist Accumulation, Parts A through C. Section 5, Illustrations of the General Law of Capitalist Accumulation. Part A, England from 1846 to 1866. No period of modern society is so favorable for the study of capitalist accumulation as the period of the last 20 years. It is as if this period had found Fortunatus's purse. But of all countries, England again furnishes the classical example because it holds the foremost place in the world market, because capitalist production is here alone completely developed, and lastly because the introduction of the free trade millennium since 1846 has cut off the last retreat of vulgar economy. The titanic advance of production, the latter half of the 20 years period again far surpassing the former, has been already pointed out sufficiently in Part 4. Although the absolute increase of the English population in the last half-century was very great, the relative increase or rate of growth fell constantly, as the following table borrowed from the census shows. Annual increase percent of the population of England and Wales in decimal numbers. 1811 to 1821, 1.533%. 1821 to 1831, 1.446%. 1831 to 1841, 1.326%. 1841 to 1851, 1.216%. 1851 to 1861, 1.141%. Let us now, on the other hand, consider the increase of wealth. Here the movement of profit, rent of land, etc., that come under the income tax furnishes the surest basis. The increase of profits liable to income tax, farmers and some other categories not included, in Great Britain from 1853 to 1864 amounted to 50.47%, or 4.58% as the annual average, and that of the population during the same period to about 12%. Footnote 31. 10th Report of the Commissioners of His Majesty's Inland Revenue, London, 1866, page 38. End of footnote 31. The augmentation of the rent of land subject to taxation, including houses, railways, mines, fisheries, etc., amounted for 1853 to 1864 to 38%, or 3 5/12% annually. Under this head, the following categories show the greatest increase. Houses increased 38.60% from 1864 over that of 1853, an increase of 3.5% per year. Quarries increased from 1853 to 1864 by 84.76%, an increase of 7.7% per year. Mines increased between 1853 and 1864 by 68.85%, an increase of 6.26% per year. Ironworks increased from 1853 to 1864 by 39.92%, an increase of 3.63% per year. Fisheries increased 57.37% between 1853 and 1864, an increase of 5.21% per year. Gasworks increased 126.02% between 1853 and 1864, an increase of 11.45% per year. And railways increased by 83.29% between 1853 and 1864, an increase of 7.57% annually. If we compare the years from 1853 to 1864 in 3 sets of 4 consecutive years each, the rate of augmentation of the income increases constantly. Footnote 32, Ibid. End of footnote 32. It is, for example, for that arising from profits between 1853 to 1857, 1.73% yearly, 1857 to 1861, 2.74%, and for 1861 to 64, 9.30% yearly. The sum of the incomes of the United Kingdom that come under the income tax was in 1856 £307,068,898 sterling. In 1859, £328,127,416 sterling. In 1862, £351,745,241 sterling. In 1863, £359,142,897 sterling. In 1864, £362,462,279 sterling. In 1865, £385,530,020. Footnote 33. These figures are sufficient for comparison, but taken absolutely are false, since perhaps £100 million of income are annually not declared. The complaints of the Inland Revenue Commissioners of systematic fraud, especially on the part of the commercial and industrial classes, are repeated in each of their reports. So, for example, quote, a joint stock company returns £6,000 sterling as assessable profits. The surveyor raises the amount to £88,000, and upon that sum duty is ultimately paid. Another company, which returns £190,000 sterling, is finally compelled to admit that the true return should be £250,000 sterling. End of quote. Ibid, page 42. End of footnote 33. The accumulation of capital was attended at the same time by its concentration and centralization. Although no official statistics of agriculture existed for England, they did for Ireland, they were voluntarily given in 10 counties. These statistics gave the result that from 1851 to 1861, the number of farms of less than 100 acres had fallen from 31,583 to 26,597, so that 5,016 had been thrown together into larger farms. Footnote 34, Census, etc., location cited, page 29. John Bright's assertion that 150 landlords own half of England and 12 half the Scotch soil has never been refuted. End of footnote 34. From 1815 to 1825, no personal estate of more than £1 million sterling came under the succession duty. From 1825 to 1855, however, 8 did, and 4 from 1856 to June 1859, i.e., in 4.5 years. Footnote 35. Fourth Report, etc., of Inland Revenue, London, 1860, page 17. End of footnote 35. The centralization will, however, be best seen from a short analysis of the Income Tax Schedule D, namely profits, exclusive of farms, etc., in the years 1864 and 1865. I note beforehand that incomes from this source pay income tax on everything over £60 sterling. These incomes liable to taxation in England, Wales, and Scotland amounted in 1864 to £95,844,222 sterling, in 1865 to £105,435,579 sterling. Footnote 36. These are the net incomes after certain legally authorized abatements. End of footnote 36. The number of persons taxed were in 1864 308,416 out of a population of 23,891,009. In 1865, 332,431 out of a population of 24,127,003. The following table shows the distribution of these incomes in the 2 years. In the year ending April 5, 1864, the income from profits total was £95,844,222, which was collected from 308,416 people. In the year ending April 5, 1865, the total income from profits was £105,435,738 pounds sterling, collected from 332,431 people. Of these, in the year ending April 5, 1864, the income from profits amounted to £57,028,289 sterling, collected from 23,334 people, and in the year ending April 5, 1865, the income from profits was £64,554,297 sterling, collected from 24,265 people. Of these, in April 5, 1864, £36,415,225 were collected from 3,619 people, while in 1865 £42,535,576 was collected from 4,021 people. And of these, in 1864, £22,809,781 was collected from 832 people. In 1865, £27,555,313 were collected from 973 people. Of these, in 1864, £8,744,762 were collected from 91 people. In 1865, £11,077,238 were collected from 107 people. In 1855, there were produced in the United Kingdom 61,453,079 tons of coal of the value of £16,113,167 In 1864, 92,787,873 tons of value £23,197,968 In 1855, 3,218,154 tons of pig iron of value £8,045,385 In 1864, 4,767,951 tons of value £11,919,877 In 1854, the length of the railroads worked in the United Kingdom was 8,054 miles, with a paid-up capital of £286,068,794 In 1864, the length was 12,789 miles, with capital paid up of £425,719,613 In 1854, the total sum of the exports and imports of the United Kingdom was £268,210,145 In 1865, £489,923,285 The following table shows the movement of the exports. 1846, £58,842,377 1849, £63,596,052 In 1856, £115,826,948 In 1860, £135,842,817 In 1865, £165,862,402 In 1866, £188,917,563 Footnote 37. At this moment, March 1867, the Indian and Chinese market is again overstocked by the consignments of the British cotton manufacturers. In 1866, a reduction in wages of 5% took place amongst the cotton operatives. In 1867, as consequence of a similar operation, there was a strike of 20,000 men at Preston, added in the fourth German edition. That was the prelude to the crisis which broke out immediately afterwards, F.E. End of footnote 37. After these few examples, one understands the cry of triumph of the Registrar General of the British people, quote, "Rapidly as the population has increased, it has not kept pace with the progress of industry and wealth." End of quote. Footnote 38. Census, etc., location cited, page 11. End of footnote 38. Let us now turn to the direct agents of this industry, or the producers of this wealth, to the working class. Quote, "It is one of the most melancholy features in the social state of this country," end quote, says Gladstone, quote, "that while there was a decrease in the consuming powers of the people, and while there was an increase in the privations and distress of the laboring class and operatives, there was at the same time a constant accumulation of wealth in the upper classes and a constant increase of capital." End of quote. Footnote 39. Gladstone in the House of Commons, February 13, 1843, Times, February 14, 1843, quote, "It is one of the most melancholy features in the social state of this country that we see, beyond the possibility of denial, that while there is at this moment a decrease in the consuming powers of the people, an increase of the pressure of privations and distress, there is at the same time a constant accumulation of wealth in the upper classes, an increase of the luxuriousness of their habits and of their means of enjoyment." End of quote. Hansard, 13th February. End of footnote 39. Thus spake this unctuous minister in the House of Commons of February 13, 1843. On April 16, 1863, 20 years later, in the speech in which he introduced his budget, quote, "From 1842 to 1852, the taxable income of the country increased by 6%. In the 8 years from 1853, it had increased from the basis taken in 1853 by 20%. The fact is so astonishing as to be almost incredible. This intoxicating augmentation of wealth and power, entirely confined to classes of property, must be of indirect benefit to the laboring population, because it cheapens the commodities of general consumption. While the rich have been growing richer, the poor have been growing less poor. At any rate, whether the extremes of poverty are less, I do not presume to say." End of quote. Footnote 40. Gladstone in the House of Commons, April 16, 1863. Morning Star, April 17th. End of footnote 40. How lame an anticlimax! If the working class has remained, quote, poor, only, quote, less poor, end quote, in proportion as it produces for the wealthy class, quote, an intoxicating augmentation of wealth and power, end quote, then it has remained relatively just as poor. If the extremes of poverty have not lessened, they have increased, because the extremes of wealth have. As to the cheapening of the means of subsistence, the official statistics, e.g. the accounts of the London Orphan Asylum, show an increase in price of 20% for the average of the 3 years 1860 to 1862 compared with 1851 to 1853. In the following 3 years, 1863 to 1865, there was a progressive rise in the price of meat, butter, milk, sugar, salt, coals, and a number of other necessary means of subsistence. Footnote 41. See the official accounts in the Blue Book, Miscellaneous Statistics of the United Kingdom, Part 6, London, 1866, pages 260 to 273, Passim. Instead of the statistics of orphan asylums, etc., the declamations of the ministerial journals in recommending dowries for the royal children might also serve. The greater dearness of the means of subsistence is never forgotten there. End of footnote 41. Gladstone's next budget speech of April 7, 1864, is a Pindaric dithyrambic on the advance of surplus value making and the happiness of the people, quote, tempered by poverty, end quote. He speaks of masses, quote, on the border, unquote, of pauperism, of branches of trade in which, quote, wages have not increased, end quote, and finally sums up the happiness of the working class in the words, quote, "Human life is but in 9 cases out of 10 a struggle for existence," end of quote. Footnote 42, Gladstone, House of Commons, 7th April 1864, quote, "The Hansard version runs, quote, again and yet more at large, what is human life, but in the majority of cases a struggle for existence," end of quote. The continual crying contradictions in Gladstone's budget speeches of 1863 and 1864 were characterized by an English writer by the following quotation from Boileau, quote, "Voilà l'homme, en effet, il va du blanc au noir, il condamne au matin ses sentiments du soir. Important à tout autre, à soi-même incommode, il change à tout moment d'esprit comme de mode." End of quote. Such is the man. He goes from black to white. He condemns in the morning what he felt in the evening. A nuisance to everyone else, and an inconvenience to himself, he changes his way of thinking as easily as he changes his way of dressing. End of quote. The Theory of Exchanges, London, 1864, page 135, end of footnote 42. Professor Fawcett, not bound like Gladstone by official considerations, declares roundly, quote, I do not of course deny that money wages have been augmented by this increase of capital in the last 10 years, but this apparent advantage is to a great extent lost because many of the necessaries of life are becoming dearer. End of quote. He believes because of the fall in value of the precious metals. Quote, the rich grow rapidly richer whilst there is no perceptible advance in the comfort enjoyed by the industrial classes. They, the laborers, become almost the slaves of the tradesmen to whom they owe money. End of quote. Footnote 43. H. Fawcett, location cited, page 67 to 82. As to the increasing dependence of laborers on the retail shopkeepers, this is the consequence of the frequent oscillations and interruptions of their employment. End of footnote 43. In the chapters on the quote, working day end quote, and quote, machinery end quote, the reader has seen under what circumstances the British working class created quote, an intoxicating augmentation of wealth and power end of quote, for the propertied classes. There we were chiefly concerned with the social functioning of the laborer. But for a full elucidation of the law of accumulation, his condition outside the workshop must also be looked at, his condition as to food and dwelling. The limits of this book compel us to concern ourselves chiefly with the worst paid part of the industrial proletariat, and with the agricultural laborers who together form the majority of the working class. But first one word on official pauperism, or on that part of the working class which has forfeited its condition of existence, the sale of labor power, and vegetates upon public alms. The official list of paupers numbered in England 851,369 persons, in 1856 877,767, in 1865 971,433. Footnote 44. Wales here is always included in England. End of footnote 44. In consequence of the cotton famine, it grew in the years 1863 and 1864 to 1,079,382 and 1,014,978. The crisis of 1866, which fell most heavily on London, created in this centre of the world market, more populous than the Kingdom of Scotland, an increase of pauperism for the year 1866 of 19.5% compared with 1865, and of 24.4% compared with 1864, and a still greater increase for the first months of 1867 as compared with 1866. From the analysis of the statistics of pauperism, 2 points are to be taken. On the one hand, the fluctuation up and down of the number of paupers reflects the periodic changes of the industrial cycle. On the other, the official statistics become more and more misleading as to the actual extent of pauperism in proportion as with the accumulation of capital the class struggle, and therefore the class consciousness of the working men, develop. For example, the barbarity in the treatment of the paupers at which the English press, the Times, Pall Mall Gazette, etc., have cried out so loudly during the last 2 years, is of ancient date. F. Engels showed in 1844 exactly the same horrors, exactly the same transient canting outcries of quote, sensational literature, end of quote. But frightful increase of quote, deaths by starvation, end of quote, in London during the last 10 years proves beyond doubt the growing horror in which the working people hold the slavery of the workhouse, that place of punishment for misery. Footnote 45. A peculiar light is thrown on the advance made since the time of Adam Smith by the fact that by him the word workhouse is still occasionally used as synonymous with manufactory. E.g., the opening of his chapter on the division of labor, quote, those employed in every different branch of the work can often be collected into the same workhouse. End of quote. End of footnote 45. Part B. The badly paid strata of the British industrial class. During the cotton famine of 1862, Dr. Smith was charged by the Privy Council with an inquiry into the conditions of nourishment of the distressed operatives in Lancashire and Cheshire. His observations during many preceding years had led him to the conclusion that, quote, to avert starvation diseases, end of quote, the daily food of an average woman ought to contain at least 3,900 grains of carbon with 180 grains of nitrogen, the daily food of an average man at least 4,300 grains of carbon with 200 grains of nitrogen, for women about the same quantity of nutritive elements as are contained in 2 pounds of good wheaten bread, for men 1/9 more. For the weekly average of adult men and women at least 28,600 grains of carbon and 1,330 grains of nitrogen. His calculation was practically confirmed in a surprising manner by its agreement with the miserable quantity of nourishment to which want had forced down the consumption of the cotton operatives. This was in December 1862 29,211 grains of carbon and 1,295 grains of nitrogen weekly. In the year 1863 the Privy Council ordered an inquiry into the state of distress of the worst nourished part of the English working class. Dr. Simon, medical officer to the Privy Council, chose for this work the above-mentioned Dr. Smith. His inquiry ranges on the one hand over the agricultural laborers, on the other over silk weavers, needlewomen, kid glovers, stocking weavers, glove weavers, and shoemakers. The latter categories are, with the exception of the stocking weavers, exclusively town dwellers. It was made a rule in the inquiry to select in each category the most healthy families and those comparatively in the best circumstances. As a general result, it was found that, quote, in only one of the examined classes of indoor operatives did the average nitrogen supply just exceed, while in another it nearly reached, the estimated standard of bare sufficiency, i.e. sufficient to avert starvation diseases, and that in 2 classes there was a defect, in one a very large defect, of both nitrogen and carbon. Moreover, as regards the examined families of the agricultural population, it appeared that more than 1/5 were with less than the estimated sufficiency of carbonaceous food, that more than 1/3 were with less than the estimated sufficiency of nitrogenous food, and that in 3 counties, Berkshire, Oxfordshire, and Somersetshire, insufficiency of nitrogenous food was the average local diet. End of quote. Footnote 46. Public Health, 6th Report, 1864, page 13. End of footnote 46. Among the agricultural laborers, those of England, the wealthiest part of the United Kingdom, were the worst fed. Footnote 47. Location cited, page 17. End of footnote 47. The insufficiency of food among the agricultural laborers fell as a rule chiefly on the women and children, for, quote, the man must eat to do his work, end of quote. Still greater penury ravaged the town workers examined. Quote, they are so ill-fed that assuredly among them there must be many cases of severe and injurious privation, end of quote. Footnote 48, location cited page 13, end of footnote 48. Privation of the capitalist all this, i.e., quote, abstinence, end of quote, from paying for the means of subsistence absolutely necessary for the mere vegetation of his, quote, hands, end of quote. Footnote 49, location cited, appendix page 232, end of footnote 49. The following table shows the conditions of nourishment of the above-named categories of purely town-dwelling workpeople as compared with the minimum assumed by Dr. Smith and with the food allowance of the cotton operatives during the time of their greatest distress. Both sexes of 5 indoor occupations, the average weekly carbon was 28,876 grains, and the average weekly nitrogen was 1,192 grains. The unemployed Lancashire operatives had an average weekly carbon intake of 28,211 grains and an average weekly nitrogen of 1,295 grains. The minimum quantity be allowed to the Lancashire operatives, equal number of males and females, was 28,600 grains, and the average weekly nitrogen 1,330 grains. 1/2 or 60 of 125 of the industrial labor categories investigated had absolutely no beer, 28% no milk. The weekly average of the liquid means of nourishment in the families varied from 7 ounces in the needlewomen to 24 3/4 ounces in the stocking makers. The majority of those who did not obtain milk were needlewomen in London. The quantity of breadstuffs consumed weekly varied from 7 3/4 pounds for the needlewomen to 11½ pounds for the shoemakers, and gave a total average of 9.9 pounds per adult weekly. Sugar, for example treacle, etc., varied from 4 ounces weekly for the kid glovers to 11 ounces for the stocking makers, and the total average per week for all categories was 8 ounces per adult weekly. Total weekly average of butter, fat, etc., 5 ounces per adult. The weekly average of meat, bacon, etc., varied from 7 1/4 ounces for the silk weavers to 18 1/4 ounces for the kid glovers. Total average for the different categories, 13.6 ounces. The weekly cost of food per adult gave the following average figures: silk weavers 2 shillings 2½ pence, needlewomen 2 shillings 7 pence, kid glovers 2 shillings 9½ pence, shoemakers 2 shillings 7 3/4 pence, stocking weavers 2 shillings 6 1/4 pence. For the silk weavers of Macclesfield the average was only 1 shilling 8½ pence. The worst categories were the needlewomen, silk weavers, and kid glovers. Footnote 50, location cited pages 232 and 233, end of footnote 50. Of these facts, Dr. Simon, in his General Health Report, says, quote, that cases are innumerable in which defective diet is the cause or the aggravator of disease can be affirmed by anyone who is conversant with poor law medical practice or with the wards and outpatient rooms of hospitals. Yet in this point of view there is, in my opinion, a very important sanitary context to be added. It must be remembered that privation of food is very reluctantly borne, and that as a rule great poorness of diet will only come when other privations have preceded it. Long before insufficiency of diet is a matter of hygienic concern, long before the physiologist would think of counting the grains of nitrogen and carbon which intervene between life and starvation, the household will have been utterly destitute of material comfort. Clothing and fuel will have been even scantier than food. Against inclemencies of weather there will have been no adequate protection. Dwelling space will have been stinted to the degree in which overcrowding produces or increases disease. Of household utensils and furniture there will have been scarcely any. Even cleanliness will have been found costly or difficult, and if there still be self-respectful endeavors to maintain it, every such endeavor will represent additional pangs of hunger. The home, too, will be where shelter can be cheapest bought, in quarters where commonly there is least fruit of sanitary supervision, least drainage, least scavenging, least suppression of public nuisances, least or worst water supply, and if in town, least light and air. Such are the sanitary dangers to which poverty is almost certainly exposed, when it is poverty enough to imply scantiness of food. And while the sum of them is of terrible magnitude against life, the mere scantiness of food is in itself of a very serious moment. These are painful reflections, especially when it's remembered that the poverty to which they advert is not the deserved poverty of idleness. In all cases it is the poverty of working populations. Indeed, as regards the indoor operatives, the work which obtains the scanty pittance of food is for the most part excessively prolonged. Yet evidently it is only in a qualified sense that the work can be deemed self-supporting. And on a very large scale, the nominal self-support can be only a circuit, longer or shorter, to pauperism. End of quote. Footnote 51. Location cited, pages 14 and 15. End of footnote 51. The intimate connection between the pangs of hunger of the most industrious layers of the working class and the extravagant consumption, coarse or refined, of the rich, for which capitalist accumulation is the basis, reveals itself only when the economic laws are known. It is otherwise with the quote, housing of the poor. End quote. Every unprejudiced observer sees that the greater the centralization of the means of production, the greater is the corresponding heaping together of the laborers within a given space, that therefore the swifter capitalistic accumulation, the more miserable are the dwellings of the working people. So-called improvements of towns, accompanying the increase of wealth, by the demolition of badly built quarters, the erection of palaces for banks, warehouses, etc., the widening of streets for business traffic, for the carriages of luxury, and for the introduction of tramways, etc., drive away the poor into even worse and more crowded hiding places. On the other hand, everyone knows that the dearness of dwellings is in inverse ratio to their excellence, and that the mines of misery are exploited by house speculators with more profit or less cost than ever were the mines of Potosi. The antagonistic character of capitalist accumulation, and therefore of the capitalistic relations of property generally, is here so evident that even the official English reports on this subject teem with heterodox onslaughts on, quote, property and its rights, end of quote, footnote 52. Quote, in no particular have the rights of persons been so avowedly and shamefully sacrificed to the rights of property as in regard to the lodging of the laboring class. Every large town may be looked upon as a place of human sacrifice, a shrine where thousands pass yearly through the fire as offerings to the Moloch of avarice. End of quote. S. Lang, location cited, page 150, end of footnote 52. With the development of industry, with the accumulation of capital, with the growth and so-called improvement of towns, the evil makes such progress that the mere fear of contagious diseases, which do not spare even, quote, respectability, end quote, brought into existence from 1847 to 1864 no less than 10 acts of Parliament on sanitation, and that the frightened bourgeois in some towns, as Liverpool, Glasgow, etc., took strenuous measures through their municipalities. Nevertheless, Dr. Simon, in his report of 1865, says, quote, speaking generally, it may be said that the evils are uncontrolled in England. End of quote. By order of the Privy Council in 1864, an inquiry was made into the conditions of the housing of the agricultural labourers, in 1865 of the poorer classes in the towns. The results of the admirable work of Dr. Julian Hunter are to be found in the 7th, 1865, and 8th, 1866, reports on public health. To the agricultural laborers I shall come later. On the condition of town dwellings I quote as preliminary a general remark of Dr. Simon. Quote, although my official point of view, he says, is one exclusively physical, common humanity requires that the other aspect of this evil should not be ignored. In its higher degrees it, i.e. overcrowding, almost necessarily involves such negation of all delicacy, such unclean confusion of bodies and bodily functions, such exposure of animal and sexual nakedness as is rather bestial than human. To be subject to these influences is degradation, which must become deeper and deeper for those on whom it continues to work. To children who are born under its curse it must often be a very baptism into infamy. And beyond all measure hopeless is the wish that persons thus circumstanced should ever in other respects aspire to that atmosphere of civilization which has its essence in physical and moral cleanliness. End of quote. Footnote 53. Public Health, 8th Report, 1866, page 14, note. End of footnote 53. London takes the first place in overcrowded habitations, absolutely unfit for human beings. Quote, he feels clear, says Dr. Hunter, on 2 points. First, that there are about 20 large colonies in London of about 10,000 persons each, whose miserable condition exceeds almost anything he has seen anywhere in England, and is almost entirely the result of their bad house accommodations. And second, that the crowded and dilapidated condition of the houses of these colonies is much worse than was the case 20 years ago. End of quote. Footnote 54. Location cited, page 89. With reference to the children in these colonies, Dr. Hunter says, quote, people are not now alive to tell us how children were brought up before this age of dense agglomeration of poor began, and he would be a rash prophet who should tell us what future behavior is to be expected from the present growth of children who, under circumstances probably never before paralleled in this country, are now completing their education for future practice as, quote, dangerous classes, end quote, by sitting up half the night with persons of every age, half naked, drunken, obscene, and quarrelsome. End of quote. Location cited, page 56. End of footnote 54. Quote, it is not too much to say that life in parts of London and Newcastle is infernal. End of quote. Footnote 55. Location cited, page 62. End of footnote 55. Further, the better-off part of the working class, together with the small shopkeepers and other elements of the lower middle class, falls in London more and more under the curse of these vile conditions of dwelling, in proportion as so-called improvements, and with them the demolition of old streets and houses, advance, as factories and the afflux of human beings grow in the metropolis, and finally as house rents rise with the ground rents. Quotes, "Rents have become so heavy that few laboring men can afford more than one room." End quote. Footnote 56. Report of the Officer of Health of St. Martin in the Fields, 1865. End of footnote 56. There is almost no house property in London that is not overburdened with a number of middlemen. For the price of land in London is always very high in comparison with its yearly revenue, and therefore every buyer speculates on getting rid of it again at a jury price, the expropriation valuation fixed by jurymen, or on pocketing an extraordinary increase of value arising from the neighborhood of some large establishment. As a consequence of this, there is a regular trade in the purchase of, quote, "fag ends of leases," end quote. Quote, "Gentlemen in this business may be fairly expected to do as they do, get all they can from the tenants while they have them, and leave as little as they can for their successors." End of quote. Footnote 57. Public Health, 8th Report, 1866, page 91. End of footnote 57. The rents are weekly, and these gentlemen run no risk. In consequence of the making of railroads in the city, quote, "the spectacle has lately been seen in the east of London of a number of families wandering about some Saturday night with their scanty worldly goods on their backs, without any resting place but the workhouse." End of quote. Footnote 58. Location cited, page 88. End of footnote 58. The workhouses are already overcrowded, and the so-called improvements already sanctioned by Parliament are only just begun. If labourers are driven away by the demolition of their old houses, they do not leave their old parish, or at most they settle down on its borders as near as they can get to it. Quote, "They try, of course, to remain as near as possible to their workshops. The inhabitants do not go beyond the same or the next parish, parting their two-room tenements into single rooms, and crowding even those. Even at an advanced rent, the people who are displaced will hardly be able to get an accommodation so good as the meagre one they have left. Half the workmen of the Strand walk 2 miles to their work." End of quote. Footnote 59. Location cited, page 88. End of footnote 59. This same Strand, a main thoroughfare which gives strangers an imposing idea of the wealth of London, may serve as an example of the packing together of human beings in that town. In one of its parishes, the Officer of Health reckoned 581 persons per acre, although half the width of the Thames was reckoned in. It will be self-understood that every sanitary measure, which, as has been the case hitherto in London, hunts the labourers from one quarter by demolishing uninhabitable houses, serves only to crowd them together yet more closely in another. Quote, "Either," says Dr. Hunter, "the whole proceeding will of necessity stop as an absurdity, or the public compassion, ! Be effectually aroused to the obligation, which may now be without exaggeration called national, of supplying cover to those who by reason of their having no capital cannot provide it for themselves, though they can by periodical payments reward those who will provide it for them." End of quote. Footnote 60. Location cited, page 89. End of footnote 60. Admire this capitalistic justice. The owner of land, of houses, the businessman, when expropriated by so-called improvements such as railroads, the building of new streets, etc., not only receives full indemnity, he must, according to law human and divine, be comforted for his enforced, quote, "abstinence," end of quote, over and above this by a thumping profit. The laborer with his wife and child and chattels is thrown out into the street, and, if he crowds in too large numbers towards quarters of the town where the vestries insist on decency, he is prosecuted in the name of sanitation. Except London, there was at the beginning of the 19th century no single town in England of 100,000 inhabitants. Only 5 had more than 50,000. Now there are 28 towns with more than 50,000 inhabitants. Quote, "The result of this change is not only that the class of town people is enormously increased, but the old close-packed little towns are now centres built round on every side, open nowhere to air, and being no longer agreeable to the rich, are abandoned by them for the pleasanter outskirts. The successors of these rich are occupying the larger houses at the rate of a family to each room, and find accommodation for 2 or 3 lodgers, and a population for which the houses were not intended and quite unfit has been created, whose surroundings are truly degrading to the adults and ruinous to the children." End of quote. Footnote 61. Location cited, page 55 and 56. End of footnote 61. The more rapidly capital accumulates in an industrial or commercial town, the more rapidly flows the stream of exploitable human material, the more miserable are the improvised dwellings of the laborers. Newcastle-on-Tyne, as the center of a coal and iron district of growing productiveness, takes the next place after London in the housing inferno. Not less than 34,000 persons live there in single rooms. Because of their absolute danger to the community, houses in great numbers have lately been destroyed by the authorities in Newcastle and Gateshead. The building of new houses progresses very slowly, business very quickly. The town was therefore in 1865 more full than ever. Scarcely a room was to let. Dr. Embleton of the Newcastle Fever Hospital says, quote, "There can be little doubt that the great cause of the continuance and spread of the typhus has been the overcrowding of human beings, and the uncleanliness of their dwellings. The rooms in which laborers in many cases live are situated and confined in unwholesome yards or courts, and for space, light, air, and cleanliness are models of insufficiency and insalubrity, and a disgrace to any civilized community. In them men, women, and children lie at night huddled together, and as regards the men, the night shift succeed the day shift, and the day shift the night shift, in unbroken series for some time together, the beds having scarcely time to cool, the whole house badly supplied with water, and worse with privies, dirty, unventilated, and pestiferous." End of quote. Footnote 62. Location cited, page 149. End of footnote 62. The price per week of such lodgings ranges from 8d. to 3 shillings. Quote, "The town of Newcastle-on-Tyne," says Dr. Hunter, "contains a sample of the finest tribe of our countrymen, often sunk by external circumstances of house and street into an almost savage degradation." End of quote. Footnote 63. Location cited, page 50. End of footnote 63. As a result of the ebbing and flowing of capital and labor, the state of the dwellings of an industrial town may today be bearable and tomorrow hideous, or the aedileship of the town may have pulled itself together for the removal of the most shocking abuses. Tomorrow, like a swarm of locusts, come crowding in masses of ragged Irishmen or decayed English agricultural laborers. They are stowed away in cellars and lofts, or the hitherto respectable laborer's dwelling is transformed into a lodging-house whose personnel changes as quickly as the billets in the 30 Years' War. Example, Bradford, Yorkshire. There the municipal Philistine was just busied with urban improvements. Besides, there were still in Bradford in 1861 1,751 uninhabited houses. But now comes that revival of trade which the mildly liberal Mr. Forster, the Negro's friend, recently crowed over with so much grace. With the revival of trade came, of course, an overflow from the waves of the ever-fluctuating, quote, "reserve army," or, quote, "relative surplus population," end quote. The frightful cellar habitations and rooms registered in the list which Dr. Hunter obtained from the agent of an insurance company were for the most part inhabited by well-paid laborers. Footnote 64. Table, Collecting Agents List, Bradford. Vulcan Street, number 122, 1 room, 16 persons. Lumiev Street, number 13, 1 room, 11 persons. Bower Street, number 41, 1 room, 11 persons. Ortland Street, number 112, 1 room, 10 persons. Hardy Street, number 17, 1 room, 10 persons. North Street, number 18, 1 room, 16 persons. North Street, number 17, 1 room, 13 persons. Weimer Street, number 19, 1 room, 8 adults. Jowett Street, number 56, 1 room, 12 persons. George Street, number 150, 1 room, 3 families. Rifle Court, Marygate, number 11, 1 room, 11 persons. Marshall Street, number 28, 1 room, 10 persons. Marshall Street, number 49, 1 room, 3 families. George Street, number 128, 1 room, 18 persons. George Street, number 130, 1 room, 16 persons. Edward Street, number 4, 1 room, 17 persons. George Street, number 49, 1 room, 2 families. York Street, number 34, 1 room, 2 families. Saltby Street, bottom, 2 rooms, 26 persons. Regent Square, 1 cellar, 8 persons. Acre Street, 1 cellar, 7 persons. 33 Roberts Court, 1 cellar, 7 persons. Back Pratt Street, used as a brazier's shop, 1 cellar, 7 persons. 27 Ebenezer Street, 1 cellar, 6 persons, no male above 18. Source, location cited, page 11, end of footnote 64. They declared that they would willingly pay for better dwellings if they were to be had. Meanwhile they become degraded, they fall ill one and all, whilst the mildly liberal Forster MP sheds tears over the blessings of free trade and the profits of the eminent men of Bradford who deal in worsted. In the report of September 1865, Dr. Bell, one of the poor law doctors of Bradford, ascribes the frightful mortality of fever patients in his district to the nature of their dwellings. Quote, in one small cellar measuring 1,500 cubic feet there are 10 persons. Vincent Street, Green Air Place, and Delays include 223 houses having 1,450 inhabitants, 435 beds, and 36 privies. The beds, and in that term I include any roll of dirty old rags or an armful of shavings, have an average of 3.3 persons to each. Many have 5 and 6 persons to each, and some people, I am told, are absolutely without beds. They sleep in their ordinary clothes on the bare boards, young men and women, married and unmarried, all together. I need scarcely add that many of these dwellings are dark, damp, dirty, stinking holes, utterly unfit for human habitations. They are the centres from which disease and death are distributed amongst those in better circumstances who have allowed them thus to fester in our midst. End of quote. Footnote 65, location cited, page 114, end of footnote 65. Bristol takes the 3rd place after London in the misery of its dwellings. Quote, Bristol, where the blankest poverty and domestic misery abound in the wealthiest town of Europe. End of quote. Footnote 66, location cited, page 50, end of footnote 66. Part C, the nomad population. We turn now to a class of people whose origin is agricultural, but whose occupation is in great part industrial. They are the light infantry of capital, thrown by it according to its needs, now to this point, now to that. When they're not on the march, they, quote, camp, unquote. Nomad labor is used for various operations of building and draining, brick-making, lime-burning, railway-making, etc. A flying column of pestilence, it carries into the places in whose neighborhood it pitches its camp smallpox, typhus, cholera, scarlet fever, etc. Footnote 67. Public Health, 7th Report, 1865, page 18, end of footnote 67. In undertakings that involve much capital outlay, such as railways, etc., the contractor himself generally provides his army with wooden huts and the like, thus improvising villages without any sanitary provisions, outside the control of the local boards, very profitable to the contractor, who exploits the laborers in twofold fashions, as soldiers of industry and as tenants. According as the wooden hut contains 1, 2, or 3 holes, its inhabitant, navvy, or whatever he may be, has to pay 1, 3, or 4 shillings weekly. Footnote 68, location cited, page 165, end of footnote 68. One example will suffice. In September 1864, Dr. Simon reports that the chairman of the Nuisances Removal Committee of the parish of Sevenoaks sent the following denunciation to Sir George Grey, Home Secretary. Quote, smallpox cases were rarely heard of in this parish until about 12 months ago. Shortly before that time, the works for a railway from Lewisham to Tunbridge were commenced here, and in addition to the principal works being in the immediate neighbourhood of this town, here was also established a depot for the whole of the works, so that a large number of persons was of necessity employed here. As cottage accommodation could not be obtained for them all, huts were built in several places along the line of the works by the contractor Mr. J. for their especial occupation. These huts possessed no ventilation nor drainage, and besides were necessarily overcrowded because each occupant had to accommodate lodgers, whatever the number in his own family might be, although there were only 2 rooms to each tenement. The consequences were, according to the medical report we received, that in the night time these poor people were compelled to endure all the horror of suffocation to avoid the pestiferous smells arising from the filthy stagnant water and the privies close under their windows. Complaints were at length made to the Nuisances Removal Committee by a medical gentleman who had occasion to visit these huts, and he spoke of their condition as dwellings in the most severe terms, and he expressed his fears that some very serious consequences might ensue unless some sanitary measures were adopted. About a year ago Mr. J. promised to appropriate a hut to which persons in his employ who were suffering from contagious diseases might at once be removed. He repeated that promise on the 23rd of July last, but although since the date of the last promise there have been several cases of smallpox in his huts and 2 deaths from the same disease, yet he has taken no steps whatever to carry out his promise. On the 9th September instant, Mr. Kelson, surgeon, reported to be further cases of smallpox in the same huts, and he described their condition as most disgraceful. I should add for your, the Home Secretary's, information that an isolated house called a pest house, which is set apart for parishioners who might be suffering from infectious diseases, has been continually occupied by such patients from many months past, and is now also occupied. That in one family 5 children died from smallpox and fever, and that from the 1st April to the 1st September this year, a period of 5 months, there have been no fewer than 10 deaths from smallpox in the parish, 4 of them being in the huts already referred to, that it is impossible to ascertain the exact number of persons who have suffered from that disease, although they are known to be many, from the fact of the families keeping it as private as possible." End of quote. Footnote 69. Location cited, page 18. Note: the relieving officer of the Chapel and Lefrith Union reported to the Registrar General as follows, quote, "At Dove Holes, a number of small excavations have been made into a large hillock of lime ashes, the refuse of lime kilns, and which are used as dwellings, and occupied by labourers and others employed in the construction of a railway now in course of construction through that neighbourhood. The excavations are small and damp, and have no drains or privies about them, and not the slightest means of ventilation, except up a hole pulled through the top and used for a chimney. In consequence of this defect, smallpox has been raging for some time, and some deaths amongst the troglodytes have been caused by it." End of quote. Location cited, note 2. End of footnote 69. The labourers in coal and other mines belong to the best-paid categories of the British proletariat. The price at which they buy their wages was shown on an earlier page. Footnote 70. The details given at the end of Part 4 refer especially to the labourers in coal mines. On the still worse condition in metal mines, see the very conscientious report of the Royal Commission of 1864. End of footnote 70. Here I merely cast a hurried glance over the conditions of their dwellings. As a rule, the exploiter of a mine, whether its owner or his tenant, builds a number of cottages for his hands. They receive cottages and coal for firing, quote, "for nothing," unquote, i.e., these form part of their wages paid in kind. Those who are not lodged in this way receive in compensation £4 per annum. The mining districts attract with rapidity a large population made up of the miners themselves, and the artisans, shopkeepers, etc., that group themselves around them. The ground rents are high, as they are generally where population is dense. The master tries, therefore, to run up, within the smallest space possible at the mouth of the pit, just so many cottages as are necessary to pack together his hands and their families. If new mines are opened in the neighbourhood, or old ones are again set working, the pressure increases. in the construction of the cottages, only one point of view is of moment, the "abstinence" of the capitalist from all expenditure that is not absolutely unavoidable. The lodging which is obtained by the pitmen and other labourers connected with the collieries of Northumberland and Durham, says Dr. Julian Hunter, is perhaps on the whole the worst and the dearest of which any large specimens can be found in England, the similar parishes of Monmouthshire excepted. The extreme badness is in the high number of men found in one room, in the smallness of the ground plot on which a great number of houses are thrust, the want of water, the absence of privies, and the frequent placing of one house on the top of another, or distribution into flats. The lessee acts as if the whole colony were encamped, not resident. Footnote 71. Location cited, pages 180, 182. End of footnote 71. In pursuance of my instructions, says Dr. Stevens, I visited most of the large colliery villages in the Durham Union. With very few exceptions, the general statement that no means are taken to secure the health of the inhabitants would be true of all of them. All colliers are bound, an expression which, like bondage, dates from the age of serfdom, to the colliery lessee or owner for 12 months. If the colliers express discontent or in any way annoy the so-called viewer, a mark of memorandum is made against their names, and at the annual so-called binding such men are turned off. It appears to me that no part of the so-called truck system could be worse than what obtains in these densely populated districts. The collier is bound to take as part of his hiring a house surrounded with pestiferous influences. He cannot help himself, and it appears doubtful whether anyone else can help him except his proprietor. He is to all intents and purposes a serf, and his proprietor first consults his balance sheet, and the result is tolerably certain. The collier is also often supplied with water by the proprietor, which, whether it be good or bad, he has to pay for, or rather he suffers a deduction for, from his wages. End of quote. Footnote 72. Location cited, pages 515, 517. End of footnote 72. In conflict with, public opinion, or even with the officers of health, capital makes no difficulty about, justifying, the conditions, partly dangerous, partly degrading, to which it confines the working and domestic life of the laborer, on the ground that they are necessary for profit. It is the same thing when capital, abstains, from protective measures against dangerous machinery in the factory, from appliances for ventilation and for safety in mines, etc. It is the same here with the housing of the miners. Dr. Simon, medical officer of the Privy Council, in his official report says, In apology for the wretched household accommodations, it is alleged that miners are commonly worked on lease, that the duration of the lessee's interest, which in collieries is commonly for 21 years, is not so long that he should deem it worth his while to create good accommodations for his labourers, and for the tradespeople and others whom the work attracts, that, even if he were disposed to act liberally in the matter, this disposition would commonly be defeated by his landlord's tendency to fix on him as ground rent an exorbitant additional charge for the privilege of having on the surface of the ground the decent and comfortable village which the labourers of the subterranean property ought to inhabit, and that prohibitory price, if not actual prohibition, equally excludes others who might desire to build. It would be foreign to the purpose of this report to enter upon any discussion of the merits of the above apology, nor here is it even needful to consider where it would be that, if decent accommodations were provided, the cost would eventually fall, whether on landlord or lessee or labourer or public. But, in presence of such shameful facts as are vouched for in the annexed reports, those of Dr. Hunter, Dr. Stevens, etc., a remedy may well be claimed. Claims of landlordship are being so used as to do great public wrong. The landlord, in his capacity of mine owner, invites an industrial colony to labor on his estate, and then in his capacity of surface owner makes it impossible that the laborers whom he collects should find proper lodging where they must live. The lessee, that is, the capitalist exploiter, meanwhile has no pecuniary motive for resisting that division of the bargain, well knowing that if its latter conditions be exorbitant, the consequences fall not on him, that his laborers on whom they fall have not education enough to know the value of their sanitary rights, that neither obscenest lodging nor foulest drinking water will be appreciable inducements towards a strike. Footnote 73. Location cited, page 16, end of footnote 73, end of chapter 25, section 5, part C of Capital, volume 1.
Chapter 25, section 5, part D of Capital, volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Capital, a critical analysis of capitalist production, volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 7, the accumulation of capital. Chapter 25, the general law of capitalist accumulation. Section 5, illustrations of the general law of capitalist accumulation. Part D, effect of crisis on the best paid part of the working class. Before I turn to the regular agricultural laborers, I may be allowed to show by one example how industrial revulsions affect even the best paid, the aristocracy of the working class. It will be remembered that the year 1857 brought one of the great crises with which the industrial cycle periodically ends. The next termination of the cycle was due in 1866. Already discounted in the regular factory districts by the cotton famine, which threw much capital from its wanted sphere into the great centers of the money market, the crisis assumed at this time an especial financial character. Its outbreak in 1866 was signalized by the failure of a gigantic London bank, immediately followed by the collapse of countless swindling companies. One of the great London branches of industry involved in the catastrophe was iron shipbuilding. The magnates of this trade had not only overproduced beyond all measure during the overtrading time, but they had, besides, engaged in enormous contracts on the speculation that credit would be forthcoming to an equivalent extent. Now a terrible reaction set in that even at this hour, the end of March 1867, continues in this and other London industries. Footnote: wholesale starvation of the London poor. Within the last few days the walls of London have been placarded with large posters bearing the following remarkable announcement: Fat oxen, starving men. The fat oxen from their palace of glass have gone to feed the rich in their luxurious abode, while the starving men are left to rot and die in their wretched dens. The placards bearing these ominous words are put up at certain intervals. No sooner has one set been defaced or covered over than a fresh set is placarded in a former or some equally public place. This reminds one of the secret revolutionary associations which prepared the French people for the events of 1789. At this moment, while English workmen, with their wives and children, are dying of cold and hunger, there are millions of English gold, the produce of English labour, being invested in Russian, Spanish, Italian, and other foreign enterprises. Reynolds' Newspaper, January 20th, 1867. End footnote. To show the condition of the labourers, I quote the following from the circumstantial report of a correspondent of the Morning Star, who, at the end of 1866 and beginning of 1867, visited the chief centres of distress. In the East End districts of Poplar, Millwall, Greenwich, Deptford, Limehouse, and Canning Town, at least 15,000 workmen and their families were in a state of utter destitution, and 3,000 skilled mechanics were breaking stones in the workhouse yard, after distress of over half a year's duration. I had great difficulty in reaching the workhouse door, for a hungry crowd besieged it. They were waiting for their tickets, but the time had not yet arrived for the distribution. The yard was a great square place with an open shed running all round it, and several large heaps of snow covered the paving stones in the middle. In the middle also were little wicker-fenced spaces, like sheep pens, where in fine weather the men worked, but on the day of my visit the pens were so snowed up that nobody could sit in them. Men were busy, however, in the open shed, breaking paving stones into macadam. Each man had a big paving stone for a seed, and he chipped away at the rime-covered granite with a big hammer until he had broken up, and think, 5 bushels of it, and then he had done his day's work and got his day's pay, threepence, and an allowance of food. In another part of the yard was a rickety little wooden house, and when we opened the door of it, we found it filled with men who were huddled together shoulder to shoulder for the warmth of one another's bodies and breath. They were picking oakum, and disputing the while as to which could work the longest on a given quantity of food, for endurance was the point of honour. 7,000 in this one workhouse were recipients of relief. Many hundreds of them, it appeared, were 6 or 8 months ago earning the highest wages paid to artisans. Their number would be more than doubled by the count of those who, having exhausted all their savings, still refuse to apply to the parish because they have a little left to pawn. Leaving the workhouse, I took a walk through the streets, mostly of little one-story houses that abound in the neighbourhood of Poplar. My guide was a member of the Committee of the Unemployed. My first call was on an iron worker who had been 27 weeks out of employment. I found the man with his family sitting in a little back room. The room was not bare of furniture, and there was a fire in it. This was necessary to keep the naked feet of the young children from getting frostbitten, for it was a bitterly cold day. On a tray in front of the fire lay a quantity of oakum, which the wife and children were picking in return for their allowance from the parish. The man worked in the stone yard of the workhouse for a certain ration of food, and threepence per day. He had now come home to dinner, quite hungry, as he told us with a melancholy smile, and his dinner consisted of a couple of slices of bread and dripping and a cup of milkless tea. The next door at which we knocked was opened by a middle-aged woman, who, without saying a word, led us into a little back parlour, in which sat all her family, silent and fixedly staring at a rapidly dying fire. Such desolation, such hopelessness was about these people and their little room, as I should not care to witness again. "Nothing have they done, sir," said the woman, pointing to her boys, "for 26 weeks, and all our money gone, all the £20 that me and father saved when times were better, thinking it would yield a little to keep us when we got past work. Look at it," she said, almost fiercely, bringing out a bank book with all its well-kept entries of money paid in and money taken out, so that we could see how the little fortune had begun with the first 5-shilling deposit, and had grown by little and little to be £20, and how it had melted down again, till the sum in hand got from pounds to shillings, and the last entry made the book as worthless as a blank sheet. This family received relief from the workhouse, and it furnished them with just one scanty meal per day. Our next visit was to an iron labourer's wife, whose husband had worked in the yards. We found her ill from want of food, lying on a mattress in her clothes, and just covered with a strip of carpet, for all the bedding had been pawned. 2 wretched children were tending her, themselves looking as much in need of nursing as their mother. 19 weeks of enforced idleness had brought them to this pass, and while the mother told the history of that bitter past, she moaned as if all her faith in a future that should atone for it were dead. On getting outside, a young fellow came running after us, and asked us to step inside his house and see if anything could be done for him. A young wife, 2 pretty children, a cluster of pawn tickets, and a bare room were all he had to show. End quote. On the afterpains of the crisis of 1866, the following extract from a Tory newspaper. It must not be forgotten that the East End of London, which is here dealt with, is not only the seat of the iron shipbuilding mentioned above, but also of a so-called home industry always underpaid. Quote, "A frightful spectacle was to be seen yesterday in one part of the metropolis. Although the unemployed thousands of the East End did not parade with their black flags en masse, the human torrent was imposing enough. Let us remember what these people suffer. They are dying of hunger. That is the simple and terrible fact. There are 40,000 of them. In our presence, in one quarter of this wonderful metropolis, are packed, next door to the most enormous accumulation of wealth the world ever saw, cheek by jowl with this are 40,000 helpless, starving people. These thousands are now breaking in upon the other quarters. always half-starving, they cry their misery in our ears, they cry to heaven, they tell us from their miserable dwellings that it is impossible for them to find work, and useless for them to beg. The local ratepayers themselves are driven by the parochial charges to the verge of pauperism." Standard, 5th April 1867. As it is the fashion amongst English capitalists to quote Belgium as the paradise for the labourer, because so-called freedom of labour, or what is the same thing, freedom of capital, is there limited neither by the despotism of trades unions nor by factory acts, a word or two on the so-called happiness of the Belgian labourer. Assuredly, no one was more thoroughly initiated in the mysteries of this happiness than the late Monsieur Ducpétiaux, Inspector General of Belgian Prisons and Charitable Institutions, and member of the Central Commission of Belgian Statistics. Let us take his work, Budget économique des classes ouvrières de la Belgique, Brussels, 1855. Here we find, among other matters, a normal Belgian labourer's family, whose yearly income and expenditure he calculates on very exact data, and whose conditions of nourishment are then compared with those of the soldier, sailor, and prisoner. The family "consists of father, mother, and 4 children." Of these 6 persons, "4 may be usefully employed the whole year through." It is assumed that "there is no sick person, nor one incapable of work among them," nor are there "expenses for religious, moral, and intellectual purposes, except a very small sum for church sittings," nor "contributions to savings banks or benefit societies," nor "expenses due to luxury or the result of improvidence." The father and eldest son, however, allow themselves "the use of tobacco," and on Sundays "go to the cabaret," for which a whole 86 centimes a week are reckoned. "From a general compilation of wages allowed to the labourers in different trades, it follows that the highest average of daily wage is 1 franc 56 centimes for men, 89 centimes for women, 56 centimes for boys, and 55 centimes for girls. Calculated at this rate, the resources of the family would amount, at the maximum, to 1,068 francs a year. In the family taken as typical we have calculated all possible resources. But in ascribing wages to the mother of the family, we raise the question of the direction of the household. How will its internal economy be cared for? Who will look after the young children? Who will get ready the meals, do the washing and mending? This is the dilemma incessantly presented to the labourers." According to this, the budget of the family is, per year, the father 468 francs, mother 267 francs, boy 168 francs, girl 165 francs, total, per year, 1,068 francs. The annual expenditure of the family would cause a deficit upon the hypothesis that the labourer has the food of the man of war's man, namely 1,828 francs, then a deficit of 760 francs. The food of the soldier, which would be 1,473 francs, leading to a deficit of 405 francs, or the food of the prisoner, amounting to 1,112 francs, leading to a deficit of 44 francs. "We see that few labouring families can reach, we will not say the average of the sailor or soldier, but even that of the prisoner. The general average of the cost of each prisoner in the different prisons during the period 1847 to 1849 has been 63 centimes for all prisons. This figure, compared with that of the daily maintenance of the labourer, shows a difference of 13 centimes. It must be remarked further that if in the prisons it is necessary to set down in the account the expenses of administration and surveillance, on the other hand the prisoners have not to pay for their lodging; that the purchases they make at the canteens are not included in the expenses of maintenance, and that these expenses are greatly lowered in consequence of the large number of persons that make up the establishments, and of contracting for or buying wholesale the food and other things that enter into their consumption. How comes it, however, that a great number, we might say a great majority of labourers, live in a more economical way? It is by adopting expedients, the secret of which only the laborer knows, by reducing his daily rations, by substituting rye bread for wheat, by eating less meat, or even none at all, and the same with butter and condiments, by contenting themselves with 1 or 2 rooms where the family is crammed together, where boys and girls sleep side by side, often on the same pallet, by economy of clothing, washing, decency, by giving up the Sunday diversions, by, in short, resigning themselves to the most painful privations. Once arrived at this extreme limit, the least rise in the price of food, stoppage of work, illness, increases the laborer's distress and determines his complete ruin. Debts accumulate, credit fails, the most necessary clothes and furniture are pawned, and finally the family asks to be enrolled on the list of paupers." Duc Pétiot, Locus Aeteto, pages 151, 154, and 155. In fact, in this paradise of capitalists, there follows, on the smallest change in the price of the most essential means of subsistence, a change in the number of deaths and crimes. See Manifesto of de Maatschappij de Vlamingen vooruit, Brussels, 1860, page 15 and 16. In all Belgium are 930,000 families, of whom, according to the official statistics, 90,000 are wealthy and on the list of voters is 450,000 persons. 390,000 families of the lower middle class in towns and villages, the greater part of them constantly sinking into the proletariat, is 1,950,000 persons, and finally 450,000 working class families is 2,250,000 persons, of whom the model ones enjoy the happiness depicted by Duc Pétiot. Of the 450,000 working class families, over 200,000 are on the pauper list. End of Part 7, Chapter 25, Section 5, Part D. Chapter 25, Section 5, Part E of Capital Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Capital, a critical analysis of capitalist production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx, translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 7. The Accumulation of Capital. Chapter 25. The General Law of Capitalist Accumulation. Section 5. Illustrations of the General Law of Capitalist Accumulation. Part E. The British Agricultural Proletariat. Nowhere does the antagonistic character of capitalistic product and accumulation assert itself more brutally than in the progress of English agriculture, including cattle breeding, and the retrogression of the English agricultural labourer. Before I turn to his present situation, a rapid retrospect. Modern agriculture dates in England from the middle of the 18th century, although the revolution in landed property, from which the changed mode of production starts as a basis, has a much earlier date. If we take the statements of Arthur Young, a careful observer, though a superficial thinker, as to the agricultural labourer of 1771, the latter plays a very pitiable part compared with his predecessor of the end of the 14th century. Quote, "When the labourer could live in plenty and accumulate wealth." Footnote: James E. Thorold Rogers, Professor of Political Economy in the University of Oxford, A History of Agriculture and Prices in England, Oxford, 1866, Volume 1, page 690. This work, the fruit of patient and diligent labour, contains in the 2 volumes that have so far appeared only the period from 1259 to 1400. The second volume contains simply statistics. It is the first authentic history of prices of the time that we possess. Not to speak of the 15th century, "the golden age of the English labourer in town and country." We need not, however, go back so far. In a very instructive work of the year 1777 we read, "The great farmer is nearly mounted to a level with him, the gentleman, while the poor labourer is depressed almost to the earth. His unfortunate situation will fully appear by taking a comparative view of it only 40 years ago and at present. Landlord and tenant have both gone hand in hand in keeping the labourer down." Footnote: Reasons for the late increase of the poor rates, or a comparative view of the prices of labour and provisions. London, 1777, pages 5 and 11. It is then proved in detail that the real agricultural wages between 1737 and 1777 fell nearly 1/4, or 25%. "Modern policy," says Dr. Richard Price also, "is indeed more favourable to the higher classes of people, and the consequences may in time prove that the whole kingdom will consist of only gentry and beggars, or of grandees and slaves." Footnote: Dr. Richard Price, Observations on Reversionary Payments, 6th edition, by W. Morgan, London, 1803, Volume 11, pages 158 and 159. Price remarks on page 159, "The nominal price of day labour is at present no more than about 4 times, or at most 5 times higher than it was in the year 1514. But the price of corn is 7 times, and of flesh meat and raiment about 15 times higher. So far, therefore, has the price of labour been even from advancing in proportion to the increase in the expenses of living, that it does not appear that it bears now half the proportion to those expenses that it did bear." Nevertheless, the position of the English agricultural labourer from 1770 to 1780, with regard to his food and dwelling, as well as to his self-respect, amusements, etc., is an ideal never attained again since that time. His average wage, expressed in pints of wheat, was from 1770 to 1771, 90 pints. In Eden's time, 1797, only 65. In 1808, but 60. Footnote: Barton, Loco Citato, page 26. For the end of the 18th century, see Eden Loco Citato. The state of the agricultural labourer at the end of the anti-Jacobin war, during which landed proprietors, farmers, manufacturers, merchants, bankers, stockbrokers, army contractors, etc., enriched themselves so extraordinarily, has been already indicated above. The nominal wages rose in consequence partly of the bank note depreciation, partly of a rise in the price of the primary means of subsistence independent of this depreciation. But the actual wage variation can be evidenced in a very simple way, without entering into details that are here unnecessary. The Poor Law and its administration were in 1795 and 1814 the same. It will be remembered how this law was carried out in the country districts. In the form of alms, the parish made up the nominal wage to the nominal sum required for the simple vegetation of the labourer. The ratio between the wages paid by the farmer and the wage deficit made good by the parish shows us 2 things. First, the falling of wages below their minimum. Second, the degree in which the agricultural labourer was a compound of wage labourer and pauper, or the degree in which he had been turned into a serf of his parish. Let us take one county that represents the average condition of things in all counties. In Northamptonshire, in 1795, the average weekly wage was 7 shillings 6 The total yearly expenditure of a family of 6 persons, £36 12 shillings and 5 Their total income, £29 and 18 shillings. Deficit made good by the parish, £6 14 shillings 5 In 1814, in the same county, the weekly wage was 12 shillings 2 The total yearly expenditure of a family of 5 persons, £54 18 shillings and 4 Their total income, £36 2 shillings. Deficit made good by the parish, £18 6 shillings 4 Footnote: Perry, Loco Citato, page 86. In 1795 the deficit was less than a quarter the wage. In 1814 more than half. It is self-evident that under these circumstances the meagre comforts that Eden still found in the cottage of the agricultural labourer had vanished by 1814. Footnote: Perry, Loco Citato, page 213. Of all the animals kept by the farmer, the labourer, the instrumentum vocols, was thenceforth the most oppressed, the worst nourished, the most brutally treated. the same state of things went on quietly until, "the swing riots in 1830 revealed to us, that is, the ruling classes, by the light of blazing cornstacks, that misery and black mutinous discontent smouldered quite as fiercely under the surface of agricultural as of manufacturing England." Footnote: S. Laying, Locus Citato, page 62. At this time, Sadler in the House of Commons christened the agricultural labourers white slaves, and a bishop echoed the epithet in the Upper House. The most notable political economist of that period, E.G. Wakefield, says, "The peasant of the south of England is not a freeman, nor is he a slave. He is a pauper." Footnote: England and America, London, 1833, Volume 1, page 47. The time just before the repeal of the Corn Laws threw new light on the condition of the agricultural labourers. On the one hand, it was to the interest of the middle class agitators to prove how little the Corn Laws protected the actual producers of the corn. On the other hand, the industrial bourgeoisie foamed with sullen rage at the denunciations of the factory system by the landed aristocracy, at the pretended sympathy with the woes of the factory operatives, of those utterly corrupt, heartless, and genteel loafers, and at their diplomatic zeal for factory legislation. It is an old English proverb that, when thieves fall out, honest men come by their own; and, in fact, the noisy, passionate quarrel between the two fractions of the ruling class about the question which of the two exploited the labourers the more shamefully, was on each hand the midwife of the truth. Earl Shaftesbury, then Lord Ashley, was commander-in-chief in the aristocratic, philanthropic, anti-factory campaign. He was, therefore, in 1845, a favourite subject in the revelations of the Morning Chronicle on the condition of the agricultural labourers. This journal, then the most important Liberal organ, sent special commissioners into the agricultural districts, who did not content themselves with mere general descriptions and statistics, but published the names both of the labouring families examined and of their landlords. The following list gives the wages paid in 3 villages in the neighbourhood of Blandford, Wimborne, and Poole. The villages are the property of Mr. G. Banks and of the Earl of Shaftesbury. It will be noted that, just like Banks, this low church pope, this head of English pietists, pockets a great part of the miserable wages of labourers under the pretext of house rent. Summary of the 3 tables given. They show the details of 14 families from 3 villages, and gives numbers for number of children in the families, the number of members in each family, the weekly wage of the men and the weekly wage of the children, totaling into a weekly income of the whole family, which ranges from 5 shillings to 11 shillings 6pence. It then goes on to list the weekly rent, which ranges from 10 pence to 2 shillings. In the next line, the total weekly wage after deduction of the rent is given, ending up with the weekly income per head, which ranges from 7 pence to 2 shillings 1/3 End table. Footnote: London Economist, May 29th, 1845, page 290. End footnote. The repeal of the Corn Laws gave a marvellous impulse to English agriculture. Footnote: The landed aristocracy advanced themselves to this end, of course per Parliament, funds from the State Treasury, at a very low rate of interest, which the farmers have to make good at a much higher rate. End footnote. Drainage on the most extensive scale, new methods of stall feeding and of the artificial cultivation of green crops, introduction of mechanical manuring apparatus, new treatment of clay soils, increased use of numeral manures, employment of the steam engine, and of all kinds of new machinery, more intensive cultivation generally, characterize this epoch. Mr. Pusey, chairman of the Royal Agricultural Society, declares that the relative expenses of farming have been reduced nearly 1/2 by the introduction of new machinery. On the other hand, the actual return of the soil rose rapidly. Greater outlay of capital per acre and, as a consequence, more rapid concentration of farms were essential conditions of the new method. Footnote: The decrease of the middle-class farmers can be seen especially in the census category farmer's son, grandson, brother, nephew, daughter, granddaughter, sister, niece. In a word, the members of his own family, employed by the farmer. This category numbered, in 1851, 216,851 persons. In 1861 only 176,151 persons. From 1851 to 1871 the farms under 20 acres fell by more than 900 in number. Those between 50 and 75 acres fell from 8,253 to 6,370. The same thing occurred with all other farms under 100 acres. On the other hand, during the same 20 years, the number of large farms increased. Those of 300 to 500 acres rose from 7,771 to 8,410. Those of more than 500 acres from 2,755 to 3,914. Those of more than 1,000 acres from 492 to 582. End footnote. At the same time, the area under cultivation increased from 1846 to 1856 by 464,119 acres, without reckoning the great area in the eastern counties which was transformed from rapid warrens and poor pastures into magnificent cornfields. It has already been seen that, at the same time, the total number of persons employed in agriculture fell. As far as the actual agricultural labourers of both sexes and of all ages are concerned, their number fell from 1,241,396 in 1851 to 1,163,217 in 1861. Footnote. The number of shepherds increased from 12,517 to 25,559. End footnote. If the English Register General, therefore, rightly remarks, "The increase of farmers and farm labourers since 1801 bears no kind of proportion to the increase of agricultural produce." Footnote. Census Logocitato, page 36. This disproportion obtains much more for the last period, when a positive decrease of the agricultural population went hand in hand with increase of the area under cultivation, with more intensive cultivation, unheard of accumulation of the capital incorporated with the soil and devoted to its working, an augmentation in the product of the soil without parallel in the history of English agriculture, plethoric rent rolls of landlords, and growing wealth of the capitalist farmers. If we take this, together with the swift unbroken extension of the markets, that is, the towns, and the reign of free trade, then the agricultural labourer was at last, post tot discrimina rerum, placed in circumstances that ought, secundum ariam, to have made him drunk with happiness. But Professor Rogers comes to the conclusion that the lot of the English agricultural labourer of today, not to speak of his predecessor in the last half of the 14th and in the 15th century, but only compared with his predecessor from 1770 to 1780, has changed for the worse to an extraordinary extent, that "the peasant has again become a serf, and a serf worse fed and worse clothed." Footnote. Rogers, Logocitato, page 693, page 10. Mr. Rogers belongs to the liberal school, is a personal friend of Cobden and Bright, and therefore no laudator temporis acti. End footnote. Dr. Julian Hunter, in his epoch-making report on the dwellings of the agricultural labourers, says, "The cost of the hind, a name for the agricultural labourer inherited from the time of serfdom, is fixed at the lowest possible amount on which he can live. The supplies of wages and shelter are not calculated on the profit to be derived from him. He is a zero in farming calculations." Footnote. Public Health, 7th Report, 1865, page 242. It is therefore nothing unusual either for the landlord to raise a labourer's rent as soon as he hears that he is earning a little more, or for the farmer to lower the wage of the labourer because his wife has found a trade. Logocitato. End footnote. The means of subsistence being always supposed to be a fixed quantity. Footnote. Logocitato, page 135. End footnote. As to any further reduction of his income, he may say nihil habeo, nihil curo. He has no fears for the future, because he has now only the spare supply necessary to keep him. He has reached the zero from which are dated the calculations of the farmer. Come what will, he has no share either in prosperity or adversity. End quote. Footnote. Logocitato, page 134. End footnote. In the year 1863, an official inquiry took place into the conditions of nourishment and labour of the criminals condemned to transportation and penal servitude. The results are recorded in 2 voluminous blue books. Among other things, it is said, quote, "From an elaborate comparison between the diet of convicts in the convict prisons in England and that of paupers in workhouses and of free labourers in the same country, it certainly appears that the former are much better fed than either of the 2 other classes." Footnote: Report of the Commissioners relating to Transportation and Penal Servitude, London, 1863, pages 42 and 50. End footnote. Whilst the amount of labour required from an ordinary convict under penal servitude is about 1/2 of what would be done by an ordinary day labourer. Footnote: Locus Citato, page 77, memoranda by the Lord Chief Justice. End footnote. A few characteristic depositions of witnesses. John Smith, governor of the Edinburgh prison, deposes, quote, "Number 5056. The diet of the English prisons is superior to that of ordinary labourers in England. Number 50. It is the fact that the ordinary agricultural labourers in Scotland very seldom get any meat at all. Answer number 3047. Is there anything that you are aware of to account for the necessity of feeding them very much better than ordinary labourers? Certainly not. Number 3048. Do you think that further experiments ought to be made in order to ascertain whether a dietary might not be hit upon for prisoners employed on public works nearly approaching to the dietary of free labourers? Footnote: Locus Citato, volume 11, Minutes of Evidence. End footnote. He, the agricultural labourer, might say, "I work hard, and have not enough to eat, and when in prison I did not work harder where I had plenty to eat, and therefore it is better for me to be in prison again than here." Footnote: Locus Citato, volume 1, appendix, page 280. End footnote. From the tables appended to the first volume of the report, I have compiled the annexed comparative summary. This table lists the weekly amount of nutrients of a convict in Portland, a sailor in the Navy, a soldier, a working coachmaker, a compositor, and an agricultural labourer, showing that the compositor and the agricultural labourer are the lowest of them all. End table. The general result of the inquiry by the Medical Commission of 1863 on the food of the lowest fat classes is already known to the reader. He will remember that the diet of a great part of the agricultural labourers' families is below the minimum necessary to arrest starvation diseases. This is especially the case in all the purely rural districts of Cornwall, Devon, Somerset, Wilts, Stafford, Oxford, Berks, and Herts. "The nourishment obtained by the labourer himself," says Dr. E. Smith, quote, "is larger than the average quantity indicates, since he eats a larger share, necessary to enable him to perform his labour, of food than the other members of the family, including in the poorer districts nearly all the meat and bacon. The quantity of food obtained by the wife and also by the children at the period of rapid growth is in many cases, in almost every county, deficient, and particularly in nitrogen." Footnote: Public Health, 6th Report, 1864, pages 238, 249, 261, and 262. End footnote. The male and female servants living with the farmers themselves are sufficiently nourished. Their number fell from 288,277 in 1851 to 204,962 in 1861. "The labour of women in the fields," says Dr. Smith, quote, "whatever may be its disadvantages, is under present circumstances of great advantage to the family, since it adds that amount of income which provides shoes and clothing and pays the rent, and thus enables the family to be better fed." Footnote: Locus Citato, page 262. End footnote. One of the most remarkable results of the inquiry was that the agricultural labourer of England, as compared with other parts of the United Kingdom, is considerably the worst fed, as the appended table shows. Quantities of carbon and nitrogen weekly consumed by an average agricultural adult: England, grains of carbon 46,673, grains of nitrogen 1,594. Wales, grains of carbon 48,354, grains of nitrogen 2,031. Scotland, grains of carbon 48,980, grains of nitrogen 2,348. Ireland, grains of carbon 43,366, grains of nitrogen 2,434. Footnote: Logocitato, page 17. The English agricultural labourer receives only a quart as much milk and half as much bread as the Irish. Arthur Young, in his tour in Ireland at the beginning of this century, already noticed the better nourishment of the latter. The reason is simply this, that the poor Irish farmer is incomparably more humane than the rich English. As regards Wales, that which is said in the text holds only for the south-west. All the doctors there agree that the increase of the death rate through tuberculosis, scrofula, etc., increases in intensity with the deterioration of the physical condition of the population, and all ascribe this deterioration to poverty. His, the farm labourer's, keep is reckoned at about 5d. a day, but in many districts it was said to be of much less cost to the farmer, himself very poor. A morsel of the salt meat or bacon, salted and dried to the texture of mahogany, and hardly worth the difficult process of assimilation, is used to flavour a large quantity of broth or gruel, of meal and leeks, and day after day this is the labourer's dinner. The advance of industry resulted for him, in this harsh and damp climate, in "the abandonment of the solid homespun clothing in favour of the cheap and so-called cotton goods," and of stronger drinks for the so-called tea. "The agriculturalist, after several hours' exposure to wind and rain, pins his cottage to sit by a fire of peat or of balls of clay and small coal kneaded together, from which volumes of carbonic and sulphurous acids are poured forth. His walls are of mud and stones, his floor the bare earth which was there before the hut was built, his roof a mass of loose and sodden thatch. Every crevice is topped to maintain warmth, and in an atmosphere of diabolic odour, with a mud floor, with his only clothes drying on his back, he often sups and sleeps with his wife and children." Obstetricians, who have passed parts of the night in such cabins, have described how they found their feet sinking in the mud of the floor, and they were forced, easy task, to drill a hole through the wall to effect a little private respiration. It was attested by numerous witnesses in various grades of life that to these insanitary influences, and many more, the underfed peasant was nightly exposed, and of the result, a debilitated and scrofulous people, there was no want of evidence. The statements of the relieving officers of Carmarthenshire and Cardiganshire show in a striking way the same state of things. There is besides "a plague more horrible still, the great number of idiots." Now a word on the climatic conditions. "A strong south-west wind blows over the whole country for 8 or 9 months in the year, bringing with it torrents of rain, which discharge principally upon the western slopes of the hills. Trees are rare, except in sheltered places, and where not protected are blown out of all shape. The cottages generally crouch on the some bank, or are often in a ravine or quarry, and none but the smallest sheep and native cattle can live on the pastures. The young people migrate to the eastern mining districts of Glamorgan and Monmouth. Carmarthenshire is the breeding ground of the mining population and their hospital. The population can therefore barely maintain its numbers." Thus in Cardiganshire, in 1851 there were 45,155 males and 52,459 females, while in 1861 there were 44,446 males and 52,955 females. Dr. Hunter's report in Public Health, 7th Report, 1865, pages 498 to 502. "To the insufficient quantity and miserable quality of the house accommodation generally had," says Dr. Simon in his official health report, "by our agricultural labourers, almost every page of Dr. Hunter's report bears testimony; and gradually, for many years past, the state of the labourer in these respects has been deteriorating, house room being now greatly more difficult for him to find, and, when found, greatly less suitable to his needs than perhaps for centuries has been the case. Especially within the last 20 or 30 years, the evil has been in very rapid increase, and the household circumstances of the labourer are now in the highest degree deplorable. Except in so far as they whom his labour enriches see fit to treat him with a kind of pitiful indulgence, he is quite peculiarly helpless in the matter. Whether he shall find house room on the land which he contributes to till, whether the house room which he gets shall be human or swinish, whether he shall have the little space of garden that so vastly lessens the pressures of his poverty, all this does not depend on his willingness and ability to pay reasonable rent for the decent accommodation he requires, but depends on the use which others may see fit to make of their right to do as they will with their own. However large may be a farm, there is no law that a certain proportion of labourers' dwellings, much less of decent dwellings, shall be upon it, nor does any law reserve for the labourer ever so little right in that soil to which his industry is as needful as sun and rain. An extraneous element weighs the balance heavily against him, the influence of the poor law in its provisions concerning settlement and chargeability. (Footnote. In 1865 this law was improved to some extent. It will soon be learned from experience that tinkering of this sort is of no use. End footnote. Under this influence, each parish has a pecuniary interest in reducing to a minimum the number of its resident labourers, for, unhappily, agricultural labour, instead of implying a safe and permanent independence for the hard-working labourer and his family, implies for the most part only a longer or shorter circuit to eventual pauperism, a pauperism which, during the whole circuit, is so near that any illness or temporary failure of occupation necessitates immediate recourse to parochial relief, and thus all residence of agricultural population in a parish is glaringly an addition to its poor rates. Large proprietors have but to resolve that there shall be no labourers' dwellings on their estates, and their estates will thenceforth be virtually free from half their responsibility for the poor. (Footnote. In order to understand that which follows, we must remember that close villages are those whose owners are one or two large landlords; open villages, those whose soil belongs to many smaller landlords. It is in the latter that building speculators can build cottages and lodging houses. End footnote. How far it has been intended in the English constitution and law that this kind of unconditional property in land should be acquirable, and that the landlord, doing as he wills with his own, should be able to treat the cultivators of the soil as aliens whom he may expel from his territory, is a question which I do not pretend to discuss. For that power of eviction does not exist only in theory; on a very large scale it prevails in practice, prevails as a main governing condition in the household circumstances of agricultural labour. As regards the extent of the evil, it may suffice to refer to the evidence which Dr. Hunter has compiled from the last census, that destruction of houses, notwithstanding increased local demands for them, had, during the last 10 years, been in progress in 821 separate parishes or townships of England, so that irrespectively of persons who had been forced to become non-resident, that is, in the parishes in which they work, these parishes and townships were receiving in 1861, as compared with 1851, a population 5 1/3 per cent greater, into house room 4 1/2 per cent less. When the process of depopulation has completed itself, the result, says Dr. Hunter, is a show village where the cottages have been reduced to a few, and where none but persons who are needed as shepherds, gardeners, or gamekeepers are allowed to live, regular servants who receive the good treatment usual to their class. (Footnote. A show village of this kind looks very nice, but is as unreal as the villages that Catherine II saw on her journey to the Crimea. In recent times the shepherd, also, has often been banished from these show villages. For example, near Market Harbour is a sheep farm of about 500 acres, which only employs the labour of one man. To reduce the long trudges over these wide plains, the beautiful pastures of Leicester and Northampton, the shepherd used to get a cottage on the farm. Now they give him a 13th shilling a week for lodging, that he must find far away in an open village. End footnote. But the land requires cultivation, and it will be found that the labourers employed upon it are not the tenants of the owner, but that they come from a neighbouring open village, perhaps 3 miles off, where a numerous small proprietary had received them when their cottages were destroyed in the close villages around. Where things are tending to the above result, often the cottages which stand testify in their unrepaired and wretched condition to the extinction to which they are doomed. They are seen standing in the various stages of natural decay. While the shelter holds together, the labourer is permitted to rent it, and glad enough he will often be to do so, even at the price of decent lodging. But no repair, no improvement shall it receive, except such as its penniless occupants can supply. And when at last it becomes quite uninhabitable even to the humblest standard of serfdom, it will be but one more destroyed cottage, and future poor rates will be somewhat lightened. While great owners are thus escaping from poor rates through the depopulation of lands over which they have control, the nearest town or open village receive the evicted laborers. The nearest, I say, but this nearest may mean 3 or 4 miles distant from the farm where the laborer has his daily toil. To that daily toil there will then have to be added, as though it were nothing, the daily need of walking 6 or 8 miles for power of earning his bread. And whatever farm work is done by his wife and children is done at the same disadvantage. Nor is this nearly all the toil which the distance occasions him. In the open village, cottage speculators buy scraps of land, which they throng as densely as they can with the cheapest of all possible hovels; and into those wretched habitations, which, even if they adjoin the open country, have some of the worst features of the worst town residences, crowd the agricultural labourers of England. [Footnote: The labourers' houses, in the open villages, which of course are always overcrowded, are usually in rows, built with their backs against the extreme edge of the plot of land which the builder could call his, and on this account are not allowed light and air, except from the front." Dr. Hunter's report, Locus Aetato, page 135. Very often the beer seller or grocer of the village is at the same time the letter of its houses. In this case the agricultural labourer finds in him a second master besides the farmer. He must be his customer as well as his tenant. "The hind with his 10 shillings a week, minus a rent of £4 a year, is obliged to buy at the seller's own terms, his modicum of tea, sugar, flour, soap, candies, and beer." Locus Aetato, page 132. These open villages form, in fact, the penal settlements of the English agricultural proletariat. Many of the cottages are simply lodging-houses, through which all the rabble of the neighbourhood passes. The country labourer and his family, who had often, in a way truly wonderful, preserved, under the foulest conditions, a thoroughness and purity of character, go, in these, utterly to the devil. It is of course the fashion amongst the aristocratic Shylocks to shrug their shoulders pharisaically at the building speculators, the small landlords, and the open villages. They know well enough that their close villages and show villages are the birthplaces of open villages, and could not exist without them. The labourers, were it not for the small owners, would, for by far the most part, have to sleep under the trees of the farms on which they work." Locus Aetato, page 135. The system of open and closed villages obtains in all the Midland counties and throughout the east of England. Nor, on the other hand, must it be supposed that even when the labourer is housed upon the lands which he cultivates, his household circumstances are generally such as his life of productive industry would seem to deserve. Even on princely estates his cottage may be of the meanest description. There are landlords who deem any sty good enough for their labourer and his family, and who yet do not disdain to drive with him the hardest possible bargain for rent. "The employer is, directly or indirectly, securing to himself the profit on a man employed at 10 shillings a week, and receiving from this poor hind 4 or 5 pounds annual rent for houses not worth 20 pounds in a really free market, but maintained at their artificial value by the power of the owner to say, 'Use my house, or go seek a hiring elsewhere, without a character from me.' Does a man wish to better himself, to go as a plate-layer on the railway, or to begin quarry work, the same power is ready with, 'Work for me at this low rate of wages, or be gone at a week's notice. Take your pig with you, and get what you can for the potatoes growing in your garden.' Should his interest appear to be better served by it, an enhanced rent is sometimes preferred in these cases by the owner, that is the farmer, as the penalty for leaving his service." Dr. Hunter, Locus Aetato, page 132. It may be but a ruinous one-bedroomed hut, having no fire grate, no privy, no opening window, no water supply but the ditch, no garden, but the labourer is helpless against the wrong, and the Nuisances Removal Acts are a mere dead letter, in great part dependent for their working on such cottage owners as the one from whom his, the labourer's, hovel is rented. From brighter but exceptional scenes, it is requisite in the interests of justice that attention should again be drawn to the overwhelming preponderance of facts which are a reproach to the civilization of England. Lamentable indeed must be the case when, notwithstanding all that is evident with regard to the quality of the present accommodation, it is the common conclusion of competent observers that even the general badness of dwellings is an evil infinitely less urgent than their mere numerical insufficiency. For years the overcrowding of rural labourers' dwellings has been a matter of deep concern, not only to persons who care for sanitary good, but to persons who care for decent and moral life. For, again and again, in phrases so uniform that they seem stereotyped, reporters on the spread of epidemic disease in rural districts have insisted on the extreme importance of that overcrowding as an influence which renders it a quite hopeless task to attempt the limiting of any infection which is introduced. And again it has been pointed out that, notwithstanding the many salubrious influences which there are in country life, the crowding which so favours the extension of contagious disease also favours the origination of disease which is not contagious; and those who have denounced the overcrowded state of our rural population have not been silent as to a further mischief. Even where their primary concern has been only with the injury to health, often almost perforce they have referred to other relations of the subject. In showing how frequently it happens that adult persons of both sexes, married and unmarried, are huddled together in single small sleeping rooms, their reports have carried the conviction that, under the circumstances they describe, decency must always be outraged, and morality almost of necessity must suffer. [Footnote: New married couples are no edifying study for grown-up brothers and sisters, and though instances must not be recorded, sufficient data are remembered to warrant the remark that great depression and sometimes death are the lot of the female participator in the offence of incest. Dr. Hunter, Locus Aetato, page 137. A member of the rural police, who had for many years been a detective in the worst quarters of London, says of the girls of his village, "Their boldness and shamelessness I never saw equalled during some years of police life and detective duty in the worst parts of London. They live like pigs, great boys and girls, mothers and fathers, all sleeping in one room, in many instances." The Child Employment Commission, 6th Report, 1867, page 77. Thus, for instance, in the appendix of my last annual report, Dr. Ord, reporting on an outbreak of fever at Wing, in Buckinghamshire, mentions how a young man who had come hither from Wingrave with fever, in the first days of his illness slept in a room with 9 other persons. Within a fortnight several of these persons were attacked, and in the course of a few weeks 5 out of the 9 had fever, and 1 died. From Dr. Harvey of St. George's Hospital, who, on private professional business, visited Wing during the time of the epidemic, I received information exactly in the sense of the above report. A young woman, having fever, lay at night in a room occupied by her father and mother, her bastard child, 2 young men, her brothers, and her 2 sisters, each with a bastard child, 10 persons in all. A few weeks ago 13 persons slept in it. Footnote: Public Health, 7th Report, 1865, pages 9 and 14. Dr. Hunter investigated 5,375 cottages of agricultural labourers, not only in the purely agricultural districts, but in all counties of England. Of these, 2,195 had only 1 bedroom, often at the same time used as living room, 2,930 only 2, and 250 more than 2. I will give a few specimens culled from a dozen counties. 1. Bedfordshire. Wrestlingworth. Bedrooms about 12 feet long and 10 broad, although many are smaller than this. The small one-storied cots are often divided by partitions into 2 bedrooms, 1 bed frequently in a kitchen, 5 feet 6 inches in height. Rent £3 a year. The tenants have to make their own privies, the landlord only supplies a hole. As soon as one has made a privy, it is made use of by the whole neighbourhood. One house, belonging to a family called Richardson, was of quite unapproachable beauty. Its plaster walls bulged very like a lady's dress in a curtsy. One gable end was convex, the other concave, and on this last, unfortunately, stood the chimney, a curved tube of clay and wood like an elephant's trunk. A long stick served as prop to prevent the chimney from falling. The doorway and window were rhomboidal. Of 17 houses visited, only 4 had more than 1 bedroom, and those 4 overcrowded. The cots with 1 bedroom sheltered 3 adults and 3 children, a married couple with 6 children, etc. Dunton. High rents, from £4 to £5. Weekly wages of the men, 10 shillings. They hope to pay the rent by the straw plaiting of the family. The higher the rent, the greater the number that must work together to pay it. 6 adults living with 4 children in one sleeping apartment pay £3 10 shillings for it. The cheapest house in Dunton, 15 feet long externally, 10 broad, let for £3. Only one of the houses investigated had 2 bedrooms. A little outside the village, a house whose tenants dunked against the house side, the lower 9 inches of the door eaten away through sheer rottenness. The doorway, a single opening closed at night by a few bricks, ingeniously pushed up after shutting and covered with some matting. Half a window with glass and frame had gone the way of all flesh. Here, without furniture, huddled together, were 3 adults and 5 children. Dunton is not worse than the rest of Biggleswade Union. 2. Berkshire. Beanham. In June 1864, a man, his wife, and 4 children lived in a cot, one-storied cottage. A daughter came home from service with scarlet fever. She died. 1 child sickened and died. The mother and 1 child were down with typhus when Dr. Hunter was called in. The father and 1 child slept outside, but the difficulty of securing isolation was seen here, for in the crowded market of the miserable village lay the linen of the fever-stricken household waiting for the wash. The rent of H.'s house, 1 shilling a week, 1 bedroom for man, wife, and 6 children. 1 house let for 8d. a week, 14 feet 6 inches long, 7 feet broad, kitchen 6 feet high, the bedroom without window, fireplace, door, or opening, except into the lobby, no garden. A man lived here for a little while, with 2 grown-up daughters and 1 grown-up son. Father and son slept on the bed, the girls in the passage. Each of the latter had a child while the family was living here, but one went to the workhouse for a confinement, and then came home. 3. Buckinghamshire. 30 cottages, on 1,000 acres of land, contained here about 130 to 140 persons. The parish of Bradenham comprises 1,000 acres. It numbered, in 1851, 36 houses and a population of 84 males and 54 females. This inequality of the sexes was partly remedied in 1861, when they numbered 98 males and 87 females, increase in 10 years of 14 men and 33 women. Meanwhile, the number of houses was 1 less. Winslow. Great part of this newly built in good style. Demand for houses appears very marked, since very miserable cots let at 1 shilling to 1 shilling 3d. per week. Water Eaton. Here the landlords, in view of the increasing population, have destroyed about 20% of the existing houses. A poor labourer, who had to go about 4 miles to his work, answered the question whether he could not find a cot nearer. No, they know better than to take a man in with my large family. Tinker's End, near Winslow. A bedroom in which were 4 adults and 4 children, 11 feet long, 9 feet broad, 6 feet 5 inches high at its highest part. Another 11 feet 3 inches by 9 feet, 5 feet 10 inches high, sheltered 6 persons. Each of these families had less space than is considered necessary for a convict. No house had more than 1 bedroom, not one of them a back door. Water very scarce. Weekly rent from 1 shilling 4d. to 2 shillings. In 16 of the houses visited, only 1 man that earned 10 shillings a week. The quantity of air for each person, under the circumstances just described, corresponds to that which you would have if you were shut up in a box of 4 feet measuring each way, the whole night. But then the ancient dens afforded a certain amount of unintentional ventilation. 4. Cambridgeshire. Gamblingay belongs to several landlords. It contains the wretchedest cots to be found anywhere. Much straw plaiting. A deadly lassitude, a hopeless surrendering up to filth, reigns in Gamblingay. The neglect in its centre becomes mortification at its extremities, north and south, where the houses are rotting to pieces. The absentee landlords bleed this poor rockery too freely. The rents are very high, 8 or 9 persons packed in 1 sleeping apartment, in 2 cases 6 adults, each with 1 or 2 children, in 1 small bedroom. 5. Essex. In this county, diminutions in the number of persons and of cottages go, in many parishes, hand in hand. In not less than 22 parishes, however, the destruction of houses has not prevented increase of population, or has not brought about that expulsion which, under the name migration to towns, generally occurs. In Fingringo, a parish of 3,443 acres, were in 1851 145 houses, in 1861 only 110. But the people did not wish to go away, and managed even to increase under these circumstances. In 1851, 252 persons inhabited 61 houses, but in 1861, 262 persons were squeezed into 49 houses. In Basildon, in 1851, 157 persons lived on 1,827 acres in 35 houses. At the end of 10 years, 180 persons in 27 houses. In the parishes of Frinkingo, Southambridge, Whitford, Basildon, and Ramsden Craigs, in 1851, 1,392 persons were living on 8,449 acres in 316 houses. In 1861, on the same area, 1,473 persons in 249 houses. 6. Hertfordshire. This little county has suffered more from the eviction spirit than any other in England. At Natby, overcrowded cottages generally, with only 2 bedrooms, belonging for the most part to the farmers. They easily let them for £3 or £4 a year, and paid a weekly wage of 9 shillings. 7. Huntingdon. Hertford had, in 1851, 87 houses. Shortly after this, 19 cottages were destroyed in this small parish of 1,720 acres. Population in 1831, 452. In 1852, 832. And in 1861, 341. 14 cottages, each with 1 bedroom, were visited. In one, a married couple, 3 grown-up sons, 1 grown-up daughter, 4 children. In all, 10. In another, 3 adults, 6 children. One of these rooms, in which 8 people slept, was 12 feet 10 inches long, 12 feet 2 inches broad, 6 feet 9 inches high. The average, without making any deduction for projections into the apartment, gave about 130 cubic feet per head. In the 14 sleeping rooms, 34 adults and 33 children. These cottages are seldom provided with gardens, but many of the inmates are able to farm small allotments at 10 shillings or 12 shillings per rood. These allotments are at a distance from the houses, which are without privies. The family "must either go to the allotment to deposit their ordures," or, as happens in this place, saving your presence, "use a closet with a trough set like a drawer in a set of drawers, and drawn out weekly, and conveyed to the allotment to be emptied where its contents were wanted." In Japan the circle of life conditions moves more decently than this. 8. Lincolnshire. Langtoft. A man lives here, in Wright's house, with his wife, her mother, and 5 children. The house has a front kitchen, scullery, bedroom over the front kitchen and bedroom, 12 feet 2 inches by 9 feet 5 inches, the whole ground floor 21 feet 2 inches by 9 feet 5 inches. The bedroom is a garret. The walls run together into the roof like a sugar loaf, dormer window opening in front. Why did he live here? On account of the garden? No, it is very small. Rent? High, 1 shilling 3d per week. Near his work? No, 6 miles away, so that he walks daily to and fro 12 miles. He lived there because it was a tenantable cot, and because he wanted to have a cot for himself alone, anywhere, at any price, and in any conditions. The following are the statistics of 12 houses in Langtoft, with 12 bedrooms, 38 adults, and 36 children. A summary of the table. This table shows that the total number of persons in those 12 houses varies from 2 to 9 for 1 bedroom per house. End of table. 9. Kent. Kennington. Very seriously overpopulated in 1859, when diphtheria appeared, and the parish doctor instituted a medical inquiry into the condition of the poorer classes. He found that in this locality, where much labour is employed, various cots had been destroyed and no new ones built. In one district stood 4 houses, named bird cages. Each had 4 rooms of the following dimensions in feet and inches. Kitchen, 9 feet 5 by 8 feet 11 by 6 feet 6. Scullery, 8 feet 6 by 4 feet 6 by 6 feet 6. Bedroom, 8 feet 5 by 5 feet 10 by 6 feet 3. Bedroom, 8 feet 3 by 8 feet 4 by 6 feet 3. 10. Northamptonshire. Brynworth, Pickford and Flor. In these villages, in the winter, 2,030 men were lounging about the streets from want of work. The farmers do not always till sufficiently the corn and turnip lands, and the landlord has found it best to throw all his farms together into 2 or 3. Hence want of employment. Whilst on one side of the wall the land calls for labour, on the other side the defrauded labourers are casting at it longing glances. Feverishly overworked in summer, and half-starved in winter, it is no wonder if they say in their peculiar dialect, "The parson and gentlefolk seem frit to death at them." At Flor, instances, in one bedroom with the smallest size, of couples with 4, 5, 6 children, 3 adults with 5 children, a couple with grandfather and 6 children down with scarlet fever, etc. In 2 houses with 2 bedrooms, 2 families of 8 and 9 adults respectively. 11. Wiltshire. Stratton. 31 houses visited, 8 with only 1 bedroom. Pentle in the same parish. A cot let at 1 shilling 3d weekly, with 4 adults and 4 children. Had nothing good about it, except the walls, from the floor of rough-hewn pieces of stone to the roof of worn-out thatch. 12. Worcestershire. House destruction here not quite so excessive, yet from 1851 to 1861 the number of inhabitants to each house on the average has risen from 4.2 to 4.6. Batsy. Many cots and little gardens here. Some of the farmers declare that the cots are a great nuisance here, because they bring the poor. On the statement of one gentleman, "The poor are none the better for them. If you build 500 they will let fast enough. In fact, the more you build, the more they want." According to him, the houses give birth to the inhabitants, who then by a law of nature press on the means of housing. Dr. Hunter remarks, quote, "Now these poor must come from somewhere, and as there is no particular attraction, such as doles, at Batsy, it must be repulsion from some other unfit place, which will send them here. If each could find an allotment near his work, he would not prefer Batsy, where he pays for his scrap of ground twice as much as the farmer pays for his." End quote. The continual emigration to the towns, the continual formation of surplus population in the country through the concentration of farms, conversion of arable land into pasture, machinery, etc., and the continual eviction of the agricultural population by the destruction of their cottages, go hand in hand. The more empty the district is of men, the greater is its relative surplus population, the greater is their pressure on the means of employment, the greater is the absolute excess of the agricultural population over the means for housing it, the greater, therefore, in the villages is the local surplus population, and the most pestilential packing together of human beings. The packing together of knots of men in scattered little villages and small country towns corresponds to the forcible draining of men from the surface of the land. The continuous superseding of the agricultural labourers, in spite of their diminishing number and the increasing mass of their products, gives birth to their pauperism. Their pauperism is ultimately a motive to their eviction, and the chief source of their miserable housing, which breaks down their last power of resistance, and makes them more slaves of the landed proprietors and the farmers. Footnote. Quote, "The heaven-born employment of the hind gives dignity even to his position. He is not a slave, but a soldier of peace, and deserves his place in married men's quarters to be provided by the landlord, who has claimed a power of enforced labour similar to that which the country demands of the soldier. He no more receives market price for his work than does the soldier. Like the soldier, he is caught young, ignorant, knowing only his own trade and his own locality. Early marriage and the operation of the various laws of settlement affect the one, as enlistment and the Mutiny Act affect the other." End quote. Dr. Hunter, Locus Citato, page 132. Sometimes an exceptionally soft-hearted landlord relents at the solitude he has created. Quote, "It is a melancholy thing to stand alone in one's country," said Lord Leicester, when complimented on the completion of Hookham. Quote, "I look around, and not a house is to be seen but mine. I am the giant of Giant Castle, and have eat up all my neighbours." End quote. End footnote. Thus the minimum of wages becomes a law of nature to them. On the other hand, the land, in spite of its constant relative surplus population, is at the same time underpopulated. This is seen not only locally at the points where the efflux of men to towns, mines, railroad making, etc., is most marked. It is to be seen everywhere, in harvest time as well as in spring and summer, at those frequently recurring times when English agriculture, so careful and intensive, wants extra hands. There are always too many agricultural labourers for the ordinary, and always too few for the exceptional or temporary needs of the cultivation of the soil. (Footnote. A similar movement is seen during the last 10 years in France. In proportion as capitalist production there takes possession of agriculture, it drives the surplus agricultural population into the towns. Here also we find deterioration in the housing and other conditions at the source of the surplus population. On the special prolétariat foncier to which this system of parcelling out the land has given rise, see, among others, the work of Collins, already quoted, and Karl Marx, Der 18. Brumaire des Louis Bonaparte, 2nd edition, Hamburg, 1869, pages 56, etc. In 1846, the town population in France was represented by 24.42, the agricultural by 75.58. In 1861, the town by 28.86, the agricultural by 71.14%. During the last 5 years, the diminution of the agricultural percentage of the population has been yet more marked. As early as 1846, Pierre Dupont in his Ouvrier sang Mal vêtus, logés dans des trous, sous les combles, dans les décombres, nous vivons avec les hiboux, et les larrons, amis des ombres. End footnote. Quote, hence we find in the official documents contradictory complaints from the same places of deficiency and excess of labour simultaneously. The temporary or local want of labour brings about no rise in wages, but a forcing of the women and children into the fields, and exploitation at an age constantly lowered. As soon as the exploitation of the women and children takes place on a larger scale, it becomes in turn a new means of making a surplus population of the male agricultural labourer, and of keeping down his wage. In the east of England thrives a beautiful fruit of this vicious circle, the so-called gang system, to which I must briefly return here. (Footnote. Sixth and last report of the Children's Employment Commission, published at the end of March, 1867. It deals solely with the agricultural gang system. End footnote. The gang system obtains almost exclusively in the counties of Lincoln, Huntingdon, Cambridge, Norfolk, Suffolk, and Nottingham, here and there in the neighbouring counties of Northampton, Bedford, and Rutland. Lincolnshire will serve us as an example. A large part of this county is new land, marsh formerly, or even, as in others of the eastern counties just named, one lately from the sea. The steam engine has worked wonders in the way of drainage. What were once fens and sandbanks bear now a luxuriant sea of corn and the highest of rents. The same thing holds of the alluvial lands won by human endeavour, as in the island of Exholm and other parishes on the banks of the Trent. In proportion as the new farms arose, not only were no new cottages built, old ones were demolished, and the supply of labour had to come from open villages, miles away, by long roads that wound along the sides of the hills. There alone had the population formerly found shelter from the incessant floods of the winter time. The labourers that dwell on the farms of 400 to 1,000 acres, they are called confined labourers, are solely employed on such kinds of agricultural work as is permanent, difficult, and carried on by aid of horses. For every 100 acres there is, on an average, scarcely one cottage. A fen farmer, for example, gave evidence before the Commission of Inquiry. Quote, I farm 320 acres, all arable land. I have not one cottage on my farm. I have only one labourer on my farm now. I have 4 horsemen lodging about. We get light work done by gangs. End quote. Footnote. Children's Employment Commission, 6th Report, Evidence 173, page 37. End footnote. The soil requires much light field labour, such as weeding, hoeing, certain processes of manuring, removing of stones, etc. This is done by the gangs, or organised bands that dwell in the open villages. The gang consists of 10 to 40 or 50 persons, women, young persons of both sexes, 13 to 18 years of age, although the boys are for the most part eliminated at the age of 13, and children of both sexes, 6 to 13 years of age. At the head is the gang master, always an ordinary agricultural labourer, generally what is called a bad lot, a scapegrace, unsteady, drunken, but with a dash of enterprise and savoir-faire. He is the recruiting sergeant for the gang, which works under him, not under the farmer. He generally arranges with the latter for piecework, and his income, which on the average is not very much above that of an ordinary agricultural labourer, depends almost entirely upon the dexterity with which he manages to extract within the shortest time the greatest possible amount of labour from his gang. Some gang masters, however, have worked themselves up to the position of farmers of 500 acres, or proprietors of whole rows of houses. The farmers have discovered that women work steadily only under the direction of men, but that women and children, once set going, impetuously spend their life force, as Fourier knew, while the adult male labourer is shrewd enough to economize his as much as he can. The gang master goes from one farm to another, and thus employs his gang from 6 to 8 months in the year. Employment by him is therefore much more lucrative and more certain for the labouring families than employment by the individual farmer, who only employs children occasionally. This circumstance so completely rivets his influence in the open villages that children are generally only to be hired through his instrumentality. The lending out of these individually, independently of the gang, is his second trade. The drawbacks of the system are the overwork of the children and young persons, the enormous marches that they make daily to and from the farms, 5, 6, and sometimes 7 miles distant; finally, the demoralization of the gang. Although the gang master, who in some districts is called the driver, is armed with a long stick, he uses it but seldom, and complaints of brutal treatment are exceptional. He is a democratic emperor, or a kind of Pied Piper of Hamelin. He must therefore be popular with his subjects, and he binds them to himself by the charms of the gypsy life under his direction. Coarse freedom, a noisy jollity, and obscenest impudence give attractions to the gang. Generally the gang master pays up in a public house, then he returns home at the head of the procession reeling drunk, propped up right and left by a stalwart virago, while children and young persons bring up the rear, boisterous, and singing chaffing and bawdy songs. On the return journey what Fourier calls phanerogamy is the order of the day. The getting with child of girls of 13 and 14 by their male companions of the same age is common. The open villages which supply the contingent of the gang become Sodoms and Gomorrahs, and have twice as high a rate of illegitimate births as the rest of the kingdom. Half the girls of Ludford have been ruined by going out in gangs. Locus Aeteto, page 6, paragraph 32. The moral character of girls bred in these schools when married women was shown above. Their children, when opium does not give them the finishing stroke, are born recruits of the gang. The gang in its classical form, just described, is called the public, common, or tramping gang, for there are also private gangs. These are made up in the same way as the common gang, but count fewer members, and work, not under a gang master, but under some old farm servant, whom the farmer does not know how to employ in any better way. The gypsy fund has vanished here, but according to all witnesses the payment and treatment of the children is worse. The gang system, which during the last years has steadily increased, clearly does not exist for the sake of the gang master. They, gangs, have greatly increased of late years. In some places they are said to have been introduced at comparatively late dates; in others, where gangs have been known for many years, more and younger children are employed in them." Locus Aeteto, page 79, paragraph 174. It exists for the enrichment of the large farmers, and indirectly of the landlords. "Small farmers never employ gangs." "It is not on poor land, but on land which affords rent of from 40 to 50 shillings, that women and children are employed in the greatest numbers." Locus Aeteto, pages 17 and 14. To one of these gentlemen the taste of his rent was so grateful that he indignantly declared to the Commission of Inquiry that the whole hubbub was only due to the name of the system. If instead of gang it were called the Agricultural Juvenile Industrial Self-Supporting Association, everything would be all right. For the farmer there is no more ingenious method of keeping his labourers well below the normal level, and yet of always having an extra hand ready for extra work, of extracting the greatest possible amount of labour with the least possible amount of money, and of making adult male labor redundant. Footnote: quote, "Gang work is cheaper than other work, that is why they are employed," end quote, says a former gang master. Locus Aetato, page 17, paragraph 14. Quote, "The gang system is decidedly the cheapest for the farmer, and decidedly the worst for the children," end quote, says a farmer. Locus Aetato, page 16, paragraph 3. End footnote. From the exposition already made, it will be understood why, on the one hand, a greater or less lack of employment for the agricultural labourer is admitted, while, on the other, the gang system is at the same time declared necessary on account of the want of adult male labour and its migration to the towns. Footnote: quote, "Undoubtedly much of the work now done by children in gangs used to be done by men and women. More men are out of work now where children and women are employed than formerly." End quote. Locus Aetato, page 43, paragraph 202. On the other hand, quote, "the labour question in some agricultural districts, particularly the arable, is becoming so serious in consequence of emigration, and the facility afforded by railways for getting to large towns, that I" (the I is the steward of a great lord) "think the services of children are most indispensable." End quote. Locus Aetato, page 80, paragraph 180. For the labour question in English agricultural districts, differently from the rest of the civilized world, means the landlord's and farmer's question, that is, how is it possible, despite an always increasing exodus of the agricultural folk, to keep up a sufficient relative surplus population in the country, and by means of it keep the wages of the agricultural labourer at a minimum. End footnote. The cleanly weeded land and the uncleanly human weeds of Lincolnshire are pole and counterpole of capitalistic production. Footnote: the Public Health Report, where in dealing with the subject of children's mortality the gang system is treated in passing, remains unknown to the press, and therefore to the English public. On the other hand, the last report of the Children's Employment Commission afforded the press sensational copy always welcome. Whilst the liberal press asked how the fine gentlemen and ladies and the well-paid clergy of the State Church, with whom Lincolnshire swarms, could allow such a system to arise on their estates, under their very eyes, they who send out expressly missions to the Antipodes for the improvement of the morals of South Sea Islanders, the more refined press confined itself to reflections on the coarse degradation of the agricultural population, who are capable of selling their children into such slavery. Under the accursed conditions to which these delicate people condemn the agricultural labourer, it would not be surprising if he ate his own children. What is really wonderful is the healthy integrity of character he has in great part retained. The official reports prove that the parents, even in the gang districts, loathe the gang system. Quote, "There is much in the evidence that shows that the parents of the children would, in many instances, be glad to be aided by the requirements of a legal obligation to resist the pressure and the temptations to which they are often subject. They are liable to be urged, at times by the parish officers, at times by the employers, under threats of being themselves discharged, to be taken to work at an age when school attendance would be manifestly to their greater advantage. All that time and strength wasted, all the suffering from extra and unprofitable fatigue produced to the labourer and to his children, every instance in which the parent may have traced the moral ruin of his child to the undermining of delicacy by the overcrowding of cottages, or to the contaminating influences of the public gang, must have been so many incentives to feelings in the minds of the labouring poor which can be well understood, and which it would be needless to particularize. They must be conscious that much bodily and mental pain has thus been inflicted upon them from causes for which they were in no way answerable, to which, had it been in their power, they would have in no way consented, and against which they were powerless to struggle." End quote. Locus Aetato, page Roman numeral 20, paragraph 82, and Roman numeral 23, page 96. End footnote. End of Part 7, Chapter 25, Section 5, Part E. Chapter 25, Section 5, Part F of Capital Volume 1, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Capital: A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 7. The Accumulation of Capital. Chapter 25. The General Law of Capitalist Accumulation. Section 5. Illustrations of the General Law of Capitalist Accumulation. Part F. Ireland. In concluding this section, we must travel for a moment to Ireland. First, the main facts of the case. The population of Ireland had, in 1841, reached 8,222,664. In 1851, it had dwindled to 6,623,985. In 1861, to 5,850,309. In 1866, to 5.5 millions, nearly to its level in 1801. The diminution began with the famine year, 1846, so that Ireland, in less than 20 years, lost more than 5/16 of its people. Footnote: Population of Ireland, 1801, 5,319,867 persons. 1811, 6,084,996. 1821, 6,869,544. 1831, 7,828,347. 1841, 8,222,664. End footnote. Its total emigration from May 1851 to July 1865 numbered 1,591,487. The emigration during the years 1861 to 1865 was more than 500,000. The number of inhabited houses fell, from 1851 to 1861, by 52,990. From 1851 to 1861, the number of holdings of 15 to 30 acres increased 61,000, that of holdings over 30 acres 109,000, whilst the total number of all farms fell 120,000, a fall therefore solely due to the suppression of farms under 15 acres, that is, to their centralization. The decrease of the population was naturally accompanied by a decrease in the mass of products. For our purpose, it suffices to consider the 5 years from 1861 to 1865, during which over 500,000 emigrated, and the absolute number of people sank by more than 1/3 of a million. From the table in the text it results that there was an absolute decrease in horses of 71,944. An absolute decrease in cattle of 112,960, but an absolute increase in sheep of 146,662, and an absolute increase in pigs of 28,821. Footnote: The result would be found yet more unfavorable if we went further back. Thus, sheep in 1865, 3,688,742, but in 1856, 3,694,294. Pigs in 1865, 1,299,893, but in 1858, 1,409,883. End footnote. Let us now turn to agriculture, which yields the means of subsistence for cattle and for man. In the following table is calculated the decrease or increase for each separate year as compared with its immediate predecessor. The cereal crops include wheat, oats, barley, rye, beans, and peas. The green crops, potatoes, turnips, marigolds, beetroot, cabbages, carrots, parsnips, vetches, etc. A summary of the table. It shows an absolute decrease of the total cultivated land, and an absolute decrease of cereal crop and green crop over the years, while the area covered with grass and clover and with flax, is increased during those years. End of table. In the year 1865, 127,470 additional acres came under the heading grassland, chiefly because the area under the heading of bog and waste unoccupied decreased by 101,543 acres. If we compare 1865 with 1864, there is a decrease in cereals of 246,667 acres, of which 480,999 were wheat, 160,605 oats, 29,892 barley, etc. The decrease in potatoes was 446,398 tons, although the area of their cultivation increased in 1865. From the movement of population and the agricultural produce of Ireland, we pass to the movement in the purse of its landlords, larger farmers, and industrial capitalists. It is reflected in the rise and fall of the income tax. It may be remembered that Schedule D, profits with the exception of those of farmers, includes also the so-called professional profits, that is, the incomes of lawyers, doctors, etc., and the Schedules C and E, in which no special details are given, include the incomes of employees, officers, state sinecurists, state fund holders, etc. Under Schedule D, the average annual increase of income from 1853 to 1864 was only 0.93, whilst in the same period in Great Britain it was 4.58. The following table shows the distribution of the profits, with the exception of those of farmers, for the years 1864 and 1865. England, a country with fully developed capitalist production and preeminently industrial, would have bled to death with such a drain of population as Ireland has suffered. But Ireland is at present only an agricultural district of England, marked off by a wide channel from the country to which it yields corn, wool, cattle, industrial, and military recruits. The depopulation of Ireland has thrown much of the land out of cultivation, has greatly diminished the produce of the soil, and, in spite of the greater area devoted to cattle breeding, has brought about, in some of its branches, an absolute diminution, in others an advance scarcely worthy of mention, and constantly interrupted by retrogressions. Footnote: if the product also diminishes relatively per acre, it must not be forgotten that for a century and a half England has indirectly exported the soil of Ireland, without as much as allowing its cultivators the means for making up the constituents of the soil that had been exhausted. End footnote. Nevertheless, with the fall in numbers of the population, rents and farmers' profits rose, although the latter not as steadily as the former. The reason of this is easily comprehensible. On the one hand, with the throwing of small holdings into large ones, and the change of arable into pasture land, a larger part of the whole produce was transformed into surplus produce. The surplus produce increased, although the total produce, of which it formed a fraction, decreased. On the other hand, the money value of this surplus produce increased yet more rapidly than its mass, in consequence of the rise in the English market price of meat, wool, etc., during the last 20, and especially during the last 10 years. The scattered means of production that serve the producers themselves as means of employment and of subsistence, without expanding their own value by the incorporation of the labor of others, are no more capital than a product consumed by its own producer is a commodity. If, with the mass of the population, that of the means of production employed in agriculture also diminished, the mass of the capital employed in agriculture increased, because a part of the means of production that were formerly scattered was concentrated and turned into capital. The total capital of Ireland outside agriculture, employed in industry and trade, accumulated during the last 2 decades slowly and with great and constantly recurring fluctuations. So much the more rapidly did the concentration of its individual constituents develop. And, however small its absolute increase, in proportion to the dwindling population it had increased largely. Here, then, under our own eyes and on a large scale, a process is revealed, than which nothing more excellent could be wished for by orthodox economy for the support of its dogma: that misery springs from absolute surplus population, and that equilibrium is re-established by depopulation. This is a far more important experiment than was the plague in the middle of the 14th century, so belauded of Malthusians. Note further, if only the naivete of the schoolmaster could apply to the conditions of production and population of the 19th century the standard of the 14th, this naivete, into the bargain, overlooked the fact that whilst, after the plague and the decimation that accompanied it, followed on this side of the Channel, in England, enfranchisement and enrichment of the agricultural population, on that side, in France, followed greater servitude and more misery. [Footnote: As Ireland is regarded as the promised land of the principle of population, Th. Sadler, before the publication of his work on population, issued his famous book Ireland, its Evils and their Remedies. 2nd edition, London, 1829. Here, by comparison of the statistics of the individual provinces and of the individual counties in each province, he proves that the misery there is not, as Malthus would have it, in proportion to the number of the population, but in inverse ratio to this. The Irish famine of 1846 killed more than 1,000,000 people, but it killed poor devils only. To the wealth of the country it did not the slightest damage. The exodus of the next 20 years, an exodus still constantly increasing, did not, as, for example, the 30 Years' War, decimate, along with the human beings, their means of production. Irish genius discovered an altogether new way of spiriting a poor people thousands of miles away from the scene of its misery. The exiles transplanted to the United States sent home sums of money every year as travelling expenses for those left behind. Every troop that emigrates one year draws another after it the next. Thus, instead of costing Ireland anything, emigration forms one of the most lucrative branches of its export trade. Finally, it is a systematic process which does not simply make a passing gap in the population, but sucks out of it every year more people than are replaced by the births, so that the absolute level of the population falls year by year. Footnote: Between 1851 and 1874, the total number of emigrants amounted to 2,325,922. End footnote. What were the consequences for the Irish labourers left behind and freed from the surplus population? That the relative surplus population is today as great as before 1846, that wages are just as low, that the oppression of the labourers has increased, that misery is forcing the country towards a new crisis. The facts are simple. The revolution in agriculture has kept pace with emigration. The production of relative surplus population has more than kept pace with the absolute depopulation. A glance at Table C shows that the change of arable to pasture land must work yet more acutely in Ireland than in England. In England, the cultivation of green crops increases with the breeding of cattle. In Ireland, it decreases. Whilst a large number of acres that were formerly tilled lie idle or are turned permanently into grassland, a great part of the waste land and peat bogs that were unused formerly become of service for the extension of cattle breeding. The smaller and medium farmers, I reckon among these all who do not cultivate more than 100 acres, still make up about 8 out of 10 of the whole number. Footnote: According to a table in Murphy's Ireland Industrial, Political and Social, 1870, 94.6% of the holdings do not reach 100 acres, 5.4 exceed 100 acres. End footnote. They are one after the other, and with a degree of force unknown before, crushed by the competition of an agriculture managed by capital, and therefore they continually furnish new recruits to the class of wage labourers. The one great industry of Ireland, linen manufacture, requires relatively few adult men, and only employs altogether, in spite of its expansion since the price of cotton rose in 1861 to 1866, a comparatively insignificant part of the population. Like all other great modern industries, it constantly produces, by incessant fluctuations, a relative surplus population within its own sphere, even with an absolute increase in the mass of human beings absorbed by it. The misery of the agricultural population forms the pedestal for gigantic shirt factories, whose armies of labourers are, for the most part, scattered over the country. Here we encounter again the system described above of domestic industry, which in underpayment and overwork possesses its own systematic means for creating supernumerary laborers. Finally, although the depopulation has not such destructive consequences as would result in a country with fully developed capitalistic production, it does not go on without constant reaction upon the home market. The gap which emigration causes here limits not only the local demand for labor, but also the incomes of small shopkeepers, artisans, tradespeople generally. Hence the diminution in incomes between £60 and £100 in Table E. A clear statement of the condition of the agricultural labourers in Ireland is to be found in the reports of the Irish Poor Law Inspectors, 1870. Footnote: Reports from the Poor Law Inspectors on the wages of agricultural labourers in Dublin, 1870. See also Agricultural Labourers, Ireland, Return, etc. 8 March 1861, London, 1862. End footnote. Officials of a government which is maintained only by bayonets and by a state of siege, now open, now disguised, they have to observe all the precautions of language that their colleagues in England disdain. In spite of this, however, they do not let their government cradle itself in illusions. According to them, the rate of wages in the country, still very low, has within the last 20 years risen 50 to 60%, and stands now, on the average, at 6s. to 9s. per week. But behind this apparent rise is hidden an actual fall in wages, for it does not correspond at all to the rise in price of the necessary means of subsistence that has taken place in the meantime. For proof, the following extract from the official accounts of an Irish workhouse. Average weekly cost per head, year ended 29th of September 1849, provisions and necessaries, 1s. 3 1/4 pence, clothing 3d, total 1s. 6 1/4 pence. 29th September 1869, provisions and necessaries, 2s. 7 1/4 pence, clothing 6d, total 3s. 1 1/4 pence. The price of the necessary means of subsistence is therefore fully twice, and that of clothing exactly twice, as much as they were 20 years before. Even apart from this disproportion, the mere comparison of the rate of wages expressed in gold would give a result far from accurate. Before the famine, the great mass of agricultural wages were paid in kind, only the smallest part in money. Today, payment in money is the rule. From this it follows that, whatever the amount of the real wage, its money rate must rise. Previous to the famine, the labourer enjoyed his cabin, with a rood or half-acre or acre of land, and facilities for a crop of potatoes. He was able to rear his pig and keep fowl. But they now have to buy bread, and they have no refuse upon which they can feed a pig or fowl, and they have consequently no benefit from the sale of a pig, fowl, or eggs. Footnote: Locus pages 29 and 1. In fact, formerly the agricultural labourers were but the smallest of the small farmers, and formed for the most part a kind of rearguard of the medium and large farms on which they found employment. Only since the catastrophe of 1846 have they begun to form a fraction of the class of purely wage labourers, a special class, connected with its wage masters only by monetary relations. We know what were the conditions of their dwellings in 1846. Since then they have grown yet worse. A part of the agricultural labourers, which, however, grows less day by day, dwell still on the holdings of the farmers in overcrowded huts, whose hideousness far surpasses the worst that the English agricultural labourers offered us in this way; and this holds generally, with the exception of certain tracts of Ulster, in the south in the counties of Cork, Limerick, Kilkenny, etc., in the east in Wicklow, Wexford, etc., in the centre of Ireland in King's and Queen's County, Dublin, etc., in the west in Sligo, Roscommon, Mayo, Galway, etc. "The agricultural labourers' huts," an inspector cries out, "are a disgrace to the Christianity and to the civilization of his country." Footnote: Locus page 12. In order to increase the attractions of these holes for the laborers, the pieces of land belonging thereto from time immemorial are systematically confiscated. The mere sense that they exist subject to this species of ban, on the part of the landlords and their agents, has given birth in the minds of the laborers to corresponding sentiments of antagonism and dissatisfaction towards those by whom they are thus led to regard themselves as being treated as a proscribed race." Footnote: Logocitato, page 12. The first act of the agricultural revolution was to sweep away the huts situated on the field of labor. This was done on the largest scale, and as if in obedience to a command from on high. Thus many laborers were compelled to seek shelter in villages and towns. There they were thrown like refuge into garrets, holes, cellars and corners, in the worst black slums. Thousands of Irish families, who according to the testimony of the English, eaten up as these are with national prejudice, are notable for their rare attachment to the domestic hearth, for their gaiety and the purity of their home life, found themselves suddenly transplanted into hotbeds of vice. The men are now obliged to seek work of the neighbouring farmers, and are only hired by the day, and therefore under the most precarious form of wage. Hence, "they sometimes have long distances to go to and from work, often get wet, and suffer much hardship, not unfrequently ending in sickness, disease, and want." Footnote: Logocitato, page 25. "The towns have had to receive from year to year what was deemed to be the surplus labor of the rural division. And then people still wonder there is still a surplus of labor in the towns and villages, and either a scarcity or a threatened scarcity in some of the country divisions. The truth is that this want only becomes perceptible in harvest time or during spring, at such times as agricultural operations are carried on with activity; at other periods of the year many hands are idle. That, from the digging out of the main crop of potatoes in October until the early spring following, there is no employment for them; and further, that during the active times they are subject to broken days and to all kinds of interruptions." Footnote: Logocitato, pages 1, 25, 27, 31, and 32. These results of the agricultural revolution, that is, the change of arable into pasture land, the use of machinery, the most rigorous economy of labor, etc., are still further aggravated by the model landlords, who, instead of spending their rents in other countries, condescend to live in Ireland on their domains. In order that the law of supply and demand may not be broken, these gentlemen draw their "labor supply chiefly from their small tenants, who are obliged to attend, when required to do the landlord's work, at rates of wages, in many instances, considerably under the current rates paid to ordinary laborers, and without regard to the inconvenience or loss to the tenant of being obliged to neglect his own business at critical periods of sowing or reaping." Footnote: Logocitato, page 30. The uncertainty and irregularity of employment, the constant return and long duration of gluts of labor, all these symptoms of a relative surplus population, figure, therefore, in the reports of the Poor Law Administration, as so many hardships of the agricultural proletariat. It will be remembered that we met in the English agricultural proletariat with a similar spectacle. But the difference is that in England, an industrial country, the industrial reserve recruits itself from the country districts, whilst in Ireland, an agricultural country, the agricultural reserve recruits itself from the towns, the cities of refuge of the expelled agricultural labourers. In the former, the supernumeraries of agriculture are transformed into factory operatives; in the latter, those forced into the towns, whilst at the same time they press on the wages in towns, remain agricultural labourers, and are constantly sent back to the country districts in search of work. The official inspectors sum up the material condition of the agricultural labourer as follows: "Though living with the strictest frugality, his own wages are barely sufficient to provide food for an ordinary family and pay his rent, and he depends upon other sources for the means of clothing himself, his wife, and children. The atmosphere of these cabins, combined with the other privations they are subjected to, has made this class particularly susceptible to low fever and pulmonary consumption." Footnote: Locus Citato, pages 21 and 13. After this, it is no wonder that, according to the unanimous testimony of the inspectors, a sombre discontent runs through the ranks of this class, that they long for the return of the past, loathe the present, despair of the future, give themselves up to the evil influence of agitators, and have only one fixed idea, to emigrate to America. This is the land of cocaine, into which the great Malthusian panacea, depopulation, has transformed green Erin. What a happy life the Irish factory operative leads, one example will show. "On my recent visit to the north of Ireland," says the English factory inspector Robert Baker, "I met with the following evidence of effort in an Irish skilled workman to afford education to his children, and I give his evidence verbatim, as I took it from his mouth. That he was a skilled factory hand may be understood when I say that he was employed on goods for the Manchester market." Johnson: "I am a beetler, and work from 6 in the morning till 11 at night, from Monday to Friday. Saturday we leave off at 6 p.m., and get 3 hours of it, for meals and rest. I have 5 children in all. For this work I get 10 shillings 6pence a week. My wife works here also, and gets 5 shillings a week. The oldest girl, who is 12, minds the house. She is also cook, and all the servant we have. She gets the young ones ready for school. A girl going past the house wakes me at 5:30 in the morning. My wife gets up and goes along with me. We get nothing to eat before we come to work. The child of 12 takes care of the little children all the day, and we get nothing till breakfast at 8. At 8 we go home. We get tea once a week. At other times we get stirabout, sometimes of oatmeal, sometimes of Indian meal, as we are able to get it. In the winter we get a little sugar and water to our Indian meal. In the summer we get a few potatoes, planting a small patch ourselves, and when they are done we get back to stirabout. Sometimes we get a little milk, as it may be. So we go on from day to day, Sunday and weekday, always the same the year round. I am always very much tired when I have done at night. We may see a bit of flesh meat sometimes, but very seldom. 3 of our children attend school, for whom we pay 1 pence a week a head. Our rent is 9 shillings a week. Peat for firing costs 1 shilling 6pence a fortnight at the very lowest." Footnote: Report of Inspectors of Factories, 31st October 1866, page 96. Such are Irish wages, such is Irish life. In fact, the misery of Ireland is again the topic of the day in England. At the end of 1866 and the beginning of 1867, one of the Irish land magnates, Lord Dufferin, set about its solution in the Times. Wie menschlich von solch großen Herren. From Table E we saw that during 1864, of £4,368,610 sterling of total profits, 3 surplus value makers pocketed only £262,819 sterling. That in 1865, however, out of £4,669,979 sterling total profits, the same 3 virtuosi of abstinence pocketed £274,528 sterling. In 1864, 26 surplus value makers reached to £646,377 sterling. In 1865, 28 surplus value makers reached to £736,448 sterling. In 1864, 121 surplus value makers, £1,076,912 sterling. In 1865, 150 surplus value makers, £1,320,906 sterling. In 1864, 1,131 surplus value makers, £2,150,818 sterling, nearly half of the total annual profit. In 1865, 1,194 surplus value makers, £2,418,833, more than half of the total annual profit. But the lion's share, which an inconceivably small number of land magnates in England, Scotland, and Ireland swallow up of the yearly national rental, is so monstrous that the wisdom of the English state does not think fit to afford the same statistical materials about the distribution of rents as about the distribution of profits. Lord Dufferin is one of those land magnates. That rent rolls and profits can ever be excessive, or that their plethora is in any way connected with plethora of the people's misery, is, of course, an idea as disreputable as unsound. He keeps to facts. The fact is that, as the Irish population diminishes, the Irish rent rolls swell. That depopulation benefits the landlords, therefore also benefits the soil, and therefore the people, that mere accessory of the soil. He declares, therefore, that Ireland is still overpopulated, and the stream of emigration still flows too lazily. To be perfectly happy, Ireland must get rid of at least 1/3 of a million of labouring men. Let no man imagine that this lord, poetic into the bargain, is a physician of the school of Sangredo, who as often as he did not find his patient better, ordered phlebotomy and again phlebotomy, until the patient lost his sickness at the same time as his blood. Lord Dufferin demands a new bloodletting of 1/3 of a million only, instead of about 2 millions. In fact, without the getting rid of these, the millennium in Erin is not to be. The proof is easily given. Centralization has from 1851 to 1861 destroyed principally farms of the first three categories, under 1 and not over 15 acres. These above all must disappear. This gives 307,058 supernumerary farmers, and reckoning the families the low average of 4 persons, 1,228,232 persons. On the extravagant supposition that, after the agricultural revolution is complete, 1/4 of these are again absorbable, there remain for emigration 921,174 persons. Categories 4, 5, 6, of over 15 and not over 100 acres, are, as was known long since in England, too small for capitalistic cultivation of corn, and for sheep breeding are almost vanishing quantities. On the same supposition as before, therefore, there are further 788,761 persons to emigrate, total 1,709,532. And as L'appétit vient et mangeant, Rent-Roll's eyes will soon discover that Ireland, with 3.5 millions, is still always miserable, and miserable because she is overpopulated. Therefore her depopulation must go yet further, that thus she may fulfil her true destiny, that of an English sheep-walk and cattle-pasture. [Footnote: How the famine and its consequences have been deliberately made the most of, both by the individual landlords and by the English legislator, to forcibly carry out the agricultural revolution and to thin the population of Ireland down to the proportion satisfactory to the landlords, I shall show more fully in Volume 3 of this work, in the section on landed property. There also I return to the condition of the small farmers and the agricultural labourers. At present only one quotation. Nassau W. Senior says, with other things, in his posthumous work, Journals, Conversations, and Essays relating to Ireland, 2 volumes, London 1868, volume 2, page 282, quote, "Well," said Dr. G., "we have got our poor law, and it is a great instrument for giving the victory to the landlords. Another and a still more powerful instrument is emigration. No friend to Ireland can wish the war to be prolonged between the landlords and the small Celtic farmers, still less that it should end by the victory of the tenants. The sooner it is over, the sooner Ireland becomes a grazing country, with a comparatively thin population which a grazing country requires, the better for all classes. The English Corn Laws of 1815 secured Ireland the monopoly of the free importation of corn into Great Britain. They favoured artificially, therefore, the cultivation of corn. With the abolition of the Corn Laws in 1846, this monopoly was suddenly removed. Apart from all other circumstances, this event alone was sufficient to give a great impulse to the turning of Irish arable into pasture land, to the concentration of arms, and to the eviction of small cultivators. After the fruitfulness of the Irish soil had been praised from 1815 to 1846, and proclaimed loudly as by nature herself destined for the cultivation of wheat, English agronomists, economists, politicians, discover suddenly that it is good for nothing but to produce forage. M. Léonce de Laveigne has hastened to repeat this on the other side of the Channel. It takes a serious man, à la Laveigne, to be caught by such childishness. Like all good things in this bad world, this profitable method has its drawbacks. With the accumulation of rents in Ireland, the accumulation of the Irish in America keeps pace. The Irishman, banished by sheep and ox, reappears on the other side of the ocean as a Fenian, and face to face with the old queen of the seas rises, threatening and more threatening, the young giant republic. Acerba fata Romanus agent, scalesque fraterni nisus. End of Part 7, Chapter 25, Section 5, Part F. Chapter 26 of Capital Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Capital, a critical analysis of capitalist production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 8. The so-called primitive accumulation. Chapter 26. The secret of primitive accumulation. We have seen how money is changed into capital, how through capital surplus value is made, and from surplus value more capital. But the accumulation of capital presupposes surplus value. Surplus value presupposes capitalistic production. Capitalistic production presupposes the pre-existence of considerable masses of capital and of labor power in the hands of producers of commodities. The whole movement, therefore, seems to turn in a vicious circle, out of which we can only get by supposing a primitive accumulation, previous accumulation of Adam Smith, preceding capitalistic accumulation, an accumulation not the result of the capitalistic mode of production, but its starting point. This primitive accumulation plays in political economy about the same part as original sin in theology. Adam bit the apple, and thereupon sin fell on the human race. Its origin is supposed to be explained when it is told as an anecdote of the past. In times long gone by there were two sorts of people. One, the diligent, intelligent, and above all, frugal elite. The other, lazy rascals, spending their substance and more in riotous living. The legend of theological original sin tells us certainly how man came to be condemned to eat his bread in the sweat of his brow. But the history of economic original sin reveals to us that there are people to whom this is by no means essential. Never mind. Thus it came to pass that the former sort accumulated wealth, and the latter sort had at last nothing to sell except their own skins. And from this original sin dates the poverty of the great majority that, despite all its labor, has up to now nothing to sell but itself, and the wealth of the few that increases constantly although they have long ceased to work. Such insipid childishness is every day preached to us in the defense of property. M. Thiers, for example, had the assurance to repeat it with all the solemnity of a statesman to the French people, once so spirituel. But as soon as the question of property crops up, it becomes a sacred duty to proclaim the intellectual food of the infant as the one thing fit for all ages and for all stages of development. In actual history, it is notorious that conquest, enslavement, robbery, murder, briefly, force, play the great part. In the tender annals of political economy, the idyllic reigns from time immemorial. Right and labor were from all time the sole means of enrichment, the present year of course always excepted. As a matter of fact, the methods of primitive accumulation are anything but idyllic. In themselves, money and commodities are no more capital than are the means of production and of subsistence. They want transforming into capital. But this transformation itself can only take place under certain circumstances that center in this, that is, that two very different kinds of commodity possessors must come face to face and into contact. On the one hand, the owners of money, means of production, means of subsistence, who are eager to increase the sum of values they possess by buying other people's labor power. On the other hand, free laborers, the sellers of their own labor power, and therefore the sellers of labor. Free laborers, in the double sense that neither they themselves form part and parcel of the means of production, as in the case of slaves, bondsmen, etc., nor do the means of production belong to them, as in the case of peasant proprietors. They are, therefore, free from, unencumbered by, any means of production of their own. With this polarization of the market for commodities, the fundamental conditions of capitalist production are given. The capitalist system presupposes the complete separation of the laborers from all property in the means by which they can realize their labor. As soon as capitalist production is once on its own legs, it not only maintains this separation, but reproduces it on a continually extending scale. The process, therefore, that clears the way for the capitalist system can be none other than the process which takes away from the laborer the possession of his means of production, a process that transforms, on the one hand, the social means of subsistence and of production into capital, on the other, the immediate producers into wage laborers. The so-called primitive accumulation, therefore, is nothing else than the historical process of divorcing the producer from the means of production. It appears as primitive because it forms the prehistoric stage of capital and of the mode of production corresponding with it. The economic structure of capitalist society has grown out of the economic structure of feudal society. The dissolution of the latter set free the elements of the former. The immediate producer, the laborer, could only dispose of his own person after he had ceased to be attached to the soil and ceased to be the slave, serf, or bondsman of another. To become a free seller of labor power who carries his commodity wherever he finds a market, he must further have escaped from the regime of the guilds, their rules for apprentices and journeymen, and the impediments of their labor regulations. Hence, the historical movement which changes the producers into wage workers appears on the one hand as their emancipation from serfdom and from the fetters of the guilds, and this side alone exists for our bourgeois historians. But, on the other hand, these new freedmen became sellers of themselves only after they had been robbed of all their own means of production, and of all the guarantees of existence afforded by the old feudal arrangements. And the history of this, their expropriation, is written in the annals of mankind in letters of blood and fire. The industrial capitalists, these new potentates, had on their part not only to displace the guild masters of handicrafts, but also the feudal lords, the possessors of the sources of wealth. In this respect, their conquest of social power appears as the fruit of a victorious struggle both against feudal lordship and its revolting prerogatives, and against the guilds and the fetters they laid on the free development of production and the free exploitation of man by man. The chevalier d'industrie, however, only succeeded in supplanting the chevalier of the sword by making use of events of which they themselves were wholly innocent. They have risen by means as vile as those by which the Roman freedman, once on a time, made himself the master of his patronus. The starting point of the development that gave rise to the wage laborer as well as to the capitalist was the servitude of the laborer. The advance consisted in a change of form of this servitude, in the transformation of feudal exploitation into capitalist exploitation. To understand its march, we need not go back very far. Although we come across the first beginnings of capitalist production as early as the 14th or 15th century sporadically in certain towns of the Mediterranean, the capitalistic era dates from the 16th century. Wherever it appears, the abolition of serfdom has been long effected, and the highest development of the Middle Ages, the existence of sovereign towns, has been long on the wane. In the history of primitive accumulation, all revolutions are epoch-making that act as levers for the capital class in course of formation. But, above all, those moments when great masses of men are suddenly and forcibly torn from their means of subsistence and hurled as free and so-called unattached proletarians on the labor market. The expropriation of the agricultural producer, of the peasant, from the soil, is the basis of the whole process. The history of this expropriation in different countries assumes different aspects, and runs through its various phases in different orders of succession, and at different periods. In England alone, which we take as our example, has it the classic form. Footnote: in Italy, where capitalistic production developed earliest, the dissolution of serfdom also took place earlier than elsewhere. The serf was emancipated in that country before he had acquired any prescriptive right to the soil. His emancipation at once transformed him into a free proletarian, who, moreover, found his master ready waiting for him in the towns, for the most part handed down as legacies from the Roman time. When the revolution of the world market, about the end of the 15th century, annihilated northern Italy's commercial supremacy, a movement in the reverse direction set in. The laborers of the towns were driven en masse into the country, and gave an impulse, never before seen, to the petite culture, carried on in the form of gardening. End of Part 8, Chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Capital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Capital, a critical analysis of capitalist production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 8. The so-called primitive accumulation. Chapter 27. Expropriation of the agricultural population from the land. In England, serfdom had practically disappeared in the last part of the 14th century. The immense majority of the population consisted then, and to a still larger extent in the 15th century, of free peasant proprietors, whatever was the feudal title under which their right of property was hidden. Footnote: the petty proprietors, who cultivated their own fields with their own hands and enjoyed a modest competence, then formed a much more important part of the nation than at present. If we may trust the best statistical writers of that age, not less than 160,000 proprietors, who, with their families, must have made up more than a seventh of the whole population, derived their subsistence from little freehold estates. The average income of these small landlords was estimated at between 60 and 70 pounds a year. It was computed that the number of persons who tilled their own land was greater than the number of those who farmed the land of others. Macaulay, History of England, 10th edition, 1854, Volume 1, pages 333 and 334. Even in the last third of the 17th century, 4/5 of the English people were agricultural. Loco citato, page 413. I quote Macaulay because, as systematic falsifier of history, he minimizes as much as possible facts of this kind. In the larger seigneurial domains, the old bailiff, himself a serf, was displaced by the free farmer. The wage labourers of agriculture consisted partly of peasants, who utilized their leisure time by working on the large estates, partly of an independent special class of wage labourers, relatively and absolutely few in numbers. The latter also were practically at the same time peasant farmers, since, besides their wages, they had allotted to them arable land to the extent of 4 or more acres, together with their cottages. Besides, they, with the rest of the peasants, enjoyed the usufruct of the common land, which gave pasture to their cattle, furnished them with timber, firewood, turf, etc. We must never forget that even the serf was not only the owner, if but a tribute-paying owner, of the piece of land attached to his house, but also a co-possessor of the common land. Le paysan, in Silesia under Frederick II, est serf. Nevertheless, these serfs possess common lands. On n'a pas pu encore engager les Siliciens au partage des communes, tandis que dans la nouvelle marche, il n'y a guère de village où ce partage ne soit exécuté avec le plus grand succès. Mirabeau, de la monarchie prussienne, Londres, 1788, Volume 2, page 125 and 126. In all countries of Europe, Feudal production is characterized by division of the soil amongst the greatest possible number of sub-feudatories. The might of the feudal lord, like that of the sovereign, depended not on the length of his rent roll, but on the number of his subjects, and the latter depended on the number of peasant proprietors. (Footnote: Japan, with its purely feudal organization of landed property and its developed petite culture, gives a much truer picture of the European Middle Ages than all our history books, dictated as these are, for the most part, by bourgeois prejudices. It is very convenient to be liberal at the expense of the Middle Ages.) Although, therefore, the English land, after the Norman conquest, was distributed in gigantic baronies, one of which often included some 900 of the old Anglo-Saxon lordships, it was bestrewn with small peasant properties, only here and there interspersed with great seigneurial domains. Such conditions, together with the prosperity of the towns so characteristic of the 15th century, allowed of that wealth of the people which Chancellor Fortescue so eloquently paints in his Laudes Legum Angliae; but it excluded the possibility of capitalistic wealth. The prelude of the revolution that laid the foundation of the capitalist mode of production was played in the last third of the 15th and the first decade of the 16th century. A mass of free proletarians was hurled on the labour market by the breaking up of the bands of feudal retainers, who, as Sir John Stuart well says, everywhere uselessly filled house and castle." Although the royal power, itself a product of bourgeois development, in its strife after absolute sovereignty forcibly hastened on the dissolution of these bands of retainers, it was by no means the sole cause of it. In insolent conflict with king and parliament, the great feudal lords created an incomparably larger proletariat by the forcible driving of the peasantry from the land, to which the latter had the same feudal right as the lord himself, and by the usurpation of the common lands. The rapid rise of the Flemish wool manufacturers, and the corresponding rise in the price of wool in England, gave the direct impulse to these evictions. The old nobility had been devoured by the great feudal wars. The new nobility was the child of its time, for which money was the power of all powers. Transformation of arable land into sheep walks was, therefore, its cry. Harrison, in his Description of England prefixed to Holinshed's Chronicles, describes how the expropriation of small peasants is ruining the country. "What care our great encroachers?" The dwellings of the peasants and the cottages of the labourers were razed to the ground or doomed to decay. "If," says Harrison, "the old records of every manor be sought, it will soon appear that in some manor 17, 18, or 20 houses are shrunk; that England was never less furnished with people than at the present. Of cities and towns either utterly decayed, or more than a quarter or half diminished, though some one be a little increased here or there; of towns pulled down for sheep walks, and no more but the lordships now standing in them, I could say somewhat." The complaints of these old chroniclers are always exaggerated, but they reflect faithfully the impression made on contemporaries by the revolution in the conditions of production. A comparison of the writings of Chancellor Fortescue and Thomas More reveals the gulf between the 15th and the 16th century. As Thornton rightly has it, the English working class was precipitated without any transition from its golden into its iron age. Legislation was terrified at this revolution. It did not yet stand on that height of civilization where the "wealth of the nation," that is, the formation of capital and the reckless exploitation and impoverishing of the mass of the people, figure as the ultima thule of all statecraft. In his history of Henry VII, Bacon says, "Enclosures at that time (1489) began to be more frequent, whereby arable land, which could not be manured without people and families, was turned into pasture, which was easily rid by a few herdsmen, and tenancies for years, lives, and at will, whereupon much of the yeomanry lived, were turned into domains. This bred a decay of people, and, by consequence, a decay of towns, churches, tithes, and the like. In remedying of this inconvenience the king's wisdom was admirable, and the parliaments at that time. They took a course to take away depopulating enclosures and depopulating pasturage." An act of Henry VII, 1489, chapter 19, forbade the destruction of all "houses of husbandry" to which at least 20 acres of land belonged. By an act 25 Henry VIII, the same law was renewed. It recites, among other things, that many farms and large flocks of cattle, especially of sheep, are concentrated in the hands of a few men, whereby the rent of land has much risen and tillage has fallen off. Churches and houses have been pulled down, and marvellous numbers of people have been deprived of the means wherewith to maintain themselves and their families. The Act therefore ordains the rebuilding of the decayed farmsteads, and fixes a proportion between corn land and pasture land, etc. An Act of 1533 recites that some owners possess 24,000 sheep, and limits the number to be owned to 2,000. (Footnote. In his Utopia, Thomas More says that in England, "your sheep that were wont to be so meek and tame, and so small eaters, now, as I hear say, be become so great devourers, and so wild that they eat up and swallow down the very men themselves." Utopia, translated by Robinson, edition Arbour, London, 1869, page 41.) The cry of the people, and the legislation directed for 150 years after Henry VII against the expropriation of the small farmers and peasants, were alike fruitless. The secret of their inefficiency Bacon, without knowing it, reveals to us. "The device of King Henry VII," says Bacon in his Essays Civil and Moral, Essay 29, "was profound and admirable in making farms and houses of husbandry of a standard, that is, maintained with such a proportion of land unto them as may breed a subject to live in convenient plenty and no servile condition, and to keep the plough in the hands of the owners, and not mere hirelings." (Footnote. Bacon shows the connection between a free, well-to-do peasantry and good infantry. "This did wonderfully concern the might and mannerhood of the kingdom to have farms as it were of a standard sufficient to maintain an able body out of penury, and did in effect amortize a great part of the lands of the kingdom unto the hold and occupation of the yeomanry or middle people, of a condition between gentlemen and cottagers and peasants. For it hath been held, by the general opinion of men of best judgment in the wars, that the principal strength of an army consisteth in the infantry or foot; and to make good infantry it requireth men bred, not in a servile or indigent fashion, but in some free and plentiful manner. Therefore, if a state run most to noblemen and gentlemen, and that the husbandmen and ploughmen be but as their work folk and labourers, or else mere cottagers, which are but housed beggars, you may have a good cavalry, but never good stable bands of foot; and this is to be seen in France and Italy and some other parts abroad, where in effect all is noblesse or peasantry, insomuch that they are enforced to employ mercenary bands of Switzers and the like for their battalions of foot, whereby also it comes to pass that those nations have much people and few soldiers." The Reign of Henry VII. Verbatim reprint from Kennet's England, edition 1719, London, 1870, page 308.) What the capitalist system demanded was, on the other hand, a degraded and almost servile condition of the mass of the people, the transformation of them into mercenaries, and of their means of labour into capital. During this transformation period, legislation also strove to retain the 4 acres of land by the cottage of the agricultural wage labourer, and forbade him to take lodgers into his cottage. In the reign of James I, 1627, Roger Crocker of Front Mill was condemned for having built a cottage on the manor of Front Mill without 4 acres of land attached to the same in perpetuity. As late as Charles I.'s reign, 1638, a royal commission was appointed to enforce the carrying out of the old laws, especially that referring to the 4 acres of land. Even in Cromwell's time, the building of a house within 4 miles of London was forbidden unless it was endowed with 4 acres of land. As late as the first half of the 18th century, complaint is made if the cottage of the agricultural labourer has not an adjunct of 1 or 2 acres of land. Nowadays he is lucky if it is furnished with a little garden, or if he may rent, far away from his cottage, a few roods. "Landlords and farmers," says Dr. Hunter, "work here hand in hand. A few acres to the cottage would make the labourers too independent." (Footnote. Dr. Hunter, Locus Aetato, page 134. "The quantity of land assigned in the old laws would now be judged too great for labourers, and rather as likely to convert them into small farmers." George Roberts, The Social History of the People of the Southern Counties of England in Past Centuries. London, 1856, pages 184 and 185. The process of forcible expropriation of the people received in the 16th century a new and frightful impulse from the Reformation and from the consequent colossal spoliation of the Church property. The Catholic Church was at the time of the Reformation feudal proprietor of a great part of the English land. The suppression of the monasteries, etc., hurled their inmates into the proletariat. The estates of the Church were to a large extent given away to rapacious royal favourites, or sold at a nominal price to speculating farmers and citizens, who drove out, en masse, the hereditary subtenants and threw their holdings into one. The legally guaranteed property of the poorer folk in a part of the Church's tithes was tacitly confiscated. The right of the poor to share in the tithe is established by the tenor of ancient statutes. Tuckett, Locus Haetato, Volume 2, pages 804 and 805. Pauper ubiquet jacet, cried Queen Elizabeth, after a journey through England. In the 43rd year of her reign, the nation was obliged to recognize pauperism officially by the introduction of a poor rate. The authors of this law seem to have been ashamed to state the grounds of it, for, contrary to traditional usage, it has no preamble whatever. William Cobbett, A History of the Protestant Reformation, paragraph 471. By the 16th of Charles I, chapter 4, it was declared perpetual, and in fact only in 1834 did it take a new and harsher form. The spirit of Protestantism may be seen from the following, among other things. In the south of England, certain landed proprietors and well-to-do farmers put their heads together and propounded 10 questions as to the right interpretation of the Poor Law of Elizabeth. These they laid before a celebrated jurist of that time, Serjeant Snigger, later a judge under James I, for his opinion. Question 9. Some of the more wealthy farmers in the parish have devised a skilful mode by which all the trouble of executing this act, the 43rd of Elizabeth, might be avoided. They have proposed that we shall erect a prison in the parish, and then give notice to the neighbourhood that if any persons are disposed to farm the poor of this parish, they do give in sealed proposals, on a certain day, of the lowest price at which it will take them off our hands, and that they will be authorized to refuse to any one unless he be shut up in the aforesaid prison. The proposers of this plan conceive that there will be found in the adjoining counties persons who, being unwilling to labour, and not possessing substance or credit to take a farm or ship, so as to live without labour, may be induced to make a very advantageous offer to the parish. If any of the poor perish under the contractor's care, the sin will lie at his door, as the parish will have done its duty by them. We are, however, apprehensive that the present Act, 43rd of Elizabeth, will not warrant a prudential measure of this kind. But you are to learn that the rest of the freeholders of the county and of the adjoining county of B will very readily join in instructing their members to propose an act to enable the parish to contract with a person to lock up and work the poor, and to declare that if any person shall refuse to be so locked up and worked, he shall be entitled to no relief. This, it is hoped, will prevent persons in distress from wanting relief, and be the means of keeping down parishes." R. Blaikie, The History of Political Literature from the Earliest Times, London, 1855, Volume 2, pages 84 and 85. In Scotland, the abolition of serfdom took place some centuries later than in England. Even in 1698, Fletcher of Saltoun declared in the Scotch Parliament, "The number of beggars in Scotland is reckoned at not less than 200,000. The only remedy that I, a republican on principle, can suggest, is to restore the old state of serfdom, to make slaves of all those who are unable to provide for their own subsistence." Eden, Locus Haetato, Book 1, Chapter 1, page 60 to 61, says, "The decrease of villenage seems necessarily to have been the era of the origin of the poor. Manufactures and commerce are the two parents of our national poor." Eden, like our Scotch republican on principle, errs only in this: not the abolition of villenage, but the abolition of the property of the agricultural labourer in the soil made him a proletarian, and eventually a pauper. In France, where the expropriation was effected in another way, the Ordinance of Moulins (1571) and the Edict of 1656 correspond to the English Poor Laws. These immediate results of the Reformation were not its most lasting ones. The property of the Church formed the religious bulwark of the traditional conditions of landed property. With its fall, these were no longer tenable. Professor Rogers, although formerly a professor of political economy in the University of Oxford, the hotbed of Protestant orthodoxy, in his preface to the History of Agriculture lays stress on the fact of the pauperization of the mass of the people by the Reformation. Even in the last decade of the 17th century, the yeomanry, the class of independent peasants, were more numerous than the class of farmers. They had formed the backbone of Cromwell's strength, and, even according to the confession of Macaulay, stood in favourable contrast to the drunken squires and to their servants, the country clergy, who had to marry their masters' cast-off mistresses. About 1750 the yeomanry had disappeared, and so had, in the last decade of the 18th century, the last trace of the common land of the agricultural labourer. A letter to Sir T.C. Bunbury, Baronet, on the high price of provisions, by a Suffolk gentleman, Ipswich, 1795, page 4. Even the fanatical advocate of the system of large farms, the author of the Inquiry into the connection between the present price of provisions, London, 1773, page 139, says, "I most lament the loss of our yeomanry, that set of men who really kept up the independence of this nation; and sorry I am to see their lands now in the hands of monopolizing lords, tenanted out to small farmers, who hold their leases on such conditions as to be little better than vassals ready to attend a summons on every mischievous occasion." We leave on one side here the purely economic causes of the agricultural revolution; we deal only with the forcible means employed. After the restoration of the Stuarts, the landed proprietors carried, by legal means, an act of usurpation, effected everywhere on the continent without any legal formality. They abolished the feudal tenure of land, that is, they got rid of all its obligations to the state, indemnified the state by taxes on the peasantry and the rest of the mass of the people, vindicated for themselves the rights of modern private property in estates to which they had only a feudal title, and finally passed those laws of settlement which, mutatis mutandis, had the same effect on the English agricultural labourer as the edict of the Tartar Boris Godunov on the Russian peasantry. The so-called Glorious Revolution brought into power, along with William of Orange, the landlord and capitalist appropriators of surplus value. On the private moral character of this bourgeois hero, among other things, "The large grant of lands in Ireland to Lady Orkney in 1695 is a public instance of the King's affection and the lady's influence. Lady Orkney's endearing offices are supposed to have been fide labiorum ministeria." In the Sloane manuscript collection at the British Museum, number 4224, the manuscript is entitled "The Character and Behaviour of King William, Sunderland, etc., as represented in original letters to the Duke of Shrewsbury, from Somers Halifax, Oxford, Secretary Vernon, etc. It is full of curiosa." They inaugurated the new era by practising on a colossal scale thefts of state lands, thefts that had been hitherto managed more modestly. These estates were given away, sold at a ridiculous figure, or even annexed to private estates by direct seizure. "The illegal alienation of the Crown estates, partly by sale and partly by gift, is a scandalous chapter in English history, a gigantic fraud on the nation." F. W. Newman, Lectures on Political Economy, London, 1851, pages 129 and 130. For details as to how the present large landed proprietors of England came into their possessions, see Our Old Nobility, by Noblesse Oblige, London, 1879, F.E. All this happened without the slightest observation of legal etiquette. The Crown lands thus fraudulently appropriated together with the robbery of the church estates, as far as these had not been lost again during the Republican Revolution, form the basis of the today princely domains of the English oligarchy. [Footnote: Read, for example, E. Burke's pamphlet on the ducal house of Bedford, whose offshoot was Lord John Russell, the so-called tomtit of liberalism.] End footnote. The bourgeois capitalists favoured the operation with the view, among others, to promoting free trade in land, to extending the domain of modern agriculture on the large farm system, and to increasing their supply of the free agricultural proletarians ready to hand. Besides, the new landed aristocracy was the natural ally of the new bankocracy, of the newly hatched haute finance, and of the large manufacturers, then depending on protective duties. The English bourgeoisie acted for its own interest quite as wisely as did the Swedish bourgeoisie, who, reversing the process, hand in hand with their economic allies, the peasantry, helped the kings in the forcible resumption of the crown lands from the oligarchy. This happened since 1604 under Charles X and Charles XI. Communal property, always distinct from the state property just dealt with, was an old Teutonic institution which lived on under cover of feudalism. We have seen how the forcible usurpation of this, generally accompanied by the turning of arable into pasture land, begins at the end of the 15th and extends into the 16th century. But at that time the process was carried on by means of individual acts of violence against which legislation, for 150 years, fought in vain. The advance made by the 18th century shows itself in this, that the law itself becomes now the instrument of the theft of the people's land, although the large farmers make use of their little independent methods as well. [Footnote: The farmers forbid cottagers to keep any living creatures besides themselves and children, under the pretence that if they keep any beasts or poultry, they will steal from the farmers' barns for their support. They also say, keep the cottagers poor, and you will keep them industrious, etc. But the real fact, I believe, is that the farmers may have the whole right of common to themselves." A Political Inquiry into the Consequences of Enclosing Waste Lands. London, 1785, page 75. The parliamentary form of the robbery is that of acts for enclosures of commons, in other words, decrees by which the landlords grant themselves the people's land as private property, decrees of expropriation of the people. Sir F.M. Eden refutes his own crafty special pleading, in which he tries to represent communal property as the private property of the great landlords who have taken the place of the feudal lords, when he himself demands a "general Act of Parliament for the enclosure of commons," admitting thereby that a parliamentary coup d'etat is necessary for its transformation into private property, and moreover calls on the legislator for the indemnification of the expropriated poor. Eden, Locus Aeteto, Preface. Whilst the place of the independent yeoman was taken by tenants at will, small farmers on yearly leases, a servile rabble dependent on the pleasure of the landlords, the systematic robbery of the communal lands helped especially, next to the theft of the state domains, to swell those large farms that were called in the 18th century capital farms or merchant farms, and to, so to speak, set free the agricultural population as proletarians for manufacturing industry. Capital Farms. 2 letters on the flour trade and the dearness of corn, by a person in business, London, 1767, page 19 and 20. Merchant Farms. An inquiry into the causes of the present high price of provisions, London, 1767, page 11. Note, this excellent work that was published anonymously is by the Rev. Nathaniel Forster. The 18th century, however, did not yet recognize as fully as the 19th the identity between national wealth and the poverty of the people. Hence the most vigorous polemic in the economic literature of that time on the enclosure of commons. From the mass of materials that lie before me, I give a few extracts that will throw a strong light on the circumstances of the time. "In several parishes of Hertfordshire," writes one indignant person, "24 farms, numbering on the average 50 to 150 acres, have been melted up into 3 farms." Thomas Wright, A Short Address to the Public on the Monopoly of Large Farms, 1779, page 2 and 3. Quote, in Northamptonshire and Leicestershire, the enclosure of common lands has taken place on a very large scale, and most of the new lordships resulting from the enclosure have been turned into pasturage, in consequence of which many lordships have not now 50 acres ploughed yearly, in which 1500 were ploughed formerly. The ruins of former dwelling houses, barns, stables, etc., are the sole traces of the former inhabitants. 100 houses and families have in some open field villages dwindled to 8 or 10. The landholders in most parishes that have been enclosed only 15 or 20 years are very few in comparison of the numbers who occupied them in their open field state. It is no uncommon thing for 4 or 5 wealthy graziers to engross a large enclosed lordship which was before in the hands of 20 or 30 farmers, and as many smaller tenants and proprietors. All these are hereby thrown out of their livings with their families, and many other families, who were chiefly employed and supported by them." Footnote. Rev. Addington, Inquiry into the reasons for or against enclosing open fields, London, 1772, page 37, 43, passim. It was not only the land that lay waste, but often land cultivated either in common or held under a definite rent paid to the community, that was annexed by the neighbouring landlords under pretext of enclosure. "I have here in view enclosures of open fields and lands already improved. It is acknowledged by even the writers in defence of enclosures that these diminished villages increase the monopolies of farms, raise the prices of provisions, and produce depopulation; and even the enclosure of waste lands, as now carried on, bears hard on the poor by depriving them of a part of their subsistence, and only goes towards increasing farms already too large." Footnote. Dr. R. Price, Locus Aetato, Volume 2, page 155. Forster, Addington, Kent, Price, and James Anderson should be read and compared with the miserable prattle of sycophant McCulloch in his catalogue, The Literature of Political Economy, London, 1845. "When," says Dr. Price, "this land gets into the hands of a few great farmers, the consequence must be that the little farmers (earlier designated by him a multitude of little proprietors and tenants, who maintain themselves and families by the produce of the ground they occupy by sheep kept on a common, by poultry, hogs, etc., and who therefore have little occasion to purchase any of the means of subsistence) will be converted into a body of men who earn their subsistence by working for others, and who will be under a necessity of going to market for all they want. There will perhaps be more labour, because there will be more compulsion to it. Towns and manufactures will increase, because more will be driven to them in quest of places and employment. This is the way in which the engrossing of farms naturally operates, and this is the way in which for many years it has been actually operating in this kingdom." Footnote. Price, Locus Aetato, page 147. He sums up the effect of the enclosures thus: "Upon the whole, the circumstances of the lower ranks of men are altered in almost every respect for the worse. From little occupiers of land they are reduced to the state of day labourers and hirelings, and at the same time their subsistence in that state has become more difficult." Footnote. Price, Locus Aetato, page 159. We are reminded of ancient Rome. "The rich had got possession of the greater part of the undivided land. They trusted in the conditions of the time that these possessions would not be again taken from them, and bought, therefore, some of the pieces of land lying near theirs, and belonging to the poor, with the acquiescence of their owners, and took some by force, so that they now were cultivating widely extended domains instead of isolated fields. Then they employed slaves in agricultural and cattle breeding, because free men would have been taken from labour for military service. The possession of slaves brought them great gain, inasmuch as these, on account of their immunity from military service, could freely multiply and have a multitude of children. Thus the powerful men drew all wealth to themselves, and all the land swarmed with slaves. The Italians, on the other hand, were always decreasing in number, destroyed as they were by poverty, taxes, and military service. Even when times of peace came, they were doomed to complete inactivity, because the rich were in possession of the soil, and used slaves instead of freemen in the tilling of it." Appian, Civil Wars, 1:7. This passage refers to the time before the Licinian rogations. Military service, which hastened to so great an extent the ruin of the Roman plebeians, was also the chief means by which, as in a forcing house, Charlemagne brought about the transformation of free German peasants into serfs and bondsmen. In fact, usurpation of the common lands and the revolution in agriculture accompanying this told so acutely on the agricultural labourers that, even according to Eden, between 1765 and 1780 their wages began to fall below the minimum, and to be supplemented by official poor law relief. Their wages, he says, "were not more than enough for the absolute necessaries of life." Let us hear for a moment a defender of enclosures and an opponent of Dr. Price. "Not is it a consequence that there must be depopulation, because men are not seen wasting their labor in the open field. If, by converting the little farmers into a body of men who must work for others, more labor is produced, it is an advantage which the nation (to which of course the converted ones do not belong) should wish for. The produce being greater when their joint labors are employed on one farm, there will be a surplus for manufacturers, and by this means manufactures, one of the mines of the nation, will increase in proportion to the quantity of corn produced." [Footnote: An inquiry into the connection between the present price of provisions, etc., page 124 and 129. To the like effect, but with an opposite tendency: "Working men are driven from their cottages and forced into the towns to seek for employment. But then a larger surplus is obtained, and thus capital is augmented." The Perils of the Nation, 2nd edition, London, 1843, page 14. The stoical peace of mind with which the political economist regards the most shameless violation of the sacred rights of property, and the grossest acts of violence to persons, as soon as they are necessary to lay the foundations of the capitalistic mode of production, is shown by Sir F.M. Eden, philanthropist and Tory to boot. The whole series of thefts, outrages, and popular misery that accompanied the forcible expropriation of the people from the last third of the 15th to the end of the 18th century lead him merely to the comfortable conclusion, "The due proportion between arable land and pasture had to be established. During the whole of the 14th and the greater part of the 15th century there was 1 acre of pasture to 2, 3, or even 4 of arable land. The proportion was changed of 2 acres of pasture to 2, later on of 2 acres of pasture to 1 of arable, until at last the just proportion of 3 acres of pasture to 1 of arable land was attained." In the 19th century the very memory of the connection between the agricultural labourer and the communal property had of course vanished. To say nothing of more recent times, have the agricultural population received a farthing of compensation for the 3,511,770 acres of common land which between 1801 and 1831 were stolen from them and by parliamentary devices presented to the landlords by the landlords? The last process of wholesale expropriation of the agricultural population from the soil is, finally, the so-called clearing of estates, that is, the sweeping men off them. All the English methods hitherto considered culminated in clearing. As we saw in the picture of modern conditions given in a former chapter, where there are no more independent peasants to get rid of, the clearing of cottages begins, so that the agricultural labourers do not find on the soil cultivated by them even the spot necessary for their own housing. But what clearing of estates really and properly signifies, we learn only in the promised land of modern romance, the Highlands of Scotland. There the process is distinguished by its systematic character, by the magnitude of the scale on which it is carried out at one blow. In Ireland landlords have gone to the length of sweeping away several villages at once. In Scotland areas as large as German principalities are dealt with. Finally, by the peculiar form of property under which the embezzled lands were held. The Highland Celts were organized in clans, each of which was the owner of the land on which it was settled. The representative of the clan, its chief or great man, was only the titular owner of this property, just as the Queen of England is the titular owner of all the national soil. When the English government succeeded in suppressing the intestine wars of these great men, and their constant incursions into the lowland plains, the chiefs of the clans by no means gave up their time-honoured trade as robbers; they only changed its form. On their own authority they transformed their nominal right into a right of private property, and as this brought them into collision with their clansmen, resolved to drive them out by open force. "A king of England might as well claim to drive his subjects into the sea," says Professor Newman. Locus Citato, page 132. This revolution, which began in Scotland after the last rising of the followers of the Pretender, can be followed through its first phases in the writings of Sir James Stewart and James Anderson. Stewart says, "If you compare the rent of these lands," he erroneously includes in this economic category the tribute of the taskman to the clan chief, "with the extent, it appears very small. If you compare it with the numbers fed upon the farm, you will find that an estate in the Highlands maintains perhaps 10 times as many people as another of the same value in a good and fertile province." Locus Citato, Vol. 1, Chapter 16, page 104. James Anderson, Observations on the Means of Exciting a Spirit of National Industry, etc., Edinburgh, 1777. In the 18th century the hunted-out Gaels were forbidden to emigrate from the country, with a view to driving them by force to Glasgow and other manufacturing towns. In 1860 the people expropriated by force were exported to Canada under false pretences. Some fled to the mountains and neighbouring islands. They were followed by the police, came to blows with them, and escaped. As an example of the method obtaining in the 19th century, the clearing made by the Duchess of Sutherland will suffice here. In the Highlands of Scotland, says Buchanan, the commentator on Adam Smith, 1814, "the ancient state of property is daily subverted. The landlord, without regard to the hereditary tenant, a category used in error here, now offers his land to the highest bidder, who, if he is an improver, instantly adopts a new system of cultivation. The land, formerly overspread with small tenants or labourers, was peopled in proportion to its produce; but under the new system of improved cultivation and increased rents, the largest possible produce is obtained at the least possible expense; and the useless hands being, with this view, removed, the population is reduced, not to what the land will maintain, but to what it will employ. The dispossessed tenants either seek a subsistence in the neighbouring towns," etc. David Buchanan, Observations on, etc. A. Smith's Wealth of Nations. Edinburgh, 1814, Vol. 4, page 144. "The Scotch grandees dispossessed families as they would grub up coppice wood, and they treated villages and their people as Indians harassed with wild beasts do, in their vengeance, a jungle with tigers. Man is bartered for a fleece or a carcass of mutton, nay, held cheaper. Why, how much worse is it than the intention of the Moguls, who, when they had broken into the northern provinces of China, proposed in council to exterminate the inhabitants and convert the land into pasture. This proposal many Highland proprietors have effected in their own country against their own countrymen." George Ensor, An Inquiry Concerning the Population of Nations, London, 1818, page 215 and 216. This person, well instructed in economy, resolved, on entering upon her government, to effect a radical cure, and to turn the whole country, whose population had already been, by earlier processes of the like kind, reduced to 15,000, into a sheep walk. From 1814 to 1820 these 15,000 inhabitants, about 3,000 families, were systematically hunted and rooted out. All their villages were destroyed and burned, all their fields turned into pasturage. British soldiers enforced this eviction and came to blows with the inhabitants. One old woman was burned to death in the flames of the hut, which she refused to leave. Thus this fine lady appropriated 794,000 acres of land that had from time immemorial belonged to the clan. she assigned to the expelled inhabitants about 6,000 acres on the seashore, 2 acres per family. The 6,000 acres had until this time lain waste, and brought in no income to their owners. The Duchess, in the nobility of her heart, actually went so far as to let these at an average rent of 2 shillings 6 per acre to the clansmen, who for centuries had shed their blood for her family. The whole of the stolen clanland she divided into 29 great sheep farms, each inhabited by a single family, for the most part imported English farm servants. In the year 1835 the 15,000 gales were already replaced by 131,000 sheep. The remnant of the aborigines, flung on the seashore, tried to live by catching fish. They became amphibious, and lived, as an English author says, half on land and half on water, withal only half on both. Footnote: when the present Duchess of Sutherland entertained Mrs. Beecher Stowe, authoress of Uncle Tom's Cabin, with great magnificence in London, to show her sympathy for the negro slaves of the American Republic, a sympathy that she prudently forgot with her fellow aristocrats during the Civil War, in which every noble English heart beat for the slave owner, I gave in the New York Tribune the facts about the Sutherland slaves, epitomized in part by Carey in The Slave Trade, Philadelphia, 1853, pages 203 and 204. My article was reprinted in a Scotch newspaper, and led to a pretty polemic between the latter and the sycophants of the Sutherlands. But the brave Gales must expiate yet more bitterly their idolatry, romantic and of the mountains, for the great man of the clan. The smell of their fish rose to the noses of the great man. They scented some profit in it, and let the seashore to the great fishmongers of London. For the second time the Gales were hunted out. Interesting details on this fish trade will be found in Mr. David Urquhart's Portfolio, New Series. Nassau W. Senior, in his posthumous work already quoted, terms "the proceedings in Sutherlandshire one of the most beneficent clearings since the memory of man." Locus citato. But, finally, part of the sheep walks are turned into deer preserves. Every one knows that there are no real forests in England. The deer in the parks of the great are demurely domestic cattle, fat as London aldermen. Scotland is therefore the last refuge of the noble passion. In the Highlands, says Somers in 1848, "new forests are springing up like mushrooms. Here on one side of Gake you have the new forest of Glenfshie, there on the other you have the new forest of Ardvorkey. In the same line you have the Black Mount, an immense waste also recently erected. From east to west, from the neighbourhood of Aberdeen to the crags of Oban, you have now a continuous line of forests, while in other parts of the Highlands there are the new forests of Loch Arkaig, Glengarry, Glamorriston, etc. Sheep were introduced into glens which had been the seats of communities of small farmers, and the latter were driven to seek subsistence on coarser and more sterile tracts of soil. Now deer are supplanting sheep, and these are once more dispossessing the small tenants, who will necessarily be driven down upon still coarser land and to more grinding penury. Deer forests and the people cannot coexist. The deer forests of London contain not a single tree. The sheep are driven from, and then the deer driven to, the naked hills, and then it is called a deer forest. Not even timber planting and real forest culture. One or other of the two must yield. Let the forests be increased in number and extent during the next quarter of a century, as they have been in the last, and the Gales will perish from their native soil. This movement among the Highland proprietors is with some a matter of ambition, with some love of sport, while others, of a more practical cast, follow the trade in deer with an eye solely to profit. For it is a fact that a mountain range laid out in forest is, in many cases, more profitable to the proprietor than when let as a sheep walk. The huntsman who wants a deer forest limits his office by no other calculation than the extent of his purse. Sufferings have been inflicted in the Highlands scarcely less severe than those occasioned by the policy of the Norman kings. Deer have received extended ranges, while men have been hunted within a narrower and still narrower circle. One after one the liberties of the people have been cloven down, and the oppressions are daily on the increase. The clearance and dispersion of the people is pursued by the proprietors as a settled principle, as an agricultural necessity, just as trees and brushwood are cleared from the wastes of America or Australia, and the operation goes on in a quiet, businesslike way, etc." Footnote: Robert Somers, Letters from the Highlands, or the Famine of 1847, London, 1848, pages 12 to 28, passim. These letters originally appeared in the Times. The English economists of course explained the famine of the Gaels in 1847 by their overpopulation. At all events, they were pressing on their food supply. The clearing of estates, or as it is called in Germany, Bauernlegen, occurred in Germany especially after the 30 Years' War, and led to peasant revolts as late as 1790 in Kursaxen. It obtained especially in East Germany. In most of the Prussian provinces Frederick II for the first time secured right of property for the peasants. After the conquest of Silesia, he forced the landlords to rebuild the huts, barns, etc., and to provide the peasants with cattle and implements. He wanted soldiers for his army and taxpayers for his treasury. For the rest, the pleasant life that the peasant led under Frederick's system of finance and hodgepodge rule of despotism, bureaucracy, and feudalism may be seen from the following quotation from his admirer, Mirabeau. Quote, Le lin fait donc une des grandes richesses du cultivateur dans le nord de l'Allemagne. Malheureusement pour l'espèce humaine, ce n'est qu'une ressource contre la misère et non un moyen de bien-être. Les impôts directs, les corvées, les servitudes de tout genre écrasent le cultivateur allemand, qui paye encore des impôts indirects dans tout ce qu'il achète. Et pour comble de ruine, il n'ose pas vendre ses productions où et comme il veut. Il n'ose pas acheter ce dont il a besoin au marchand qui pourra le lui livrer au meilleur prix. Toutes ces causes le ruinent insensiblement, et il se trouvera hors d'état de payer les impôts directs à l'échéance sans la fierie. Elle lui offre une ressource, en occupant utilement sa femme, ses enfants, ses servantes, ses valets et lui-même. Mais quelle pénible vie, même aidé de ses secours! En été, il travaille comme un forçat au labourage et à la récolte. Il se couche à 9 heures et se lève à 2 pour suffire aux travaux. En hiver, il devrait réparer ses forces par un plus grand repos, mais il manquera de graines pour le pain et les semailles. S'il se défait des denrées qu'il faudrait vendre pour payer les impôts, il faut donc filer pour suppléer à ce vide. Il faut y apporter la plus grande assiduité. Aussi le paysan se couche-t-il en hiver à minuit, 1 heure, et se lève à 5 ou 6, ou bien il se couche à 9 et se lève à 2, et cela tous les jours de la vie, si ce n'est le dimanche. Ces excès de veille et de travail usent la nature humaine, et de là vient qu'hommes et femmes vieillissent beaucoup plus tôt dans les campagnes que dans les villes. End quote. Mirabeau, Locus Aetato, Volume 3, pages 212 and the following. End footnote. The spoliation of the Church's property, the fraudulent alienation of the state domains, the robbery of the common lands, the usurpation of feudal and clan property, and its transformation into modern private property under circumstances of reckless terrorism, were just so many idyllic methods of primitive accumulation. They conquered the field for capitalistic agriculture, made the soil part and parcel of capital, and created for the town industries the necessary supply of a so-called free and outlawed proletariat. End of Part 8, Chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Capital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Capital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 8, The So-Called Primitive Accumulation, Chapter 28, bloody legislation against the expropriated from the end of the 15th century, forcing down of wages by acts of parliament. The proletariat created by the breaking up of the bands of feudal retainers and by the forcible expropriation of the people from the soil, this "free" proletariat could not possibly be absorbed by the nascent manufacturers as fast as it was thrown upon the world. On the other hand, these men, suddenly dragged from their wonted mode of life, could not as suddenly adapt themselves to the discipline of their new condition. They were turned en masse into beggars, robbers, vagabonds, partly from inclination, in most cases from stress of circumstances. Hence, at the end of the 15th and during the whole of the 16th century, throughout Western Europe a bloody legislation against vagabondage was instituted. The fathers of the present working class were chastised for their enforced transformation into vagabonds and paupers. Legislation treated them as "voluntary" criminals, and assumed that it depended on their own good will to go on working under the old conditions that no longer existed. In England this legislation began under Henry VII. Henry VIII, 1530, beggars old and unable to work receive a beggar's license. On the other hand, whipping and imprisonment for sturdy vagabonds. They are to be tied to the cart tail and whipped until the blood streams from their bodies, then to swear an oath to go back to their birthplace, or to where they have lived the last 3 years, and to "put themselves to labour." What grim irony! In 27 Henry VIII the former statute is repeated, but strengthened with new clauses. For the second arrest for vagabondage, the whipping is to be repeated and half the ear sliced off; but for the third relapse the offender is to be executed as a hardened criminal and enemy of the common weal. Edward VI. A statute of the first year of his reign, 1547, ordains that if anyone refuses to work, he shall be condemned as a slave to the person who has denounced him as an idler. The master shall feed his slave on bread and water, weak broth and such refuse meat as he thinks fit. He has the right to force him to do any work, no matter how disgusting, with whip and chains. If the slave is absent a fortnight, he is condemned to slavery for life, and is to be branded on forehead or back with the letter S. If he runs away thrice, he is to be executed as a felon. The master can sell him, bequeath him, let him out on hire as a slave, just as any other personal chattel or cattle. If the slaves attempt anything against the masters, they are also to be executed. Justices of the peace, on information, are to hunt the rascals down. If it happens that a vagabond has been idling about for 3 days, he is to be taken to his birthplace, branded with a red-hot iron with the letter V on the breast, and be set to work, in chains, in the streets or at some other labour. If the vagabond gives a false birthplace, he is then to become the slave for life of this place, of its inhabitants or its corporation, and to be branded with an S. All persons have the right to take away the children of the vagabonds and to keep them as apprentices, the young men until the 24th year, the girls until the 20th. If they run away, they are to become up to this age the slaves of their masters, who can put them in irons, whip them, etc., if they like. Every master may put an iron ring around the neck, arms, or legs of his slave, by which to know him more easily and to be more certain of him. Footnote: the author of the Essay on Trade, etc., 1770, says, "In the reign of Edward VI, indeed the English seem to have set in good earnest about encouraging manufactures and employing the poor. This we learn from a remarkable statute, which runs thus: that all vagrants shall be branded, etc. Logo citato, page 5. End footnote." The last part of this statute provides that certain poor people may be employed by a place or by persons who are willing to give them food and drink and to find them work. This kind of parish slaves was kept up in England until far into the 19th century under the name of roundsmen. Elizabeth, 1572. Unlicensed beggars above 14 years of age are to be severely flogged and branded on the left ear, unless some one will take them into service for 2 years. In case of a repetition of the offence, if they are over 18, they are to be executed, unless some one will take them into service for 2 years. but for the third offence they are to be executed without mercy as felons. Similar statutes, 18 Elizabeth, chapter 13, and another of 1597. Footnote: Thomas More says in his Utopia, quote, "Therefore that uncovetous and unsatiable cormorant and very plague of his native country may compass about and enclose many thousand acres of ground together with one pale or hedge, the husbandmen be thrust out of their own, or else either by connive and fraud, or by violent oppression they be put besides it, or by wrongs and injuries they be so wearied that they be compelled to sell all. By one means therefore or by other, either by hook or crook, they must needs depart away, poor silly wretched souls, men, women, husbands, wives, fatherless children, widows, woeful mothers with their young babes, and their whole household small in substance, and much in number, as husbandry requireth many hands. Away they trudge, I say, out of their known accustomed houses, finding no place to rest in. All their household stuff, which is very little worth, though it might well abide the sale, yet being so dainly thrust out, they be constrained to sell it for a thing of naught. And when they have wandered abroad till that be spent, what can't they then else do but steal, and then justly party be hanged, or else go about begging? And yet then also they be cast in prison as vagabonds, because they go about and work not, whom no man will set a work, though they never so willingly proffer themselves thereto." Of these poor fugitives of whom Thomas More says that they were forced to thieve, 7,200 great and petty thieves were put to death, in the reign of Henry VIII. Holinshed, Description of England, Vol. 1, page 186. In Elizabeth's time, "rogues were trussed up apace, and that there was not 1 year commonly wherein 300 or 400 were not devoured and eaten up by the gallows." Strype's Annals of the Reformation and Establishment of Religion, and other various occurrences in the Church of England during Queen Elizabeth's happy reign, 2nd edition, 1725, Vol. 2. According to this same Strype, in Somersetshire, in 1 year, 40 persons were executed, 35 robbers burned in the hand, 37 whipped, and 183 discharged as incorrigible vagabonds. Nevertheless, he is of opinion that this large number of prisoners does not comprise even a fifth of the actual criminals, thanks to the negligence of the justices and the foolish compassion of the people; and the other counties of England were not better off in this respect than Somersetshire, while some were even worse. James I. Any one wandering about and begging is declared a rogue and a vagabond. Justices of the peace, in petty sessions, are authorized to have them publicly whipped, and for the first offence to imprison them for 6 months, for the second for 2 years. Whilst in prison they are to be whipped as much and as often as the justices of the peace think fit. Incorrigible and dangerous rogues are to be branded with an R on the left shoulder and set to hard labour, and if they are caught begging again, to be executed without mercy. These statutes, legally binding until the beginning of the 18th century, were only repealed by 12 Anne, c. 23. Similar laws in France, where by the middle of the 17th century a kingdom of vagabonds, truands, was established in Paris. Even at the beginning of Louis XVI's reign, Ordinance of July 13th, 1777, every man in good health, from 16 to 60 years of age, if without means of subsistence and not practising a trade, is to be sent to the galleys. Of the same nature are the statute of Charles V for the Netherlands, October 1537, the first edict of the States and Towns of Holland, March 10, 1614, the Plakkaat of the United Provinces, June 26, 1649, etc. Thus were the agricultural people first forcibly expropriated from the soil, driven from their homes, turned into vagabonds, and then whipped, branded, tortured by laws grotesquely terrible, into the discipline necessary for the wage system. It is not enough that the conditions of labour are concentrated in a mass, in the shape of capital, at the one pole of society, while at the other are grouped masses of men who have nothing to sell but their labour power. Neither is it enough that they are compelled to sell it voluntarily. The advance of capitalist production develops a working class which by education, tradition, habit, looks upon the conditions of that mode of production as self-evident laws of nature. The organization of the capitalist process of production, once fully developed, breaks down all resistance. The constant generation of a relative surplus population keeps the law of supply and demand of labor, and therefore keeps wages, in a rut that corresponds with the wants of capital. The dull compulsion of economic relations completes the subjection of the laborer to the capitalist. Direct force outside economic conditions is of course still used, but only exceptionally. In the ordinary run of things the laborer can be left to the natural laws of production, that is, to his dependence on capital, a dependence springing from and guaranteed in perpetuity by the conditions of production themselves. It is otherwise during the historic genesis of capitalist production. The bourgeoisie, at its rise, wants and uses the power of the state to "regulate" wages, that is, to force them within the limits suitable for surplus value making, to lengthen the working day, and to keep the laborer himself in a normal degree of dependence. This is an essential element of the so-called primitive accumulation. The class of wage laborers, which arose in the latter half of the 14th century, formed then and in the following century only a very small part of the population, well protected in its position by the independent peasant proprietary in the country and the guild organization in the town. In country and town master and workman stood close together socially. The subordination of labor to capital was only formal, that is, the mode of production itself had as yet no specific capitalistic character. Variable capital preponderated greatly over constant. The demand for wage labor grew, therefore, rapidly with every accumulation of capital, whilst the supply of wage labor followed but slowly. A large part of the national product, changed later into a fund of capitalist accumulation, then still entered into the consumption fund of the laborer. Legislation on wage labor, from the first aimed at the exploitation of the laborer, and, as it advanced, always equally hostile to him, is started in England by the Statute of Labourers of Edward III, 1349. [Footnote: "Whenever the legislator attempts to regulate the differences between masters and their workmen, its counsellors are always the masters," says A. Smith. "L'esprit des lois, c'est la propriété," says Linguet. The ordinance of 1350 in France, issued in the name of King John, corresponds with it. English and French legislation run parallel and are identical in purport. So far as the labour statutes aim at compulsory extension of the working day, I do not return to them, as this point was treated earlier. See Chapter 10, Section 5. The Statute of Labourers was passed at the urgent instance of the House of Commons. A Tory says naively, "Formerly the poor demanded such high wages as to threaten industry and wealth. Next, their wages are so low as to threaten industry and wealth equally and perhaps more, but in another way." [Footnote: Sophisms of Free Trade, by a barrister, London, 1850, page 206. He adds maliciously, "We were ready enough to interfere for the employer. Can nothing now be done for the employed?" A tariff of wages was fixed by law for town and country, for piecework and day work. The agricultural labourers were to hire themselves out by the year, the town ones in open market. It was forbidden, under pain of imprisonment, to pay higher wages than those fixed by the statute, but the taking of higher wages was more severely punished than the giving them. Aside, so also in sections 18 and 19 of the Statute of Apprentices of Elizabeth, 10 days' imprisonment is decreed for him that pays the higher wages, but 21 days for him that receives them. The Statute of 1360 increased the penalties and authorized the masters to extort labour at the legal rate of wages by corporal punishment. All combinations, contracts, oaths, etc., by which masons and carpenters reciprocally bound themselves, were declared null and void. Coalition of the labourers is treated as a heinous crime from the 14th century to 1825, the year of the repeal of the laws against trades unions. The spirit of the Statute of Labourers of 1349 and of its offshoots comes out clearly in the fact that indeed a maximum of wages is dictated by the State, but on no account a minimum. In the 16th century, the condition of the labourers had, as we know, become much worse. The money wage rose, but not in proportion to the depreciation of money and the corresponding rise in the prices of commodities. Wages, therefore, in reality, fell. Nevertheless, the laws for keeping them down remained in force, together with the ear-clipping and branding of those whom no one was willing to take into service. By the Statute of Apprentices, 5 Elizabeth, c. 3, the justices of the peace were empowered to fix certain wages and to modify them according to the time of the year and the price of commodities. James I extended these regulations of labour also to weavers, spinners, and all possible categories of workers. Footnote: from a clause of Statute 2 James I, c. 6, we see that certain cloth-makers took upon themselves to dictate, in their capacity of justices of the peace, the official tariff of wages in their own shops. In Germany, especially after the 30 Years' War, statutes for keeping down wages were general. "The want of servants and labourers was very troublesome to the landed proprietors in the depopulated districts. All villagers were forbidden to let rooms to single men and women. All the latter were to be reported to the authorities and cast into prison if they were unwilling to become servants, even if they were employed at any other work, such as sowing seeds for the peasants at a daily wage, or even buying and selling corn." Imperial Privileges and Sanctions for Silesia, 1st, 25. For a whole century in the decrees of the small German potentates a bitter cry goes up again and again about the wicked and impertinent rabble that will not reconcile itself to its hard lot, will not be content with the legal wage. The individual landed proprietors are forbidden to pay more than the State had fixed by a tariff. And yet the conditions of service were at times better after war than 100 years later. The farm servers of Silesia had, in 1652, meat twice a week, whilst even in our century districts are known where they have it only 3 times a year. Further, wages after the war were higher than in the following century." G. Freytag. George II extended the laws against coalitions of labourers to manufactures. In the manufacturing period par excellence, the capitalist mode of production had become sufficiently strong to render legal regulation of wages as impracticable as it was unnecessary; but the ruling classes were unwilling in case of necessity to be without the weapons of the old arsenal. Still 8 George II forbade a higher day's wage than 2s. 7½d. for journeymen tailors in and around London, except in cases of general mourning. Still 13 George III, c. 68, gave the regulation of the wages of silk weavers to the justices of the peace. Still, in 1706, it required 2 judgments of the higher courts to decide whether the mandates of justices of the peace as to wages held good also for non-agricultural labourers. Still, in 1799, an Act of Parliament ordered that the wages of the Scotch miners should continue to be regulated by a statute of Elizabeth and 2 Scotch Acts of 1661 and 1671. How completely in the meantime circumstances had changed is proved by an occurrence unheard of before in the English Lower House. In that place, where for more than 400 years laws had been made for the maximum, beyond which wages absolutely must not rise, Whitbread in 1796 proposed a legal minimum wage for agricultural labourers. Pitt opposed this, but confessed that the condition of the poor was cruel. Finally, in 1813, the laws for the regulation of wages were repealed. They were an absurd anomaly, since the capitalist regulated his factory by his private legislation, and could by the poor rates make up the wage of the agricultural labourer to the indispensable minimum. The provisions of the labour statutes as to contracts between master and workman, as to giving notice and the like, which only allow of a civil action against the contract-breaking master, but on the contrary permit a criminal action against the contract-breaking workman, are to this hour, 1873, in full force. The barbarous laws against trades unions fell in 1825 before the threatening bearing of the proletariat. Despite this, they fell only in part. Certain beautiful fragments of the old statute vanished only in 1859. Finally, the Act of Parliament of June 29, 1871, made a pretence of removing the last traces of this class of legislation by legal recognition of trades unions. But an Act of Parliament of the same date, an Act to amend the criminal law relating to violence, threats, and molestation, re-established in point of fact the former state of things in a new shape. By this parliamentary escamotage the means which the labourers could use in a strike or lockout were withdrawn from the laws common to all citizens, and placed under exceptional penal legislation, the interpretation of which fell to the masters themselves in their capacity as justices of the peace. 2 years earlier the same House of Commons and the same Mr. Gladstone, in the well-known straightforward fashion, brought in a bill for the abolition of all exceptional penal legislation against the working class. But this was never allowed to go beyond the second reading, and the matter was thus protracted until at last the "great Liberal party," by an alliance with the Tories, found courage to turn against the very proletariat that had carried it into power. Not content with this treachery, the "great Liberal party" allowed the English judges, ever complacent in the service of the ruling classes, to dig up again the earlier laws against conspiracy, and to apply them to coalitions of labourers. We see that only against its will and under the pressure of the masses did the English Parliament give up the laws against strikes and trades unions, after it had itself, for 500 years, held, with shameless egoism, the position of a permanent trades union of the capitalists against the labourers. During the very first storms of the Revolution, the French bourgeoisie dared to take away from the workers the right of association but just acquired. By a decree of June 14, 1791, they declared all coalition of the workers as "an attempt against liberty and the declaration of the rights of man," punishable by a fine of 500 livres, together with deprivation of the rights of an active citizen for 1 year. The first article of this law runs: L'anéantissement de toute espèce de corporation du même état et profession étant l'une des bases fondamentales de la Constitution française, il est défendu de les rétablir de fait sous quelque prétexte et sous quelque forme que ce soit. The fourth article declares that if des citoyens attachés aux mêmes professions, arts et métiers, prenant des délibérations, faisaient entre eux des conventions tendant à refuser de concert ou à n'accorder qu'à un prix déterminé le secours de leur industrie ou de leurs travaux, lesdites délibérations et conventions seront déclarées inconstitutionnelles, attentatoires à la liberté et à la Déclaration des droits de l'homme, etc. Felony, therefore, as in the old labour statutes. Révolution de Paris, Paris, 1791, Volume 3, page 523. This law, which, by means of state compulsion, confined the struggle between capital and labour within limits comfortable for capital, has outlived revolutions and changes of dynasties. Even the Reign of Terror left it untouched. It was but quite recently struck out of the penal code. Nothing is more characteristic than the pretext for this bourgeois coup d'etat. Granting, says Chapelier, the report of the Select Committee on this law, that wages ought to be a little higher than they are, that they ought to be high enough for him that receives them to be free from that state of absolute dependence due to the want of the necessaries of life, and which is almost that of slavery, yet the workers must not be allowed to come to any understanding about their own interests, nor to act in common, and thereby lessen their absolute dependence, which is almost that of slavery, because, forsooth, in doing this they injure "the freedom of their ci-devant masters, the present entrepreneurs." and because a coalition against the despotism of the quondam masters of the corporations is, guess what, a restoration of the corporations abolished by the French Constitution. [Footnote: Bûcher et Roux, Histoire parlementaire, Volume 10, page 195.] End of Part 8, Chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of Capital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gesine. Capital, a critical analysis of capital production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 8. The so-called primitive accumulation. Chapter 29. Genesis of the capitalist farmer. Now that we have considered the forcible creation of a class of outlawed proletarians, the bloody discipline that turned them into wage labourers, the disgraceful action of the state, which employed the police to accelerate the accumulation of capital by increasing the degree of exploitation of labour, the question remains: whence came the capitalists originally? For the expropriation of the agricultural population creates, directly, none but the greatest landed proprietors. As far, however, as concerns the genesis of the farmer, we can, so to say, put our hand on it, because it is a slow process, evolving through many centuries. The serfs, as well as the free small proprietors, held land under very different tenures, and were therefore emancipated under very different economic conditions. In England, the first form of the farmer is the bailiff, himself a serf. His position is similar to that of the old Roman villicus, only in a more limited sphere of action. During the second half of the 14th century, he is replaced by a farmer, whom the landlord provided with seed, cattle, and implements. His condition is not very different from that of the peasant. Only he exploits more wage labour. Soon he becomes a metayer, a half-farmer. He advances one part of the agricultural stock, the landlord the other. The two divide the total product in proportions determined by contract. This form quickly disappears in England, to give the place to the farmer proper, who makes his own capital breed by employing wage labourers, and pays a part of the surplus product, in money or in kind, to the landlord as rent. So long, during the 15th century, as the independent peasant and the farm labourer working for himself as well as for wages enriched themselves by their own labour, the circumstances of the farmer and his field of production were equally mediocre. The agricultural revolution, which commenced in the last third of the 15th century, and continued during almost the whole of the 16th, excepting, however, its last decade, enriched him just as speedily as it impoverished the mass of the agricultural people. Footnote: Harrison, in his Description of England, says, "Although peradventure 4 pounds of old rent be improved to 40, toward the end of his term, if he have not 6 or 7 years rent lying by him, 50 or 100 pounds, yet will the farmer think his gains very small." End of footnote. The usurpation of the common lands allowed him to augment greatly his stock of cattle, almost without cost, whilst they yielded him a richer supply of manure for the tillage of the soil. To this was added in the 16th century a very important element. At that time, the contracts for farms ran for a long time, often for 99 years. The progressive fall in the value of the precious metals, and therefore of money, brought the farmers golden fruit. Apart from all the other circumstances discussed above, it lowered wages. A portion of the latter was now added to the profits of the farm. The continuous rise in the price of corn, wool, meat, in a word of all agricultural produce, swelled the money capital of the farm without any actions on his part, whilst the rent he paid, being calculated on the old value of money, diminished in reality. Footnote: on the influence of the depreciation of money in the 16th century on the different classes of society, see A Compendium of Brief Examination of Certain Ordinary Complaints of Divers of Our Countrymen in These Our Days, by W. S. Gentleman, London, 1581. The dialogue form of this work led people for a long time to ascribe it to Shakespeare, and even in 1751 it was published under his name. Its author is William Stafford. In one place the knight reasons as follows: Knight, you, my neighbour, the husbandman, you, Maister Mercer, and you, Goodman Cooper, with other artificers, may save yourselves meetly well. For as much as all things are dearer than they were, so much do you arise in the price of your wares and occupations that ye sell again. But we have nothing to sell whereby we might advance ye price thereof, to countervail those things that we must buy again. In another place, the knight asks the doctor, I pray you, what by those sorts that ye mean? And first of those that ye think should have no loss thereby? Doctor, I mean all those that live by buying and selling, for as they buy dear, they sell thereafter. Knight, what is the next sort that ye say would win by it? Doctor, marry, all such as have takings of fermies in their own manurance (cultivation) at the old rent, for where they pay after the old rate they sell after the new, that is, they pay for their land good cheap, and sell all things growing thereof dear. Knight, what sort is that which, ye said, should have greater loss hereby than these men had profit? Doctor, it is all noblemen, gentlemen, and all other that live either by a stinted rent or stipend, or do not manure (cultivate) the ground, or do occupy no buying and selling. End of footnote. Thus they grew rich at the expense both of their labourers and their landlords. No wonder, therefore, that England, at the end of the 16th century, had a class of capitalist farmers, rich, considering the circumstances of the time. Footnote: in France, the régisseur, steward, collector of dues for the feudal lords during the earlier part of the Middle Ages, soon became an homme d'affaires, who by extortion, cheating, etc., swindled himself into a capitalist. These régisseurs themselves were sometimes noblemen. For example, this is the account given by M. Jacques de Tourès, knight, and lord of a manor near Besançon, to the lord who administers the accounts at Dijon for his Highness the Duke and Count of Burgundy, of the rents appurtenant to the above-mentioned manor from the 25th day of December 1359 to the 28th day of December 1360. Alexis Monteil, Traité de matériaux manuscrits, etc., pages 234–235. Already it is evident here how in all spheres of social life the lion's share falls to the middleman. In the economic domain, for example, financiers, stock exchange speculators, merchants, shopkeepers skim the cream. In civil matters, the lawyer fleeces his clients. In politics, the representative is of more importance than the voters. the minister then the sovereign. In religion, God is pushed into the background by the mediator, and the latter again is shoved back by the priests, the inevitable middleman between the good shepherd and his sheep. In France, as in England, the great feudal territories were divided into innumerable small homesteads, but under conditions incomparably more favourable for the people. During the 14th century arose the farms or terriers. Their number grew constantly, far beyond 100,000. They paid rents varying from 1/12 to 1/5 of the product in money or in kind. These farms were fiefs, sub-fiefs, etc., according the value and extent of the domains, many of them only containing a few acres. But these farmers had rights of jurisdiction in some degree over the dwellers on the soil. There were 4 grades. The oppression of the agricultural population under all these petty tyrants will be understood. Montaigne says that there were once in France 160,000 judges, where today 4,000 tribunals, including justices of the peace, suffice. End of footnote. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of Capital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Capital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1 by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Friedrich Engels. Part 8. The so-called Primitive Accumulation. Chapter 30. Reaction of the Agricultural Revolution on Industry. Creation of the Home Market for Industrial Capital. The expropriation and expulsion of the agricultural population, intermittent but renewed again and again, supplied, as we saw, the town industries with a mass of proletarians entirely connected with the corporate guilds and unfettered by them, a fortunate circumstance that makes old A. Anderson, not to be confounded with James Anderson, in his History of Commerce, believe in the direct intervention of Providence. We must still pause a moment on this element of primitive accumulation. The thinning out of the independent, self-supporting peasants not only brought about the crowding together of the industrial proletariat, in the way that Geoffroy St. Hilaire explained in the condescension of cosmical matter at one place, by its rarefaction at another. Footnote. In his Notations de Philosophie Naturelle, Paris, 1838. Endnote. In spite of the smaller number of its cultivators, the soil brought forth as much or more produce, after as before, because the revolution in the conditions of landed property was accompanied by improved methods of culture, greater co-operation, concentration of the means of production, etc., and because not only were the agricultural wage laborers put on the strain more intensely, but the field of production on which they worked for themselves became more and more contracted. Footnote. A point that Sir James Stewart emphasizes. Endnote. With the setting free of a part of the agricultural population, therefore, their former means of nourishment were also set free. They were now transformed into material elements of variable capital. The peasant, expropriated and cast adrift, must buy their value in the form of wages from his new master, the industrial capitalist. That which holds goods of the means of subsistence holds with the raw material of industry dependent upon home agriculture. They were transformed into an element of constant capital. Suppose, for example, a part of the Westphalian peasants, who at the time of Frederick II all span flax, forcibly expropriated and hunted from the soil, and the other part that remained turned into day labourers of large farmers. At the same time arise large establishments for flax spinning and weaving, in which the men set free now work for wages. The flax looks exactly as before. Not a fibre of it is changed, but a new social soul has popped into its body. It forms now a part of the constant capital of the master manufacturer. Formerly divided among a number of small producers, who cultivated it themselves and with their families spun it in retail fashion, it is now concentrated in the hands of one capitalist, who sets others to spin and weave it for him. The extra labor expended in flax spinning realized itself formerly in extra income to numerous peasant families, or maybe, in Frederick II's time, in taxes for the King of Prussia. It realizes itself now in profit for a few capitalists. The spindles and looms, formerly scattered over the face of the country, are now crowded together in a few great labor barracks, together with the laborers and the raw material. And spindles, looms, raw material are now transformed from means of independent existence for the spinners and weavers into means for commanding them and sucking out of them unpaid labor. One does not perceive, when looking at the large manufactories and the large farms, that they have originated from the throwing into one of many small centers of production, and have built up by the expropriation of many small independent producers. Nevertheless, the popular intuition was not at fault. In the time of Mirabeau, the lion of the Revolution, the great manufactories were still called manufacturing réunies, workshops thrown into one, as we speak of fields thrown into one. Footnote: I will allow you to have the honor of serving me, on condition that, in return for the pains I take in commanding you, you give me the little that remains to you. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Discours sur l'économie politique. End note. Says Mirabeau, we are only paying attention to the grand factories, in which hundreds of men work under a director and which are commonly called large manufactures réunies. Those where a very large number of laborers work, each separately and on his own account, are hardly considered. They are placed at an infinite distance from the others. This is a great error, as the latter alone make a really important object of national prosperity. The large workshop, manufacture réunie, will enrich prodigiously one or two entrepreneurs. But the laborers will only be journeymen, paid more or less, and will not have any share in the success of the undertaking. In the discreet workshop, manufacture séparée, on the contrary, no one will become rich, but many laborers will be comfortable. The saving and the industrious will be able to amass a little capital, to put by for a birth of a child, for an illness, for themselves or their belongings. The number of saving and industrious laborers will increase, because they will see in good conduct, in activity, a means of essentially bettering their condition, and not of obtaining a small rise in wages that can never be of any importance of the future, and whose sole result is to place men in the position to live a little better, but only from day to day. The large workshops, undertakings of certain private persons, who pay laborers from day to day work for their gain, may be able to put these private individuals at their ease, but they will never be an object worth the attention of governments. Discreet workshops, for the most part combined with cultivation of small holdings, are the only free ones. The expropriation and eviction of a part of the agricultural population not only set free for industrial capital, the laborers, their means of subsistence, and material for labor, it also created the home market. Footnote: Mirabeau, first see pages 20 to 109. Passim. That Mirabeau considers the separate workshops more economical and productive than the combined, and sees in the latter merely artificial exotics under government cultivation, is explained by the position at that time of a great part of the continental manufactures. End note. In fact, the events that transformed the small peasants into wage laborers, and their means of subsistence and of labor into material elements of capital, created at the same time a home market for the latter. Formerly, the peasant family produced the means of subsistence and the raw materials, which they themselves for the most part consumed. These raw materials and means of subsistence have now become commodities. The large farmer sells them; he finds his market in manufactures. Yarn, linen, coarse woolen stuffs, things whose raw materials had been within the reach of every peasant family, had been spun and woven by it for its own use, were now transformed into articles of manufacture, to which the country districts at once served for markets. The many scattered customers, whom stray artisans until now had found in the numerous small producers working on their own account, concentrate themselves now into one great market provided for by industrial capital. Footnote: 20 pounds of wool converted unobtrusively into yearly clothing of a laborer's family by its own industry in the intervals of other works, this makes no show, but bring it to market, send it to the factory, thence to the broker, thence to the dealer, and you will have great commercial operations, and nominal capital engaged to the amount of 20 times its value. The working class is thus immersed to support a wretched factory population, a parasitical shopkeeping class, and a fictitious commercial, monetary, and financial system. David Urquhart, page 120. End note. Thus, hand in hand with the expropriation of the self-supporting peasants, with their separation from their means of production, goes the destruction of rural domestic industry, the process of separation between manufacture and agriculture. And only the destruction of rural domestic industry can give the internal market of country that extension and consistence which the capitalist mode of production requires. Still, the manufacturing period, properly so called, does not succeed in carrying out this transformation radically and completely. It will be remembered that manufacture, properly so called, conquers but partially the domain of national production, and always rests on the handicrafts of the town and the domestic industry of the rural districts as its ultimate basis. If it destroys these in one form, in particular branches, at certain points, it calls them up again elsewhere, because it needs them for the production of raw materials up to a certain point. It produces, therefore, a new class of small villagers who, while following the cultivation of the soil as an accessory calling, find their chief occupation in industrial labor, the products of which they sell to the manufacturers directly, or through the medium of merchants. This is one, though not the chief, cause of a phenomenon which, at first, puzzles the student of English history. Footnote: Cromwell's time forms an exception. So long as the Republic lasted, the mass of the English people of all grades rose from the degradation into which they had sunk under the Tudors. End note. From the last third of the 15th century he finds continually complaints, only interrupted at certain intervals, about the encroachment of capitalist farming in the country districts, and the progressive destruction of the peasantry. On the other hand, he always finds this peasantry turning up again, although in diminished number, and always under worse conditions. The chief reason is, England is at one time chiefly a cultivator of corn, at another a breeder of capital, in alternate periods, and with these, the extent, supplies and machinery, the lasting basis of capitalistic agriculture, expropriates radically the enormous majority of the agricultural population, and completes the separation between agriculture and rural domestic industry, whose roots, spinning and weaving, it tears up. Conquers for industrial capital the entire home market. Tuckett is aware that the modern woolen industry has sprung, with the introduction of machinery, from manufacture proper and from the destruction of rural and domestic industries. The plough, the yoke were the invention of gods and the occupation of heroes. Are the loom, the spindle, the distaff, of less noble parentage? You sever the distaff and the plough, the spindle and the yoke, and you get factories and poorhouses, credit and panics, two hostile nations, agriculture and commercial. David Urquhart, page 122. But now comes Carey, and cries out upon England, surely not with unreason, that it is trying to turn every other country into a mere agricultural nation, whose manufacturer is to be England. He pretends that in this way Turkey has been ruined, because the owners and occupants of land have never been permitted by England to strengthen themselves by the formation of that natural alliance between the plough and the loom, the hammer and the harrow. The Slave Trade, page 125. According to him, Urquhart himself is one of the chief agents in the ruin of Turkey, where he had made free trade propaganda in the English interest. The best of it is that Carey, a great Russophile by the way, wants to prevent the process of separation by that very system of protection which accelerates it. Footnote: Philanthropic English economists like Mill, Rogers, Goldwin Smith, Fawcett, etc., and liberal manufacturers like John Bright and Company, ask the English landed proprietors, as God asked Cain after Abel, where are our thousands of freeholders gone? But where do you come from then? From the destruction of these freeholders. Why don't you ask further, where are the independent weavers, spinners, and artisans gone? End note. End of Part 8, Chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Capital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Capital, a critical analysis of capitalist production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Friedrich Engels. Part 8. The so-called Primitive Accumulation. Chapter 31. Genesis of the Industrial Capitalist. The genesis of the industrial capitalist did not proceed in such a gradual way as that of the farmer. Doubtless many small guild masters, and yet more independent small artisans, or even wage laborers, transformed themselves into small capitalists, and by gradually extending exploitation of wage labor and corresponding accumulation into full-blown capitalists. In the infancy of capitalist production, things often happened as in the infancy of medieval towns, where the question, which of the escaped serfs should be master and which servant, was in great part decided by the earlier or later date of their flight. The snail's pace of this method corresponded in no wise with the commercial requirements of the New World market that the great discoveries of the end of the 15th century created. But the Middle Ages had handed down two distinct forms of capital, which mature in the most different economic social formations, and which before the end of the capitalist mode of production are all considered as capital quand même, all the same, usurper's capital and merchant's capital. Footnote: industrial here in contradistinction to agricultural. In the categoric sense, the farmer is an industrial capitalist as much as the manufacturer. Endnote. Quote, at present, all the wealth of society goes first into possession of the capitalist. He pays the landowner his rent, the laborer his wages, the tax and tithe-gatherer their claims, and keeps a large, indeed the largest, and a continually augmenting share of the annual produce of labor, for himself. The capitalist may now be said to be the first owner of all the wealth of the community, though no law has conferred on him the right to this property. This change has been effected by the taking of interest on capital, and it is not a little curious that all the lawgivers of Europe endeavour to prevent this by statutes, viz., statutes against usury. The power of the capitalist all over the wealth of the country is a complete change in the right of property, and by what law or series of laws was it effected? Footnote: the natural and artificial rights of property contrasted. London, 1832, pages 98 through 99. Author of the anonymous work, Theodore Hodgkin. Endnote. The author should have remembered that revolutions are not made by laws. The money capital formed by means of usury and commerce was prevented from turning into industrial capital, in the country by the feudal constitution, in the towns by the guild organization. These fetters vanished with the dissolution of feudal society, with the expropriation and partial eviction of the country population. The new manufactures were established at weapons or at inland points beyond the control of the old municipalities and their guilds. Hence, in England, an embittered struggle of the corporate towns against these new industrial nurseries. Footnote: even as late as 1794, the small cloth-makers of Leeds sent a deputation to Parliament with a petition for a law to forbid any merchant from becoming a manufacturer. Dr. Aiken, 1st C. and note. The discovery of gold and silver in America, the extirpation, enslavement, and entombment in mines of the aboriginal population, the beginning of the conquest and looting of the East Indies, the turning of Africa into a warren for the commercial hunting of blackskins, signalized the rosy dawn of the era of capitalist production. These idyllic proceedings are the chief momenta of primitive accumulation. On their heels treads the commercial war of the European nations, with the globe for a theatre. It begins with the revolt of the Netherlands from Spain, assumes giant dimensions in England's anti-Jacobin war, and is still going on in the opium wars against China. The different momenta of primitive accumulation distribute themselves now more or less in chronological order, particularly over Spain, Portugal, Holland, France, and England. In England, at the end of the 17th century, they arrive at a systematical combination, embracing the colonies, the national debt, the modern mode of taxation, and the protectionist system. These methods depend in part on brute force, for example, the colonial system. But they all employ the power of the state, the concentrated and organized force of society, to hasten, hothouse fashion, the process of transformation of the feudal mode of production into the capitalist mode, and to shorten the transition. Force is the midwife of every old society pregnant with a new one. It is in itself an economic power. Of the Christian colonial system, W. Howitt, a man who makes a speciality of Christianity, says, "The barbarians and desperate outrages of the so-called Christian race, throughout every region of the world, and not upon people they have been able to subdue, are not to be paralleled by those of any other race, however fierce, however untaught, and however reckless of mercy and of shame, in any age of the earth." Footnote: William Howitt, Colonization and Christianity, a popular history of the treatment of the natives by the Europeans in all their colonies. London, 1838, page 9. On the treatment of the slaves there is a good compilation in Charles Comte, Traité de la Législation, 3e édition, Bruxelles, 1837. This subject one must study in detail, to see what the bourgeoisie makes of itself and of the laborer, wherever it can, without restraint, model the world after its own image. The history of the colonial administration of Holland, and Holland was the head capitalistic nation of the 17th century, is one of the most extraordinary relations of treachery, bribery, massacre, and meanness. Footnote: Thomas Stamford Raffles, late Lieutenant Governor of that island. The History of Java, London, 1817. Nothing is more characteristic than their system of stealing men to get slaves for Java. The men stealers were trained for this purpose. The thief, the interpreter, and the seller were the chief agents in this trade, native princes the chief sellers. The young people stolen were thrown into the secret dungeons of the celebes, until they were ready for sending to the slave ships. An official report says, "This one town of Macassar, for example, is full of secret prisons, one more horrible than the other, crammed with unfortunates, victims of greed and tyranny fettered in chains, forcibly torn from their families." To secure Malacca, the Dutch corrupted the Portuguese governor. He let them into the town in 1641. They hurried at once to his house and assassinated him, to abstain from the payment of £21,875, the price of his treason. Wherever they set foot, devastation and depopulation followed. Banjuwangi, a province of Java, in 1750, numbered over 80,000 inhabitants. In 1811 only 18,000. Sweet commerce. The English East India Company, as is well known, obtained, besides the political rule in India, the exclusive monopoly of the tea trade, as well as of the Chinese trade in general, and of the transport of goods to and from Europe. But the coasting trade of India and between the islands, as well as the internal trade of India, were the monopoly of the higher employees of the country. The monopolies of salt, opium, betel, and other commodities were inexhaustible mines of wealth. The employees themselves fixed the price and plundered at will the unhappy Hindus. The Governor-General took part in this private traffic. His favourites received contracts under conditions whereby they, cleverer than the alchemists, made gold out of nothing. Great fortunes sprang up like mushrooms in a day. Primitive accumulation went on with the advance of a shilling. The trial of Warren Hastings swarms with such cases. Here is an instance. A contract for opium was given to a certain Sullivan at the moment of his departure on an official mission to a part of India far removed from the opium district. Sullivan sold his contract to one Bin for £40,000. Bin sold it the same day for £60,000, and the ultimate purchaser who carried out the contract declared that after all he realized an enormous gain. According to one of the lists laid before Parliament, the company and its employees from 1757 to 1766 got £6 million from the Indians as gifts. Between 1769 and 1770 the English manufactured a famine by buying up all the rice and refusing to sell it again, except at fabulous prices. Footnote: in the year 1866 more than 1 million Hindus died of hunger in the province of Orissa alone. Nevertheless, the attempt was made to enrich the Indian treasury by the price at which the necessaries of life were sold to the starving people. The treatment of the aborigines was, naturally, most frightful in plantation colonies destined for export trade only, such as the West Indies, and in rich and well-populated countries, such as Mexico and India, that were given over to plunder. But even in the colonies properly so called, the Christian character of primitive accumulation did not belie itself. Those sober virtuosi of Protestantism, the Puritans of New England in 1703, by decrees of their assembly, set a premium of £40 on every Indian scalp and every captured redskin; in 1720 a premium of £100 on every scalp; in 1744, after Massachusetts Bay had proclaimed a certain tribe as rebels, the following prices: for a male scalp of 12 years and upwards, £100 new currency; for a male prisoner, £105; for women and children prisoners, £50; for scalps of women and children, £50. The colonial system took its revenge on the descendants of the pious Pilgrim Fathers, who had grown seditious in the meantime. At English instigation and for English pay they were tomahawked by redskins. The British Parliament proclaimed bloodhounds and scalping as means that God and nature has given into its hand. The colonial system ripened like a hothouse trade and navigation. The Society's monopolia of Luther were powerful levers for concentration of capital. The colonies secured a market for the budding manufactures, and through monopoly of the market, an increased accumulation. The treasures captured outside Europe by undisguised looting, enslavement, and murder floated back to the mother country and were turned into capital. Holland, which first fully developed the colonial system in 1648, stood already in the acme of its commercial greatness. It was in almost exclusive possession of the East Indian trade and the commerce between the southeast and northwest of Europe. Its fisheries, marine, manufactures surpassed those of any other country. The total capital of the Republic was probably more than all of the rest of Europe put together. Gulick forgets to add that by 1648 the people of Holland were more overworked, poorer, and more brutally oppressed than those of all the rest of Europe put together. Today industrial supremacy implies commercial supremacy. In the period of manufacture properly so called, it is, on the other hand, the commercial supremacy that gives industrial predominance. Hence the preponderant role that the colonial system plays at that time. It was the strange god who perched himself on the altar by jowl with the old gods of Europe, and one fine day with a shove and a kick chucked them all of a heap. It proclaimed surplus value, making as the sole end and aim of humanity. The system of public credit, i.e. of national debts, whose origin we discover in Genoa and Venice as early as the Middle Ages, took possession of Europe generally during the manufacturing period. The colonial system, with its maritime trade and commercial wars, served as a forcing house for it. Thus it first took root in Holland. National debts, i.e. the alienation of the state, whether despotic, constitutional, or republican, marked with its stamp the capitalistic era. The only part of the so-called national wealth that actually enters into the collective possessions of modern peoples is their national debt. Hence, as a necessary consequence, the modern doctrine that a nation becomes the richer the more deeply indebted it is. Public credit becomes the credo of capital. And with the rise of national debt-making, want of faith in the national debt takes the place of the blasphemy against the Holy Ghost, which may not be forgiven. Footnote: William Cobbett remarks that in England all public institutions are designated royal. As compensation for this, however, there is the national debt. End note. The public debt becomes one of the most powerful levers of primitive accumulation. As with the stroke of an enchanter's wand, it endows barren money with the power of breeding and thus turns it into capital, without the necessity of its exposing itself to the troubles and risks inseparable from its employment in industry or even in usury. The state creditors actually give nothing away, for the sum lent is transformed into public bonds, easily negotiable, which go on functioning in their hands just as so much hard cash would. But further, apart from the class of lazy annuitants thus created, and from the improvised wealth of the financiers, middlemen between the government and the nation, as also apart from the taxpayers, merchants, private manufacturers, to whom a good part of every national loan renders the service of a capital fallen from heaven, the national debt has given rise to joint stock companies, to dealings in negotiable effects of all kinds, and to agiotage, in a word, to stock exchange gambling and the modern bankocracy. At their birth the great banks, decorated with national titles, were only associations of private spectators, who placed themselves by the side of governments, and, thanks to the privileges they received, were in a position to advance money to the state. Hence the accumulation of the national debt has no more infallible measure than the successive rise in the stock of these banks, whose full development dates from the founding of the Bank of England in 1694. The Bank of England began with lending its money to the government at 8%. At the same time it was empowered by Parliament to coin money out of the same capital, by lending it again to the public in the form of bank notes. It was allowed to use these notes for discounting bills, making advances on commodities, and for buying the precious metals. It was not long ere this credit money, made by the bank itself, became the coin in which the Bank of England made its loans to the state, and paid, on account of the state, the interest on the public debt. It was not enough that the bank gave with one hand and took back more with the other; it remained, even whilst receiving, the eternal creditor of the nation down to the last shilling advanced. Gradually it became inevitably the receptacle of the metallic hoard of the country, and the centre of gravity of all commercial credit. What effect was produced on their contemporaries by the sudden uprising of this brood of bankocrats, financiers, rentiers, brokers, stock jobbers, etc., is proved by the writings of that time, e.g. by Bolingbroke's. [Footnote: If the Tartars were to flood into Europe today, it would be a difficult job to make them understand what a financier is with us. Montesquieu, Esprit des Lois, page 33, edition London, 1769.] With the national debt arose an international credit system, which often conceals one of the sources of primitive accumulation in this or that people. Thus the villainies of the Venetian thieving system formed one of the secret bases of the capital wealth of Holland, to whom Venice, in her decadence, lent large sums of money. So also was it with Holland and England. By the beginning of the 18th century the Dutch manufacturers were far outstripped. Holland had ceased to be the nation preponderant in commerce and industry. One of its main lines of business, therefore, from 1701 to 1776, is the lending out of enormous amounts of capital, especially to its great rival, England. The same thing is going on today between England and the United States. A great deal of capital, which appears today in the United States without any certificate of birth, was yesterday in England, the capitalized blood of children. As the national debt finds its support in the public revenue, which must cover the yearly payments for interest, the modern system of taxation was the necessary complement of the system of national loans. The loans enable the government to meet extraordinary expenses, without the taxpayers feeling it immediately, but they necessitate, as a consequence, increased taxes. On the other hand, the raising of taxation caused by the accumulation of debts contracted one after another, compels the government always to have recourse to new loans for extraordinary expenses. Modern fiscality, whose pivot is formed by taxes on the most necessary means of subsistence, thereby increasing their price, thus contains within itself the germ of automatic progression. Overtaxation is not an accident, but rather a principle. In Holland, therefore, where this system was first inaugurated, the great patriot, De Witt, has in his maxims extolled it as the best system for making the wage laborer submissive, frugal, industrious, and overburdened with labor. The destructive influence that it exercises on the condition of the wage laborer concerns us less, however, here, than the forcible expropriation, resulting from it, of peasants, and, in a word, all elements of the lower middle class. On this there are not two opinions, even among the bourgeois economists. Its expropriating efficacy is still further heightened by the system of protection, which forms one of its integral parts. The great part that the public debt, and the fiscal system corresponding with it, has played in the capitalization of wealth and the expropriation of the masses, has led many writers, like Cobbett, Doubleday, and others, to seek in this, incorrectly, the fundamental cause of the misery of the modern peoples. The system of protection was an artificial means of manufacturing manufactures, of expropriating independent laborers, of capitalizing the national means of production and subsistence, of forcibly abbreviating the transition from the medieval to the modern mode of production. The European states tore one another to pieces about the patent of this invention, and once entered into the service of the surplus value makers, did not merely lay under the contribution in the pursuit of this purpose their own people, indirectly through protective duties, directly through export premiums. They also forcibly rooted out in their dependent countries all industry, as, for example, England did with the Irish woolen manufacture. On the continent of Europe, after Colbert's example, the process was much simplified. The primitive industrial capital here came in part directly out of the state treasury. Why, cries Mirabeau, why go so far as to seek the cause of the manufacturing glory of Saxony before the war? 180 million of debts contracted by the sovereigns. Footnote: Mirabeau, page 101. Endnote. Colonial system, public debts, heavy taxes, protection, commercial wars, etc. These children of the true manufacturing period increased gigantically during the infancy of modern industry. The birth of the latter is heralded by a great slaughter of the innocents. Like the Royal Navy, the factories were recruited by means of the press gang. Blasé, as Sir F. M. Eden is, to the horrors of the expropriation of the agricultural population from the soil, from the last third of the 15th century to his own time, with all the self-satisfaction with which he rejoices in this process, essential for establishing capitalistic agriculture and the due proportion between arable and pasture land, he does not show, however, the same economic insight in respect to the necessity of child stealing and child slavery for the transformation of manufacturing exploitation into factory exploitation, and the establishment of the true relation between capital and labor power. He says, "It may perhaps be worthy the attention of the public to consider whether any manufacture which, in order to be carried on successfully, requires that cottages and workhouses should be ransacked for poor children, that they should be employed by turns during the greater part of the night, and robbed of that rest which, though indispensable to all, is most required by the young, and that numbers of both sexes, of different ages and dispositions, should be collected together in such a manner that the contagion of example cannot but lead to profligacy and debauchery, will add to the sum of individual or national felicity?" Eden, 1st C, Volume 1, Book 2, Chapter 1, page 421. Endnote. In the counties of Derbyshire, Nottinghamshire, and more particular in Lancashire, says Fielding, the newly invented machinery was used in large factories built on the sides of streams, capable of turning the water wheel. Thousands of hands were suddenly required in these places, remote from towns, and Lancashire, in particular, being till then comparatively thinly populated and barren, a population was all that she now wanted. The small and nimble fingers of little children being by far the most in request, the custom instantly sprang up of procuring apprentices from the different parish workhouses of London, Birmingham, and elsewhere. Many thousands of these little, hapless creatures were sent down into the north, being from the age of 7 to the age of 13 or 14 years old. The custom was for the master to clothe his apprentices and to feed and lodge them in an apprentice house near the factory. Overseers were appointed to see to the works, whose interest it was to work the children to the utmost, because their pay was in proportion to the quantity of work that they could exact. Cruelty was, of course, the consequence. In many of the manufacturing districts, but particularly, I am afraid, in the guilty county to which I belong, Lancashire, cruelties the most heart-rending were practised upon the unoffending and friendless creatures who were thus consigned to the charge of master manufacturers. They were harassed to the brink of death by excess of labor, were flogged, fettered, and tortured in the most exquisite refinement of cruelty. They were in many cases starved to the bone while flogged to their work, and even in some instances were driven to commit suicide. The beautiful and romantic valleys of Derbyshire, Nottinghamshire, and Lancashire, secluded from the public eye, became the dismal solitudes of torture and of many a murder. The profits of manufacturers were enormous, but this only whetted the appetite that it should have satisfied, and therefore the manufacturers had recourse to an expedient that seemed to secure them those profits without any possibility of limit. They began the practice of what is termed night working, that is, having tired one set of hands by working them throughout the day, they had another set ready to go on working throughout the night, the day set getting into the beds that the night set had just quitted, the night set getting into the beds that the day set quitted in the morning. It is a common tradition in Lancashire that the beds never get cold. With the development of capitalist production during the manufacturing period, the public opinion of Europe had lost the last remnant of shame and conscience. The nations bragged cynically of every infamy that served them as a means to capitalist accumulation. Read, for example, the naive Annals of Commerce of the worthy A. Anderson. Here it is trumpeted forth as a triumph of English statecraft that at the Peace of Utrecht, England extorted from the Spaniards by the Asiento Treaty the privilege of being allowed to ply the negro trade, until then only carried on between Africa and the English West Indies, between Africa and Spanish America as well. England thereby acquired the right of supplying Spanish America until 1743 with 4,800 negroes yearly. This threw at the same time an official cloak over British smuggling. Liverpool waxed fat on the slave trade. This was its method of primitive accumulation. And even to the present day, Liverpool respectably is the Pindar of the slave trade which, compare the work of Aiken, 1795, already quoted, has coincided with that spirit of bold adventure which has characterized the trade of Liverpool, and rapidly carried it to its present state of prosperity, has occasioned vast employment for shipping and sailors, and greatly augmented the demand for the manufactures of the country. Page 339. Liverpool employed in the slave trade in 1730 15 ships, in 1751 53, in 1760 74, in 1770 96, and in 1772 132. Footnote: in 1790 there were in the English West Indies 10 slaves for 1 free man, in the French 14 for 1, in the Dutch 23 for 1. Henry Brougham, An Inquiry into the Colonial Policy of the European Powers. Edinburgh, 1803, Volume 2, page 74. Endnote. Whilst the cotton industry introduced child slavery in England, it gave in the United States a stimulus to the transformation of the earlier, more or less patriarchal slavery into a system of commercial exploitation. In fact, the veiled slavery of the wage workers in Europe needed, for its pedestal, slavery pure and simple in the New World. Tanti mollis erat, to establish the eternal laws of nature of the capitalist mode of production, to complete the process of separation between laborers and conditions of labor, to transform at one pole the social means of production and subsistence into capital, at the opposite pole the mass of the population into wage laborers, into free laboring poor, that artificial product of modern society. If money, according to Augier, comes into the world with a congenital bloodstain on one cheek, capital comes dripping from head to foot, from every pore, with blood and dirt. Footnote: the phrase laboring poor is found in English legislation from the moment when the class of wage laborers becomes noticeable. This term is used in opposition, on the one hand, to the idle poor, beggars, etc., on the other to those laborers who, pigeons not yet plucked, are still possessors of their own means of labor. From the statute book it passed into political economy, and was handed down by Culpeper, J. Child, etc., to Adam Smith and Eden. After this one can judge of the good faith of the execrable political cant-monger, Edmund Burke, when he called the expression laboring poor execrable political cant. This sycophant, who, in the pay of the English oligarchy, played the romantic laudator temporis acti against the French Revolution, just as, in the pay of the North American colonies at the beginning of the American troubles, he had played the liberal against the English oligarchy, was an out-and-out vulgar bourgeois. The laws of commerce and the laws of nature, and therefore the laws of God. Edmund Burke, pages 31 and 32. No wonder that, true to the laws of God and nature, he always sold himself in the best market. A very good portrait of this Edmund Burke, during his liberal time, is to be found in the writings of the Reverend Mr. Tucker. Tucker was a parson and a Tory, but for the rest an honourable man and a competent political economist. In face of the infamous cowardice of character that reigns today, and believes most devoutly in the laws of commerce, it is our bounden duty again and again to brand the Burkes, who only differ from their successors in one thing, talent. Endnote. Footnote: Marie Angier, Du Crédit Public, Paris, 1842. Endnote. Footnote: Capital is said by a quarterly review to fly turbulence and strife, and to be timid, which is very true, but this is very incompletely stating the question. Capital eschews no profit, or very small profit, just as nature was formerly said to abhor a vacuum. With an adequate profit, capital is very bold. A certain 10% will ensure its employment anywhere, 20% certainly will produce eagerness, 50% positive audacity, 100% will make it ready to trample on all human laws. 300%, and there is not a crime at which it will scruple, nor a risk it will not run, even to the chance of its owner being hanged. If turbulence and strife will bring a profit, it will freely encourage both. Smuggling and the slave trade have amply proved all that is here stated. T.J. Dunning, 1st C, pages 35 and 36. End note. End of Part 8, Chapter 31.
Chapter 32 of Capital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Capital, a Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1 by Karl Marx. Translated from the Third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 8. The so-called primitive accumulation. Chapter 32. Historical tendency of capitalist accumulation. What does the primitive accumulation of capital, i.e. its historical genesis, resolve itself into? Insofar as it is not immediate transformation of slaves and serfs into wage laborers, and therefore mere change of form, it only means the expropriation of the immediate producers, i.e. the dissolution of private property based on the labor of its owner. Private property, as the antithesis to social collective property, exists only where the means of labor and the external conditions of labor belong to private individuals. But according as these private individuals are laborers or not laborers, private property has a different character. The numberless shades that it at first sight presents correspond to the intermediate stages lying between these two extremes. The private property of the laborer in his means of production is the foundation of petty industry, whether agricultural, manufacturing, or both. Petty industry, again, is an essential condition for the development of social production and of the free individuality of the laborer himself. Of course, this petty mode of production exists also under slavery, serfdom, and other states of dependence. But it flourishes, it lets loose its whole energy, it attains its adequate classical form, only where the laborer is the private owner of his own means of labor set in action by himself, the peasant of the land which he cultivates, the artisan of the tool which he handles as a virtuoso. This mode of production presupposes parceling of the soil and scattering of the other means of production. As it excludes the concentration of these means of production, so also it excludes cooperation, division of labor within each separate process of production, the control over and the productive application of the forces of nature by society, and the free development of the social productive powers. It is compatible only with a system of production and a society moving within narrow and more or less primitive bounds. To perpetuate it would be, as Pecqueur rightly says, quote, to decree universal mediocrity, end of quote. At a certain stage of development it brings forth the material agencies for its own dissolution. From that moment new forces and new passions spring up in the bosom of society. But the old social organization fetters them and keeps them down. It must be annihilated. It is annihilated. Its annihilation, the transformation of the individualized and scattered means of production into socially concentrated ones, of the pygmy property of the many into the huge property of the few, the expropriation of the great mass of people from the soil, from the means of subsistence, and from the means of labor, this fearful and painful expropriation of the mass of the people forms a prelude to the history of capital. It comprises a series of forcible methods, of which we have passed in review only those that have been epoch-making as methods of the primitive accumulation of capital. The expropriation of the immediate producers was accomplished with merciless vandalism, and under the stimulus of passions the most infamous, the most sordid, the pettiest, the most meanly odious. self-earned private property that is based, so to say, on the fusing together of the isolated independent laboring individual with the conditions of his labor, is supplanted by capitalistic private property, which rests on exploitation of the nominally free labor of others, i.e., on wage labor. Footnote 1. Nous sommes dans une condition tout à fait nouvelle de la société. Nous tendons à séparer toute espèce de propriété d'avec toute espèce de travail. We are in a situation which is entirely new for society. We are striving to separate every kind of property from every kind of labor. Sismondi, Nouveaux Principes d'Économie Politique, 2nd volume, page 434. End of footnote 1. As soon as this process of transformation has sufficiently decomposed the old society from top to bottom, as soon as the laborers are turned into proletarians, their means of labor into capital, as soon as the capitalist mode of production stands on its own feet, then the further socialization of labor and further transformation of the land and other means of production into socially exploited and therefore common means of production, as well as the further expropriation of private proprietors, takes a new form. That which is now to be expropriated is no longer the laborer working for himself, but the capitalist exploiting many laborers. This expropriation is accomplished by the action of the immanent laws of capitalistic production itself, by the centralization of capital. One capitalist always kills many. Hand in hand with this centralization, or this expropriation of many capitalists by few, develop on an ever-extending scale the cooperative form of the labor process, the conscious technical application of science, the methodical cultivation of the soil, the transformation of the instruments of labor into instruments of labor only usable in common, the economizing of all means of production by their use as means of production of combined socialized labor, the entanglement of all peoples in the net of the world market, and with this, the international character of the capitalistic regime. Along with the constantly diminishing number of the magnates of capital who usurp and monopolize all advantages of this process of transformation, grows the mass of misery, oppression, slavery, degradation, exploitation. But with this too grows the revolt of the working class, a class always increasing in numbers and disciplined, united, organized by the very mechanism of the process of capitalist production itself. The monopoly of capital becomes a fetter upon the mode of production, which has sprung up and flourished along with and under it. Centralization of the means of production and socialization of labor at last reach a point where they become incompatible with their capitalist integument. Thus, integument is burst asunder. The knell of capitalist private property sounds, the expropriators are expropriated. The capitalist mode of appropriation, the result of the capitalist mode of production, produces capitalist private property. This is the first negation of individual private property as founded on the labor of the proprietor. But capitalist production begets with the inexorability of a law of nature its own negation. It is the negation of negation. This does not re-establish private property for the producer, but gives him individual property based on the acquisition of the capitalist era, i.e., on cooperation and the possession in common of the land and of the means of production. The transformation of scattered private property arising from individual labor into capitalist private property is, naturally, a process incomparably more protracted, violent, and difficult than the transformation of capitalistic private property, already practically resting on socialized production, into socialized property. In the former case, we had the expropriation of the mass of the people by a few usurpers. In the latter, we have the expropriation of a few usurpers by the mass of the people. Footnote 2. The advance of industry, whose involuntary promoter is the bourgeoisie, replaces the isolation of the laborers due to competition by the revolutionary combination due to association. The development of modern industry therefore cuts from under its feet the very foundation on which the bourgeoisie produces and appropriates products. What the bourgeoisie therefore produces above all are its own gravediggers. Its fall and the victory of the proletariat are equally inevitable. Of all the classes that stand face to face with the bourgeoisie today, the proletariat alone is a really revolutionary class. The other classes perish and disappear in the face of modern industry. The proletariat is its special and essential product. The lower middle classes, the small manufacturers, the shopkeepers, the artisan, the peasant, all these fight against the bourgeoisie to save from extinction their existence as fractions of the middle class. They are reactionary, for they try to roll back the wheel of history. From Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, Manifest der Kommunistischen Partei, London 1848, pages 9 and 11, end of footnote 2, end of chapter 32 of Capital, Volume 1. Chapter 33 of Capital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Capital, a critical analysis of capitalist production, Volume 1 by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Friedrich Engels. Part 8, the so-called primitive accumulation. Chapter 33, the modern theory of colonization. Chapter 33, the modern theory of colonization. Footnote 1. We treat here of real colonies, virgin soils, colonized by free immigrants. The United States are, speaking economically, still only a colony of Europe. Besides, to this category belong such old plantations as those in which the abolition of slavery has completely altered the earlier conditions. End of footnote 1. Political economy confuses on principle two very different kinds of private property, of which one rests on the producer's own labor, the other on the employment of the labor of others. It forgets that the latter not only is the direct antithesis of the former, but absolutely grows on its tomb only. In Western Europe, the home of political economy, the process of primitive accumulation is more or less accomplished. Here the capitalist regime has either directly conquered the whole domain of national production, or, where economic conditions are less developed, it at least indirectly controls those strata of society which, though belonging to the antiquated mode of production, continue to exist side by side with it in gradual decay. To this ready-made world of capital, the political economist applies the notions of law and of property inherited from a pre-capitalistic world, with all the more anxious zeal and all the greater unction, the more loudly the facts cry out in the face of his ideology. It's otherwise in the colonies. There the capitalist regime everywhere comes into collision with the resistance of the producer, who, as owner of his own conditions of labor, employs that labor to enrich himself instead of the capitalist. The contradiction of these two diametrically opposed economic systems manifests itself here practically in a struggle between them. Where the capitalist has at his back the power of the mother country, he tries to clear out of his way by force the modes of production and appropriation based on the independent labor of the producer. The same interest which compels the sycophant of capital, the political economist in the mother country, to proclaim the theoretical identity of the capitalist mode of production with its contrary, that same interest compels him in the colonies to make a clean breast of it and to proclaim aloud the antagonism of the two modes of production. To this end he proves how the development of the social productive power of labor, cooperation, division of labor, use of machinery on a large scale, etc., are impossible without the expropriation of the laborers and the corresponding transformation of their means of production into capital. In the interest of the so-called national wealth, he seeks for artificial means to ensure the poverty of the people. Here his apologetic armor crumbles off bit by bit like rotten touchwood. It's the great merit of E.G. Wakefield to have discovered not anything new about the colonies, but to have discovered in the colonies the truth as to the conditions of capitalist production in the mother country. Footnote 2. Wakefield's few glimpses on the subject of modern colonization are fully anticipated by Mirabeau Père, the physiocrat, and even much earlier by English economists. End of footnote 2. As the system of protection at its origin attempted to manufacture capitalists artificially in the mother country, so Wakefield's colonization theory, which England tried for a time to enforce by Acts of Parliament, attempted to effect the manufacture of wage workers in the colonies. Footnote 3. Later it became a temporary necessity in the international competitive struggle, but whatever its motive, the consequences remain the same. End of footnote 3. This Wakefield calls systematic colonization. First of all, Wakefield discovered that in the colonies, property and money, means of subsistence, machines, and other means of production, does not as yet stamp a man as a capitalist if there be wanting the correlative, the wage worker, the other man who is compelled to sell himself of his own free will. He discovered that capital is not a thing, but a social relation between persons established by the instrumentality of things. Footnote 4, quote, "A Negro is a Negro. In certain circumstances he becomes a slave. A mule is a machine for spinning cotton. Only under certain circumstances does it become capital. Outside these circumstances, it is no more capital than gold is intrinsically money, or sugar is the price of sugar. Capital is a social relation of production. It is a historical relation of production." End of quote. Karl Marx, Lohnarbeit und Kapital, Neue Rheinische Zeitung, number 266, April 7, 1849. End of footnote 4. Mr. Peel, he moans, took with him from England to Swan River, West Australia, means of subsistence and of production to the amount of £50,000 sterling. Mr. Peel had the foresight to bring with him besides 3,000 persons of the working class, men, women, and children. Once arrived at his destination, quote, Mr. Peel was left without a servant to make his bed or fetch him water from the river. End of quote. Footnote 5. E.G. Wakefield, England and America, Volume 2, page 33, end of footnote 5. Unhappy Mr. Peel, who provided for everything except the export of English modes of production to Swan River. For the understanding of the following discoveries of Wakefield, 2 preliminary remarks. We know that the means of production and subsistence, while they remain the property of the immediate producer, are not capital. They become capital only under circumstances in which they serve at the same time as means of exploitation and subjection of the laborer. But this capitalist soul of theirs is so intimately wedded in the head of the political economist to their material substance that he christens them capital under all circumstances, even when they are its exact opposite. Thus it is with Wakefield. Further, the splitting up of the means of production into the individual property of many independent laborers working on their own account, he calls equal division of capital. It is with the political economist as with the feudal jurist. The latter stuck on to pure monetary relations, the label supplied by feudal law. If, says Wakefield, quote, if all members of the society are supposed to possess equal portions of capital, no man would have a motive for accumulating more capital than he could use with his own hands. This is to some extent the case in new American settlements, where a passion for owning land prevents the existence of a class of laborers for hire. End of quote. Footnote 6, location cited, page 17, end of footnote 6. So long, therefore, as the laborer can accumulate for himself, and this he can do so long as he remains possessor of his means of production, capitalist accumulation and the capitalist mode of production are impossible. The class of wage laborers essential to these is wanting. How then in old Europe was the expropriation of the laborer from his conditions of labor, i.e. the coexistence of capital and wage labor, brought about? by a social contract of a quite original kind. Quote, mankind have adopted a simple contrivance for promoting the accumulation of capital, end of quote, which of course since the time of Adam floated in their imagination as the sole and final end of their existence. Quote, they have divided themselves into owners of capital and owners of labor. The division was the result of concert and combination. End of quote. Footnote 7, location cited, volume 1, page 18, end of footnote 7. In one word, the mass of mankind expropriated itself in honor of, quote, the accumulation of capital, end of quote. Now one would think that this instinct of self-denying fanaticism would give itself full fling, especially in the colonies, where alone exist the men and conditions that could turn a social contract from a dream to a reality. But why then should, quote, systematic colonization, end quote, be called in to replace its opposite, spontaneous, unregulated colonization? But, quote, in the northern states of the American Union it may be doubted whether so many as 1/10 of the people would fall under the description of hired laborers. In England the laboring class compose the bulk of the people. End of quote, footnote 8, location cited, pages 42, 43, 44, end of footnote 8. Nay, the impulse to self-expropriation on the part of laboring humanity for the glory of capital exists so little that slavery, according to Wakefield himself, is the sole natural basis of colonial wealth. His systematic colonization is a mere pis-aller, since he unfortunately has to do with free men, not with slaves. Quote, the first Spanish settlers in St. Domingo did not obtain laborers from Spain, but without laborers their capital must have perished, or at least must soon have been diminished to that small amount which each individual could employ with his own hands. This has actually occurred in the last colony founded by England, the Swan River settlement, where a great mass of capital, of seeds, implements, and cattle, has perished for want of laborers to use it, and where no settler has preserved much more capital than he can employ with his own hands. End of quote. Footnote 9, location cited, volume 2, page 5, end of footnote 9. We have seen that the expropriation of the mass of the people from the soil forms the basis of the capitalist mode of production. The essence of a free colony, on the contrary, consists in this, that the bulk of the soil is still public property, and every settler on it therefore can turn part of it into his private property and individual means of production without hindering the later settlers in the same operation. Footnote 10, quote, land, to be an element of colonization, must not only be waste, but it must be public property, liable to be converted into private property. End of quote. Location cited, volume 2, page 125, end of footnote 10. This is the secret both of the prosperity of the colonies and of their inveterate vice, opposition to the establishment of capital. Quote, where land is very cheap and all men are free, where everyone who so pleases can easily obtain a piece of land for himself, not only is labor very dear, as respects the laborer's share of the produce, but the difficulty is to obtain combined labor at any price. End of quote. Footnote 11, location cited, volume 1, page 247, end of footnote 11. As in the colonies, the separation of the laborer from the conditions of labor and their root the soil does not exist, or only sporadically, or on too limited a scale, so neither does the separation of agriculture from industry exist, nor the destruction of the household industry of the peasantry. Whence then is to come the internal market for capital? Quote, no part of the population of America is exclusively agricultural, excepting slaves and their employers who combine capital and labor in particular works. Free Americans who cultivate the soil follow many other occupations. Some portion of the furniture and tools which they use is commonly made by themselves. They frequently build their own houses and carry to market at whatever distance the produce of their own industry. They are spinners and weavers. They make soap and candles, as well as in many cases shoes and clothes for their own use. In America, the cultivation of land is often the secondary pursuit of a blacksmith, a miller, or a shopkeeper. End of quote. Footnote 12, location cited, pages 21 and 22. End of footnote 12. With such queer people as these, where is the, quote, field of abstinence, end of quote, for the capitalists? The great beauty of capitalist production consists in this, that it not only constantly reproduces the wage worker as wage worker, but produces always in production to the accumulation of capital a relative surplus population of wage workers. Thus, the law of supply and demand of labor is kept in the right rut, the oscillation of wages is penned within limits satisfactory to capitalist exploitation, and lastly, the social dependence of the laborer on the capitalist, that indispensable requisite, is secured. An unmistakable relation of dependence which the smug political economist at home in the mother country can transmogrify into one of free contract between buyer and seller, between equally independent owners of commodities, the owner of the commodity capital and the owner of the commodity labor. But in the colonies this pretty fancy is torn asunder. The absolute population here increases much more quickly than in the mother country, because many laborers enter this world as ready-made adults, and yet the labor market is always understocked. The law of supply and demand of labor falls to pieces. On the one hand, the old world constantly throws in capital, thirsting after exploitation and so-called abstinence. On the other, the regular reproduction of the wage laborer as wage laborer comes into collision with impediments the most impertinent and in part invincible. What becomes of the production of wage laborers into independent producers who work for themselves instead of for capital and enrich themselves instead of the capitalist gentry reacts in its turn very perversely on the conditions of the labor market. Not only does the degree of exploitation of the wage laborer remain indecently low, the wage laborer loses into the bargain, along with the relation of dependence, also the sentiment of dependence on the abstemious capitalist. Hence, all the inconveniences that our E.G. Wakefield pictures so doughtily, so eloquently, so pathetically. The supply of wage labor, he complains, is neither constant nor regular nor sufficient. Quote, the supply of labor is always not only small, but uncertain. End of quote. Footnote 13, location cited, volume 2, page 116, end of footnote 13. Quote, though the produce divided between the capitalist and the laborer be large, the laborer takes so great a share that he soon becomes a capitalist. Few, even those whose lives are unusually long, can accumulate great masses of wealth. End of quote. Footnote 14, location cited, volume 1, page 131, end of footnote 14. The laborers most distinctly decline to allow the capitalist to abstain from the payment of the greater part of their labor. It avails him nothing. He is so cunning as to import from Europe with his own capital his own wage workers. They soon, quote, cease to be laborers for hire. They become independent landowners, if not competitors, with their former masters in the labor market. End of quote. Footnote 15, location cited, volume 2, page 5, end of footnote 15. Think of the horror. The excellent capitalist has imported bodily from Europe with his own good money his own competitors. The end of the world has come. No wonder Wakefield laments the absence of all dependence and of all sentiment of dependence on the part of the wage workers in the colonies. On account of the high wages, says his disciple Merivale, there is in the colonies, quote, the urgent desire for cheaper and more subservient laborers, for a class to whom the capitalist might dictate terms instead of being dictated to by them. In ancient civilized countries, the laborer, though free, is by a law of nature dependent on capitalists. In colonies, this dependence must be created by artificial means. End of quote. Footnote 16. Merivale, location cited, volume 2, pages 235 to 314, Passim. Even the mild free trade vulgar economist Molinari says, quote, dans les colonies où l'esclavage a été aboli sans que le travail forcé se trouve remplacé par une quantité équivalente de travail libre, on a vu s'opérer la contrepartie du fait que se réalise tous les jours sous nos yeux. On a vu les simples travailleurs exploiter à leur tour les entrepreneurs d'industrie, exiger d'eux des salaires hors de toute proportion avec la part légitime qui leur revenait dans le produit. Les planteurs, ne pouvant obtenir de leur sucre un prix suffisant pour couvrir la hausse de salaire, ont été obligés de fournir l'excédent d'abord sur leurs profits, ensuite sur leurs capitaux mêmes. Une foule de planteurs ont été ruinés de la sorte, d'autres ont fermé leurs ateliers pour échapper à une ruine imminente. Sans doute, il vaut mieux voir périr des accumulations de capitaux que des générations d'hommes. In brackets, how generous Mr. Molinari, end of brackets. Mais ne vaudrait-il pas mieux que ni les uns ni les autres périssent? End of quote. Translation. In the colonies where slavery has been abolished without the compulsory labor being replaced with an equivalent quantity of free labor, there's occurred the opposite of what happens every day before our eyes. Simple workers have been seen to exploit in their turn the industrial entrepreneurs, demanding from them wages which bear absolutely no relation to the legitimate share in the product which they ought to receive. The planters were unable to obtain for their sugar for a sufficient price to cover the increase in wages, and were obliged to furnish the extra amount at first out of their profits, and then out of their very capital. A considerable amount of planters have been ruined as a result, while others have closed down their businesses in order to avoid the ruin which threatened them. It is doubtless better that these accumulations of capital should be destroyed than that generations of men should perish, but would it not be better if both survived? End of quote. Molinari, location cited, pages 51-52. Mr. Molinari, what then becomes of the 10 Commandments, of Moses and the prophets, of the law of supply and demand, if in Europe the, quote, entrepreneur can cut down the laborer's legitimate part, and in the West Indies the laborer can cut down the entrepreneur's? And what, if you please, is this so-called legitimate part, which on your own showing the capitalist in Europe daily neglects to pay? Over yonder in the colonies where the laborers are so, quote, simple, unquote, as to, quote, exploit, unquote, the capitalist, Mr. Molinari feels a strong itching to set the law of supply and demand that works elsewhere automatically on the right road by means of the police. End of footnote 16. What is now, according to Wakefield, the consequence of this unfortunate state of things in the colonies? A, quote, barbarizing tendency of dispersion, end of quote, of producers and national wealth. Footnote 17, Wakefield, location cited, volume 2, page 52, end of footnote 17. The parceling out of the means of production among innumerable owners, working on their own account, annihilates, along with the centralization of capital, all the foundation of combined labor. Every long-winded undertaking extending over several years and demanding outlay of fixed capital is prevented from being carried out. In Europe, capital invests without hesitating a moment, for the working class constitutes its living appurtenance, always in excess, always at disposal. But in the colonies, Wakefield tells an extremely doleful anecdote. He was talking with some capitalists of Canada and the state of New York, where the immigrant wave often becomes stagnant and deposits a sediment of so-called supernumerary laborers. Quote, our capital, says one of the characters in the melodrama, was ready for many operations which require a considerable period of time for their completion, but we could not begin such operations with labor which we knew would soon leave us. If we had been sure of retaining the labor of such emigrants, we should have been glad to have it engaged at once and for a high price, and we should have engaged it even though we had been sure it would leave us, provided we had been sure of a fresh supply whenever we might need it. End of quote. Footnote 18, location cited, pages 191 and 192, end of footnote 18. After Wakefield has contrasted the English capitalist agriculture and its so-called combined labor with the scattered cultivation of American peasants, he unwittingly gives us a glimpse at the reverse of the medal. He depicts the mass of the American people as well-to-do, independent, enterprising, and comparatively cultured, whilst, quote, the English agricultural laborer is a miserable wretch, a pauper. In what country, except North America and some new colonies, do the wages of free labor employed in agriculture much exceed a bare subsistence for the laborer? undoubtedly farm horses in England, being a valuable property, are better fed than English peasants. End of quote. Footnote 19, location cited, Volume 1, pages 47 and 246. End of footnote 19. But never mind, national wealth is once again by its very nature identical with misery of the people. How then to heal the anti-capitalistic cancer of the colonies? If men were willing at a blow to turn all the soil from public into private property, they would destroy certainly the root of the evil, but also the colonies. The trick is how to kill two birds with one stone. Let the government put upon the virgin soil an artificial price, independent of the law of supply and demand, a price that compels the immigrant to work a long time for wages before he can earn enough money to buy land and turn himself into an independent peasant. Footnote 20, quote, C'est, ajoutez-vous, grâce à l'appropriation du sol et des capitaux que l'homme qui n'a que ses bras trouve de l'occupation et se fait un revenu. C'est au contraire grâce à l'appropriation individuelle du sol qui se trouve des hommes n'ayant que leurs bras. Quand vous mettez un homme dans le vide, vous vous emparez de l'atmosphère. Ainsi faites-vous quand vous vous emparez du sol. C'est le mettre dans le vide de richesse pour ne la laisser vivre qu'à votre volonté. End of quote. Translation. It is, you add, a result of the appropriation of the soil and of capital that the man who has nothing but the strength of his arms finds employment and creates an income for himself, but the opposite is true. It is thanks to the individual appropriation of the soil that there exist men who only possess the strength of their arms. When you put a man in a vacuum, you rob him of the air. You do the same when you take away the soil from him, for you are putting him in a space void of wealth, so as to leave him no way of living except according to your wishes. Collins, location cited, Volume 3, pages 268 to 71, Passim, end of footnote 20. The fund resulting from the sale of land at a price relatively prohibitory for the wage workers, this fund of money extorted from the wages of labor by violation of the sacred law of supply and demand, the government is to employ, on the other hand, in proportion as it grows, to import have-nothings from Europe into the colonies, and thus keep the wage labor market full for the capitalists. Under these circumstances, tout sera pour le mieux dans le meilleur des mondes possibles. This is the great secret of the so-called systematic colonization. By this plan, Wakefield cries in triumph, quote, the supply of labor must be constant and regular because, first, as no laborer would be able to procure land until he had worked for money, all immigrant laborers working for a time for wages and in combination would produce capital for the employment of more laborers. Secondly, because every laborer who left off working for wages and became a landowner would, by purchasing land, provide a fund for bringing fresh labor to the colony. End of quote. Footnote 21. Wakefield, location cited, Volume 2, page 192, end of footnote 21. The price of the soil imposed by the state must, of course, be, quote, a sufficient price, end of quote, i.e. so high, quote, as to prevent the laborers from becoming independent landowners until others had followed to take their place, end of quote, footnote 22, location cited, page 45, end of footnote 22. This, quote, sufficient price for the land, end of quote, is nothing but a euphemistic circumlocution for the ransom which the laborer pays to the capitalist for leave to retire from the wage labor market to the land. First, he must create for the capitalist, quote, capital, end quote, with which the latter may be able to exploit more laborers. Then he must place at his own expense a locum tenens, a placeholder on the labor market, whom the government forwards across the sea for the benefit of his old master, the capitalist. It is very characteristic that the English government for years practiced this method of, quote, primitive accumulation, unquote, prescribed by Mr. Wakefield expressly for the use of the colonies. The fiasco was, of course, as complete as that of Sir Robert Peel's Bank Act. The stream of emigration was only diverted from the English colonies to the United States. Meanwhile, the advance of capitalistic production in Europe, accompanied by increasing government pressure, has rendered Wakefield's recipe superfluous. On the one hand, the enormous and ceaseless stream of men, year after year driven upon America, leaves behind a stationary sediment in the east of the United States, the wave of immigration from Europe throwing men on the labor market there more rapidly than the wave of immigration westwards can wash them away. On the other hand, the American Civil War brought in its train a colossal national debt, and with it pressure of taxes, the rise of the vilest financial aristocracy, the squandering of a huge part of the public land on speculative companies for the exploitation of railways, mines, etc., in brief, the most rapid centralization of capital. The great republic has therefore ceased to be the promised land for emigrant laborers. Capitalistic production advances there with giant strides, even though the lowering of wages and the dependence of the wage worker are yet far from being brought down to the normal European level. The shameless lavishing of uncultivated colonial land on aristocrats and capitalists by the government, so loudly denounced even by Wakefield, has produced, especially in Australia, in conjunction with the stream of men that the gold diggings attract, and with the competition that the importation of English commodities causes even to the smallest artisan, an ample, quote, relative surplus laboring population, end quote, so that almost every mail brings the Job's news of a, quote, glut of the Australia labor market, end of quote, and the prostitution in some places flourishes as wantonly as in the London Haymarket. Footnote 23. As soon as Australia became her own lawgiver, she passed, of course, laws favorable to the settlers. But the squandering of the land already accomplished by the English government stands in the way. Quote, the first and main object at which the new Land Act of 1862 aims is to give increased facilities for the settlement of the people. End of quote. The Land Law of Victoria by the Honourable C.G. Duffy, Minister of Public Lands, London, 1862. End of footnote 23. However, we are not concerned here with the conditions of the colonies. The only thing that interests us is the secret discovered in the New World by the political economy of the Old World and proclaimed on the housetops, that the capitalist mode of production and accumulation, and therefore capitalist private property, have for their fundamental condition the annihilation of self-earned private property, in other words, the expropriation of the laborer. End of Chapter 33 of Capital, Volume 1. End of Capital, a Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the Third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels.